Yo, what's going on, Lord Entity? Can you hear me? This is the first time I'm doing this, so I don't know how well people can actually hear me. Yeah, you lot can hear me, yeah? Alright, cool. Well, I've called Fate. I'm just waiting for him to join the call. Loud and clear, yeah? Alright. Trying to make sure this camera don't drop. Well, go on, chat. Yeah, if someone's in I've called him. This is Discord that you lot are looking at, so I'm just waiting for him to join. Show bum. Are you crazy? Oh, please tell me my man's awake. I know it's 10 a.m. for him in Australia. So hopefully he's up. This is the time that we set, so. Meet Reveal. What is wrong with you? We come here to talk about Mortal Kombat. Let me try and message him. Nice tats, by the way. Thank you, Sephiroth. Thank you very much. Yeah, the fuck? Try call him again. Is he? Let me check his channel, see if he's streaming. Fate. Nah, he's not on. If somebody knows Fate personally, if you can get in contact with him, we spoke earlier, and I said to him. He said he's gonna probably kick off the stream a half hour before launch time. Wait, I can even bring up the chat. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, we said Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's Sunday today. So he said it'll be Monday 10 a.m. for him. Then I texted him earlier and I said, just checking you're good today. It'll be in 4 hours time. That was at 7 o'clock. He said that he'd be on. So I don't know what is going on. Come on, Fate, don't do me dirty like this. Does anyone have his Twitter handles or anything? Well, I don't know, guys. Does anyone want to ask me some questions while we're waiting? I don't know where my man is. This is the time that we set. From the few streams I did watch of him, he normally starts the stream late, or he keeps his stream watchers waiting 10 to 15 minutes before he actually starts. Have I finished Gaiden? Not yet. I'm on chapter 4. What's going on, Chris? Yeah, I'm on chapter 4 of Gaiden. I do need to get around to it. It's just between doing content for this channel and Midnight Rubbish, it's a little bit difficult to play games right now, but I will get around to it. What's going on, MLA? You look Samoan. Are you Samoan? No, I'm not Samoan. I'm not Samoan. I'm half Greek, half Ugandan, and part German. Thanks, Divinity. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you all for joining. Where is my man? Cool keeps cutting. How is the weather in the UK? It's horrible. The weather in the UK is absolutely horrific. It was raining today. I went to a Tekken event I'm from London. I went to a Tekken event in London. It was the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, and the weather was just horrible. My hair was all over the place. Sup, Fate? I'm not Fate, bruv. I don't know where my man is though, so I don't know what's going on. What single player games do I like? My favorite single player game is Yakuza. Devil May Cry. I'm really looking forward to Black Myth. Is it called Black Myth? The Wukong game that's coming out, the Chinese one. And I love horror games like Silent Hill. Not the indie horror games so much. I like playing those with my friends. I don't play them on my own. Who am I maining in Tekken? I don't know. I was thinking about maining Feng, but I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I'm thinking Dragunov. I'm not too sure, but play Mortal Kombat 1 for a week straight or eat rabbit meat. I'd rather eat rabbit meat. I think anybody'd rather eat it. I didn't even know there was a new South Park game, to be honest. I don't really watch South Park. I've seen a couple episodes here and there. It does seem funny, but I've just never followed it. I doubt it would happen. What do you think of Mortal Kombat vs Tekken or Mortal Kombat vs Street Fighter? I think Mortal Kombat vs Street Fighter is more likely just because I think there's backstory there. I think there was like a fake Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter for a while. Yo, hold it's Ryan. Just caught the stream. Was with family. What's going on, Ryan? Nice to have you here, bro. Yeah, I don't know who I'm gonna main. Yeah, Wukong. That's it. That's the name. Wukong. I'm gonna play Wukong. Wukong, Yakuza, Infinite Wealth, and Tekken 8 will probably be my main games. Those will probably be the only games on this channel for a little while. Been watching you for a while. I play MK1. My life is miserable. Bro, why are you torturing yourself? Just wait for Tekken. We're like 4 days away now. I've got my Mortal Kombat over here. I bought the premium collector's edition. You know, I went all out for them. I believed them. They told me that the game was gonna bang, and it didn't. I've got the Liu Kang figurine on my arcade cabinet over there. I don't know if I can show you lot. Oh my god, the camera's gone again. Because this guy won't join the call. Yeah, on my arcade, just up there. Don't know if you can see it. My Liu Kang. About the only good thing that came from getting that collector's edition. We need some Silent Hill 2 remake. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 I would 100% play if Konami get it right. Konami's another company. After they scrapped Silent Hills, the PT one that Kojima was doing, I lost all faith in them. I didn't want nothing to do with them. I loved Metal Gear Solid 1 to 4. Wasn't a massive fan of 5. So if Silent Hill 2 is an actual faithful remake, I will play it on this channel. If it comes out as some bullshit, I'm not going to touch it. DOA versus... I would like to see Tekken versus Virtua Fighter, to be honest with you. A blend of those two fighting styles. I think that would be really cool, those gameplay styles. I'd rather tongue punch an elephant's fart box riddled with smegma than to ever reinstall MG1. Yeah, it's not doing too good right now, is it? Hello, Mike. First time watching your stream. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for being here. You mean state or stage? What did I say? I've forgotten. Oh, state. Yeah, no. If Konami dropped Silent Hill 2 in a mashed up state, I'm not gonna play it. I don't trust Konami as far as I could throw them. They went and started doing those pachinko machines. They dropped PT, so I lost all faith in them. Virtual Fighter I'd love to see again. Yeah, I really want to see Virtual Fighter, and if Sega's going to do it again, I'd love for them to put Yakuza characters in it. But I want Kiryu in Tekken 8. That's the guest character I want the most. My first Tekken this week. I'm a main king. Been playing MK for past 3 months. Probably will be playing both. Yeah, King's solid. Next Mortal Kombat should be a 3D game like Tekken. I've been saying that for the longest, man. The 3D era Mortal Kombats need to be given some love. They were honestly really, really good. Well, I mean, they weren't balanced, but they were fun. Yeah, I didn't buy the MGS 1 to 3 ports. I'm not interested in it. I want a new... the MGS 3 remake, I'll probably get that. Deadly Alliance is my favourite gameplay-wise, but Deception's got my favourite story mode. I love the whole, like, semi-open world that they've got with Shujinko. Hey, where is this Fate guy, man? Come on. Does he still not come on Discord? Guys, I don't know what to tell you. Oh my god, it's ended again. I bet he's sleeping. Please stop making MK1 hate videos and start focusing on quality Tekken content. So basically, with my channel, this is what I plan on doing. Right now, I have a lot of things to get off my chest about Mortal Kombat. I'm not finished yet, so I'm still going to be saying some stuff. But essentially, what I want to do with my channel is I like what Button Check is. I really like Ernesto's content, but Button Check doesn't really give Ernesto doesn't give his opinion. He kind of informs us of what's going on, and then we are in the comment section giving our opinion. And I like watching it, and I'm always watching it thinking, oh, I didn't like this, I didn't like that. I just figured I'd start talking about it, and that's what I did about a week ago, and then you guys started watching, and you started enjoying it. Right now, Mortal Kombat's the hot topic. But with the way it's going and the lack of support it's getting, people are not going to be playing it for much longer. There's not going to be much for me to talk about. So at some point, I'm going to stop talking about it, and I'll be focused on other things in the FGC or Tekken. So I don't know. I will see what happens. But there's a lot to keep on talking about with Mortal Kombat. The main thing is that they ripped us off, and people should know about it, and we should talk about it. No matter how small the channel might be, people should know what they did. Whether it's NRS or Warner Brothers, it really doesn't matter. They can't just do that to people and then we just sit here and shut up. We just bend over and let them do it to us again. They'll do it with Mortal Kombat 2. If we just let them do it continuously, they'll never be held to check. So for now, it will be Mortal Kombat 1. After that, I don't really know. We'll see what happens. Let me see. I missed some of your comments. Hold up. Putting in some of the 3D era characters in Mortal Kombat 1 NRS's way of showing love. Yeah, I appreciate the Mortal Kombat 1 roster, I do. Don't get me wrong. I think the roster's actually pretty good. I just don't think the execution was good. I think he doesn't know it's today. He does know it's today. I'll tell you exactly what was said. I said, yo dude, just check. You guys, oh what? Actually, I'll just show you on here. I said to him, today at 6:54, I said to him, yo dude, just check you're good for today. Should be in 4 hours time since it's 7 PM here. He said, yeah bro, all good. I said, cool. He said, I'll kick off the stream about half hour before launch time, man, and then go from there. I said, cool, no problem. So he does know it's today. I don't know where he is. I'm not saying he's checking out anything. It's just, that's what it was. I think he's online now though. What was I doing? Lord, what is happening? What is going on? What? God, Jesus Christ. Let me try to call him again. What are you guys saying? We've got the Mortal Kombat 2 movie to look forward to. I am not looking forward to that, I won't lie. Didn't like the first one. there's more to say about the game. I actually have some criticisms of Combat Cast. I'm going to criticize that next, so that will probably be the next video on the channel. I'm going to talk about microtransactions as well. Just a couple other things about Mortal Kombat I'm not happy with, and then just the general sentiment in the community. People know, casuals know, Mike. They aren't stupid. MK1 is as popular as MK11 or MKX. Yeah, that's true. But I still think the discourse is healthy to have. I mean, I think having open dialogue about things you're not happy about is good. That's one of the benefits of having YouTube, is that you don't have to be some big name celebrity to put your point across and have people listen. So I think if you have something to say, you should say it. Just like with Fate, like Fate has every right to say whatever he wants, but if you put yourself on the internet, people have every right to criticize you. So I always leave my comment section open because I'm happy for people to criticize me. I know sometimes I might say stupid things and people can point them out, but I think it's good that we speak about the state of Mortal Kombat, because everyone wants a good Mortal Kombat game. And Mortal Kombat 11 came out ages ago, like 5 years. So we're gonna have another couple of years of no good Mortal Kombat. What are you saying? Yeah, punctuality would be nice. I was here on time. I was actually here early, but I've called. This is on Discord. I'm calling him. This is a call on Discord. Do you and Sabi pre-record vids on the other channel? Yeah, so me and Sabi get together and we film a bunch of content, because I have like 2 jobs. Sabi works long hours, and then we have commitments outside of work. So we get together once a week, maybe twice if we're lucky, and we'll film content and get everything sorted out. I'll do the editing. Sabi runs the Instagram and the TikTok, and we're a good team, so it runs well. That's why there's content on the channel every time. I don't really have to worry about her messing something up, or she doesn't have to worry about me. So that's why it's been working fine. So if you guys wanted to see my face more, if you were more interested in like watching other types of commentary, then you can subscribe to Midnight Rubbish, which is my other channel. But if not, then you're more than welcome to just stay here. I like that tattoo design on your left arm. Sure. Thanks, man. Very painful. I need to finish it off. Dude, hey bro, 1 sec. Okay, cool. He said 1 sec, so I guess we'll just... Cool, man. I'm just gonna call you again, though. It's just so these guys are not sitting here looking at a Discord screen. You was at UFC last night. Oh, man. Do you know what? Strickland was robbed. I will hear nothing else of it. Sean Strickland should have won that fight. He won. He definitely won rounds 1. Was it? Yeah, he won rounds 1, 2, and 5. You could even make an argument for one of the other rounds. I don't know if it was 3 or 4 now. It might have been 3. But DDP was hitting air. He was hitting air. He shouldn't have won that fight.
Yo.
Fate, is that you?
It is indeed.
How you doing, man?
You're a little early, bro. You said 10 a.m. We got...
Oh, 10 a.m. your time.
Minutes. Yeah, it's 9:18.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
I said 11 my time. But I thought that might have been 10 a.m. yours.
It could have been. I don't know if other states in Australia right now have daylight savings, so that could have been. It's
okay.
fine. It's all right. Let me just fire everything up.
Yeah, you're gonna be showing your face.
Of course. Got to have some pretty Australian on here, don't I? Hopefully. Hang on, let me close that first.
How do we make it so that our...
There we go.
Oh, there we are. How do we make it so that we're both like split screen?
Hang on, where
Does
is
anyone
that
in the
shit?
stream chat know I'm a bit of a caveman?
There we go.
Discord.
I think you just click anywhere on the screen, actually.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Has that popped out? There we go. All right, load that up. So is it pretty late for you there, is it, man?
It's 11 o'clock, but it's alright. I'm usually up quite late anyway.
All right.
You just woken up?
No. I've been up for a few hours. So my daughter's going to school soon. I think Mum's taking it this morning. So as I said, I was busy. So she had a bit of a rough night.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry to
So,
hear that.
oh no, it's all right. It's okay. It's she's got type 1 diabetes. So
Oh, shit.
it's just one of those adjustments that we had to make a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a guy that I interviewed on one of my other channels. He was a. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember, like when the old Sega consoles came out, they used to have hotlines that you could ring and get tips and tricks. This
Yeah.
dude used to be on a call center for that, so you could actually ring up and ask these people like, "Hey, I'm stuck in this level. What can I do?" So it was their job to actually like know everything. So when they got the call, they'd be like, "Yeah, okay, this is what you do," and pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. I
So,
mean,
but he,
I'm 31, so I was born in 92, so I don't know if those things were still running at the time.
oh no, that's that's all right. But I remember like before I interviewed him, like he'd said something about something about making sure his blood sugar was okay or something. I'm like, oh, hang on, are you diabetic? And he's like, yeah. So then we had a chat about that. So yeah, that was pretty it was pretty cool. So
You did that on the Sega call.
on my no, I did that just on my channel a few
Oh,
years
okay.
ago on my retro gaming channel. But he was the one that used to do all the. His name's Sega Master Tim on Twitter.
Okay.
Oh my god, what are you doing? There you go. Over you go. Cat's trying to eat everything. Sorry, I'm just trying to get everything fired up because I thought I actually had more time.
Yeah, no worries, man. Take your
So,
time. This guy said biggest
yeah.
MK haters on a video together. Oh god, this is going to be comedy.
Now, I don't care what you ask. You like just like once you get all going, you can ask whatever you like. It's fine. So I've got no restrictions here, man. It's all good. So
Let's say ads. Skip ads. We don't want ads. Why bro look like Katana Prime? Oh god. I used to get that all the time. We're not
what you
related.
used to get?
People used to ask me if I'm related to Katana Prime.
Oh, you're gonna have to film me on that one, man. Who's that?
He's I don't know if he's still about anymore, but he used to play. He used to be quite prominent when MK9 was about, and then I believe he started commentating. But yeah, no, I'm not related to Katana Prime in any way, shape, or form. I've never spoken to the guy. I don't know where he's from in the States.
Please, please tell me you're in a rock band. You cannot have that sort of hair and not be in a rock band.
No, I'm not in a rock band, but Consolation, my cousin is, so
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
he's actually gonna
But,
teach me electric guitar. So
oh, okay. By proxy, then that'll do. That's
yeah,
cool. That's fine.
no, you haven't missed anything yet. We're just waiting for fate to get set up.
Okay.
Ain't beating
Say
these
something.
allegation.
Oh,
Hello,
good.
you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, that's good. All right, it's picking it up on Streamlabs. Excellent. Perfect. Okay. Everyone would have heard that. Excellent.
No setting this over some MK or Tekken. Maybe if I re-upload it and you just want to watch it with me playing Tekken, I can do that. But for now, it's just going to be our faces.
We're just jumping straight in. I think we are. Yep, we are live.
You good
Yep,
to
we
go,
are
yeah?
definitely live. Yep. So,
So
just make sure you guys can all hear us. Yep. So, yeah, the floor is yours, man. Yours, man. If you want to go ahead, that's fine.
well, no, I wanted you to start because when I made that video, I obviously you said to me it would be nice to have a discussion. So I was
Yep.
wondering if there was something that you wanted to address on that video in particular, or anything that like you wanted to pull me up on.
Naughty boy. Oh God, there's probably no. I mean, like, look. I mean, people are gonna say shit about me and whoever else anyway. I'm sure you're no sort of stranger to that sort of stuff. But I don't know. I did take notes. I was prepared. Just FYI, by the way, everyone, when I did that massive stream that I did, it wasn't debates. I was just chilling, and everyone decided to jump in. So I was like, I had like, who was it? I had Diddle, and then Rusk, and then Foxy, and that was like a massive, like it was like 11 hours. I was just baked by the end of it. It was crazy. I've never done anything like that before,
Yeah,
and it was full on.
but was
Um,
there anything about the video that I made in particular, the one where I was discussing your conversation with Foxy, that you didn't agree with or you didn't like?
so
Because I will talk about what I didn't like on both ends, and there's definitely
yeah, of
things that
course, yeah.
Foxy said that I didn't like. But
All right, so let's start with this. Foxy's a little bit of a liar, just a little bit,
how
right?
so?
Because when he and I were having that discussion, by the way, also to sort of give a little bit of backstory of that, when I sort of posted my thoughts on what the ketchup and mustard stuff was going on about, being balanced game testers and saying, hey, like, is there any sort of like thing that they may have been holding back information wise and not letting people know while talking the game up?
Yeah.
He came in. So at that point, I hadn't even like engaged with him. I'd watched the video by Foxy. It was about him saying there's not a lot of money in the pro scene. I'm like, it's a pretty good video. I thought it was a really excellent video, actually, sort of keeping it real for people out there that are looking to do it. He came in swinging,
Mhm.
right, which was like really surprising. And of course, then I find out naturally that obviously they are friends. He
So
came in swinging with, and I quote, "That's ironic. There's nothing more soy than saying you taught martial arts," which I did.
did you
When you
did
did,
did you invite him onto the call, or did he enter the Discord or whatever himself?
so this is again going back to when we had this conversation on X, which is the first interaction I had with Foxy, which you probably may not have known about. This ties into you wondering why I'm possibly bringing this up and things I'm bringing up, because you sort of were mentioning about, maybe the way I was behaving or the way the things I was saying, et cetera, et cetera. But there was no mention of Foxy swinging first. Now, that's fine. Look, I don't care that people swing first. But if you're going to have to point out one thing, you've got to also point out the other. You can't have just one side. You've got to have both sides.
All
Right?
right.
So when he came in swinging, having a go at my martial arts, which you would have heard about on the live stream as well.
Yeah, but that was a little
Uh,
bit. That was a little bit after. Like you guys had a
no,
conversation about gameplay.
this was before. What I'm reading to you right now. Actually, I can show it to the people that are actually
Are
watching.
you referencing that 2 hour stream that you guys did? That's on Foxy's channel.
The one that he clipped, which would have been from
Well,
the 11-hour
the
one.
one,
Yeah,
it was about an hour and 50 minutes, and the discussion started with you two talking about gameplay, and
yep,
you were sort of like giving your pointers as to why you think the game isn't
yep,
isn't good, or it's not catered towards casuals and it's catered towards pros. And then it was only
yep,
after that the martial arts thing was brought up. So I think the
yeah,
gameplay
yeah,
portion was first. I don't. He didn't come
yep.
in talking about martial arts initially.
No, that's right. But what I will show everyone is that this predates it, right? So what happened is that when I called out and I say with love, the condiment twins, I mean, ketchup and mustard are condiments, right? It's just
Mm.
play on words. He came in swinging on Twitter, said, where is it? Just so everyone can see on the stream, right? I'll just post it there at the top. Okay. That's what he said. Got personal, which was really interesting, considering I'd never said anything about him before.
Can you read it to me?
Yeah, sure. He goes, that's ironic. There's nothing more soy than saying you taught martial arts when you did effing Hapkido and Taekwondo. Or how about, I don't like to work because I get anxiety. Is that not soy by your definition? You're a joke in everything you talk about. This is also, of course, when I find out, and this is before he joined the stream that you watched, right? So then there's that foundation. He comes in, obviously he wanted to have a chat, right? And then obviously we talked about gameplay, et cetera, and then, obviously it talks about things like martial arts and whatnot. But see, Foxy came in swinging, going, "You're only doing this for rage baiting. You're only doing this for clicks." and et cetera, et cetera. So when even though you only said it wasn't just that, what happens is that people can lay the foundation about someone else. So you automatically go, oh, okay, you're friends with the guy, however a lot or a little. So that can set a predisposition to go, maybe this guy is what they're saying he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and look, I'm all fine for people having conversations and working stuff out and things like that. And I don't actually care that he says that. What I'm saying, though, is that if people are going to call out behaviors from one person or anything like that, you have got to include the entire picture and then make a decision about where you stand with stuff.
I'm not too interested in like the relationship that you and Foxy have and what you've said on Twitter. What I'm more interested in, and what the point of my videos really is, to like talk about the problems of Mortal Kombat and the issues of the community. And obviously I brought your name up, and I thought that the reason that you weren't happy or like you wanted to talk about it is because I said I didn't like the way you construct your arguments. Even if Foxy came in swinging, none of that is really relevant, I don't think, to this conversation. What I was getting at is that I watched your stream with Foxy, and I've watched a lot of your videos, and the point that I was making was not that you don't want Mortal Kombat to be a good thing. The point that I was making is that I wasn't entirely sure if you knew what you were talking about. And when I watched Foxy's stream with you, Foxy pulled you up on a couple of things about the gameplay that you kind of backed away from. He pulled you up on up block, and he pulled you up on a couple of the other mechanics, like how cameos work and how pressure works in the game, defensive and offensive mechanics. And when Foxy pressed you on these things, you didn't push back on them. The only pushback really came was in the second half of the stream, which we'll get to in a bit. So whenever people talk to me about you, they say that you are more interested in rage baiting because you don't understand the intricacies of Mortal Kombat. And it would have helped if you had pushed back on Foxy. Now, if I'm being honest with you, the first half of the discussion, I do think Foxy schooled you. And the second half of the discussion, I think Foxy went off track. I think the entire conversation, you guys went off track. And it turned into a bit of like a childish back and forth.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, I wrote down some notes here. You said something to me that didn't really make sense. I've got a couple of timestamps for the things that you said. One of the things that really stuck out to me was that you were saying that this game is made for pros and not casuals. And Foxy said that you're not a casual, right? That you don't sit within that realm. I would agree with that. When he says that you're not a casual, he doesn't necessarily mean that you are a high-level player, but you're very invested in Mortal Kombat, its future, and talking about it, right? So I wouldn't put you in the casual category. But then you went on to say that you don't like playing the game online in ranked because combos are boring, they function one way, but you enjoy watching the pros, right? You enjoy watching the way the pros play the game because they play on a different level. But then you kept on referring to yourself as a casual.
Well, I don't think I said I liked how no. What I said was that when I had watched the pros playing, right, what I noticed is that they played differently than what I was coming against the people in the ranked mode. And what I was watching with the pros play was actually more akin to the way that I actually have been trying to convey my point, which was this, like, I don't see the pros doing the stuff that I'm seeing the guys in ranked on, and again, I'm only playing on PC, right? So, and there's obviously a lot of conversation about whether or not, how people feel about that. So when I play ranked on PC, this is my experience. For the longest time, only until maybe recently, nobody used up block because it's a very visual marker that you can see. Right? So every time you jump in, you see people lifting up. That wasn't happening. Now, guys like Diddle are going, what are you talking about? That's ridiculous. But this is what I'm seeing on PC. Now, it's obviously a smaller community. So, maybe there's going to be a lot more variety in gameplay naturally on consoles. However, I'm not lying. Right, this is how it's been. Secondly,
but don't you think that's anecdotal?
Well, obviously, I mean, sure, I can bring up, well, I can't now, but I could have obviously gone through all the replays that were saved.
Like I don't particularly like. Everyone knows it. I'm not a fan of Mortal Kombat, but I can't sit here and tell you that people are not using the up block mechanic. Like casual players are not using it. I would consider myself. I'm not a pro, but I play online, right? I encounter casuals. Most casuals that I encounter do actually use the up block mechanic. Maybe not in the first week or two, but that was definitely something that was happening. But you were saying it as an absolute, that this is something that casuals are just not doing.
Well, so, and this is unfortunately the trap that you're caught in. This is the whole point of the reason why they brought up the op block to begin with. Because my premise the whole time was nothing to do with up block.
What's the premise?
My first comments about the combat system, which I've actually had an issue with the entire game engine itself ever since the NRS fully took over. So everything after MK9 has felt stiff, janky, have sort of a magnetic vacuumous feel, meaning that it feels like you get stuck to people with certain moves, like you're trapped, or feeling like you're moving through mud. I have issues with their game engine from the ground up. Mm-hmm. So MK1 basically makes it seem like this entire thing, like, exacerbates it to the highest pinnacle of, like, yes, this whole system is broken, right? Because you do feel like you can't escape, right?
When you say can't escape, games, do you mean when you initiate
So no. I'm talking about when, say you're a big Tekken guy, right?
Yeah.
So you don't feel in Tekken. Actually, I'll use another example after this. When you play Tekken or Soul Calibur or anything like that, other fighting games don't have this feel. It's this feeling like you're stuck. So as soon as they hit you, it's like you're crippled. Okay, so in Tekken, like, I don't feel like I'm stuck to the player even when they're comboing me. It's hard to describe, but the best example I could probably use is racing games. A lot of racing games for a while there were making it so that when you're flying along the racetrack, mm-hmm. and your opponent hits you, the car feels like it's stuck to the side of your car. You kind of feel like you're like you actually are, magnetically attached. Even if it's brief.
But isn't that just a preference? That's just a preference thing. That doesn't really go.
No. That's basically bad coding.
No, right? I mean the way Mortal Kombat is. The way Mortal Kombat is designed, right? It's not going to be for everyone. I don't like it, but I don't want to deviate too much from your discussion with Foxy, because there's the reason I think people have a hard time getting on board with the things that you're saying is that when Foxy pressed you on a lot of things and he asked you to explain yourself, it kind of came across like it was an actual skill issue. And I don't like using that, because there's obviously a lot of people in the comment section where if they see you with an opposing opinion, they automatically say skill issue. But if somebody's saying to you that a mechanic works this way and you back away from the point, that it does come across like that you didn't invest enough time in the game, which kind of takes away from your whole overarching point, because it makes it sound like you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Well, okay, so going back to the original issue I have with the game was the fact that people, when I was playing online, you get hit with a combo, right? You miss on an attack, they hit you and you're caught, especially they take you up in the air for 400, 500 damage, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just the amount of damage, it's the amount of time it takes for it to happen. So while you can get hit by big combos in other fighting games, they're very fast. All right, you're back on the ground. Yeah, 100%.
Dragon Ball FighterZ, you're getting comboed for a long time. Tekken 7, you get comboed for a very long time. Even down to
Tekken.
Yeah, but you're saying other big fighters. Other big fighters would be, even in Street Fighter 6, JP's combos can go on for some time. Combos in Tekken go on for quite a while. It's only Tekken 8 that is really trying to shorten them. Dragon Ball FighterZ has combos that go on for a very long time. A lot of these anime type fighters they have combos that go on for a long time. So I don't think that's a fair criticism of Mortal Kombat.
Dragon Ball is a tag game, is it not? Like a 3-on-3?
Yeah.
So then you've got other characters as backup to come back from.
Even if you're using one character, they can have their combos going for an extended period of time.
Yeah, but you still essentially have two characters in the bank if you lose the first one. So you still can come back.
Yeah, but the point is that most fighting games, when you get caught in a combo, usually you lose half health. It's really only games like Samurai Showdown where that's not really happening, because it's all poke based. So again, a point like that it's like a nothing point, because Mortal Kombat in that regard operates the same as Tekken. Well, if I launch you with Kazuya in Tekken 7, you're more than likely going to lose 50% before you even get to the wall. And then you're going to have to deal with the wall pressure and you're likely going to die. So I think you could probably agree that's not a fair criticism of Mortal Kombat.
Well, it's not just my opinion though. Like, this is what I see as well with people. And I see comments on videos where they don't like the feeling like they can put their controller down and walk away because the combos take so long, they take so much damage, and you don't have enough defensive tools to counter back.
But
Now,
that's true
Foxy,
for all Mortal Kombat games, though. Literally, even
yeah,
back
but
to the digitized ones, you could be carried from wall to wall in those games. In the 3D ones, combos took a lot of damage. In MK9, if you weren't taking actual damage, you were stuck in the corner taking chip. That's always been the case for Mortal Kombat. So if you've always been a Mortal Kombat fan, has that always been an issue for you, or is it just something you're talking about now?
I've never experienced it myself. I mean, I've played a lot of MK games over the years. I played tons of MK9 on the PS3 when I got it. I didn't come across these touch of death combos that the pros talk about, but then I'm also not playing at a high level. What
But then,
MK1 has done, it has taken MK1 has taken essentially what would be considered a highly skilled combo to do. I mean, for you, it might be very easy to do the Kazuya thing in Tekken, but this is again also problems with the ranking system in MK games in general. But like they've taken essentially what used to be a highly skilled and a very expensive technique, and they've dragged it down to the low level and allowed everyone to go, oh yeah, now you can just do these very easily implemented combos.
but
But they
everyone
took
can
away
do. Even Tekken, that's most regard Tekken is like the most complex out of like the big three fighting games, and Tekken is not hard to combo in for like 90% of the roster. There's very few characters in there you'll struggle. It's really only the Mishimas and maybe Lee. So, if that's a criticism of Mortal Kombat, you kind of have to extend that criticism to Street Fighter 6, which is very easy to do combos in versus Street Fighter 4 or 5. And the
I
same
don't.
with these anime fighters that are coming out these days as well. I'm not good at anime fighters, but I can do combos in Dragon Ball Fighters. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't.
not against the combos, and I'm not against the damage. What I'm saying is though that from the perspective of is this fun gameplay, is this going to be something that people enjoy, and a lot of people don't.
I understand that a lot of people don't, but what I'm trying to establish is that you've got a big issue with Mortal Kombat 1, but there was actual issues with Mortal Kombat 1 to discuss, but I don't know if combo damage is an issue exclusive to the game. That's something that's true for all fighting games. When you make a mistake, you lose a lot of health. Making a whole video about combo damage seems like you're rage baiting because it's something that exists in all fighting games.
So you're a competitive player, correct?
No, I wouldn't say so. My friends are, which is why I'm able to sometimes keep up, but I don't really compete anymore.
Yeah, but you used to. And
I
then
used to.
obviously you've got a lot of videos on your channel that do cover a lot of combo guides and all that sort of stuff, correct?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. So your perspective is coming from that perspective, whereas my perspective comes from, is this a fun and enjoyable thing that people are going to have fun with? So MK1
Mm.
is dying for a whole variety of reasons. That is just one simple thing. Yes, other games obviously have a lot of combos, have big damage, but in general, those games have a higher skill to be able to do those versus what MK1 has.
But if you're a
Right?
casual player, why are you concerned about a higher skill ceiling?
Because
If you're
and
just
this
playing
and this
casually and
ties
you're not going to tournaments and you're not competing for money, why do you care
yeah.
about the skill ceiling? That's something that people that are more interested in going to competitions like Foxy or Sonic or whoever, those are the people that would have more of an issue with that. It sounds to me like you're making an argument for pro players rather than casuals.
In what way?
Because you're saying that the combos have been made easier to do, and combos being made easier to do would benefit casual players, but you have a problem with it, which signifies to me that that's kind of a stance that a more intermediate to advanced player would have. Like for example, main man that plays Kazuya on Tekken, he had an issue with them making Kazuya more user friendly because he enjoyed doing difficult combos. People that play the game for extended periods of time that want to invest and learn things tend to be pro players or people that are not casual. But you're making an argument for casual people, but you also want the skill ceiling to be increased for casual people.
Well, again, my whole argument was simply just having more defensive options so that way we have a counterbalance to the high damage combos.
No, we'll get
Maybe
onto
this is the first.
defense. We'll get onto defense, but we're talking about
Yeah.
combos right now. Your specific issue is that the combo ceiling is very, very low and anyone's mum can do it. But
Yeah.
you're also advocating for casual players. So don't you think you would be doing them a disservice to increase the difficulty of the combos?
No, because people don't. Because people. So, okay, so I've recently just started playing Grand Blue, right? So
Yeah.
I was getting like absolutely destroyed constantly because I'm not used to the game. Takes a bit to get used to because I'm not used to anime fighters in general. But because of the way that the game is, I wanted to learn more about it because I like the mechanics. And then over time, I'm getting used to it. But that game has more defensive options than what MK1 does, despite the fact that, yes, you can do big, gigantic combos
Right.
in Grand Blue. You can get carried, you can get hit, you can get carried for half the screen, pinned into the wall, juggled, right? But still, I know in my head, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this as soon as I hit the ground because I have all these options available. Previous MK games set a standard by having these defensive options available, and then took them out because pro players, and that's been said by Tom Brady and I think also Foxy, they didn't like the defensive options in MK11 because to them the gameplay was stale. Yet to everyone else, the people that the majority of the population of MK fans or maybe tourists that come in, they liked it because they felt like it was balanced and fair. So all I'm saying is that, nobody wants to sit there where they can feel like they can put the controller down for 17 seconds. I've done videos on this before. And the only response from people is, well, it's a skill issue. So what they did was they hyper-focused on, well, you don't know what uplock is, therefore your entire argument falls apart. And it's like, it doesn't matter whether or not I knew that one singular mechanic that is not going to change, it's not going to change what's happening. And as soon as they catch you, it's over. Right? If you go up in the air, it's over.
As far as
you don't have any air blocking, you don't have any counters if you don't have your cameo or the 3 bars. They made the combo breaker extremely expensive when in the 2 previous games. Oh, sorry, in the in MK10 and MK9 there were 2 bars instead of 3. Right? And then in the 3D era games, which I know that you've said that that's what you grew up on, they also had better systems in place. You had parries, you had combo breakers as well. Plus the fact that you could also move in 3D, right? So, and it's slow. Yesterday when I was was the day before, I was streaming some MK11 after MK1. People in the chat were like, this game looks absolutely crazy fast. I thought MK11 was slow, but they've actually dialed it right down with the execution of combos in MK1.
These are all preferences.
But when people get used to something, which is the bottom problem with NetherRealm and the games that they make, is that they don't create legacy like what Tekken does, Virtual Fighter, Street Fighter, King of Fighters, etc., etc., etc.
Okay,
they
so
don't
then
have any legacy from one day to the next.
So then why are you a Mortal Kombat fan then? Because they've never had real legacy.
Because I love the story. The first time I saw Mortal Kombat was in an arcade machine on the way home from school. I stopped and it was like a pool shop. I saw the ninjas. I'm like, ninjas, that's it. I'm sold. And then that wanted to get me to invest in the story. I love the story. I love the storytelling that Tobias came up with. I love the character design. It was like one of the very few games at the time that actually had digitized characters outside of the pit. And of course, like games like Revolution X. So it just grabbed me. It was amazing compared to the cartoony games of like the Samurai Showdowns, Fatal Furies, and of course Street Fighter at the time. It was just phenomenal. Like it was amazing. So Mortal Kombat, to me, like the combo side of it is probably like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But when the game is so anorexic of content and the only thing left is simply the online part and a ranked mode where they put rewards in,
that's
then
something
what
that I
happens
wanted
is,
to get to. What is your issue with rewards in fighting games? What is your issue with that? Because before you answer that, I just want to preface something that like
go for it.
And I don't want you to take this as like an attack. I'm just trying to like outline everything. And I don't want anyone to like take this as me taking MK1's side. It's just I want to make sure that like we both don't like Mortal Kombat 1 and we both want it to change and we want Mortal Kombat to change going forward. But I think some of your arguments, to me, they don't make sense. So you've said a couple of things about Mortal Kombat going woke and catering to softer players or uglifying the characters or whatever. And one of the things I wanted to pick up on was that you made a comment about rewards online, saying that it makes people feel like anxious or it makes people feel like they are being left out, and the developers design it in a way like that
it's FOMO.
FOMO. But what I don't understand about that is that, again, you're talking about people becoming woke and people becoming soft. I have an issue with the store and the microtransactions and how they're trying to prey on people. But
Yep.
giving people incentives to work towards whilst playing online, I don't understand what the issue is with that. Because to me, the Tekken title like Tekken God or Tekken God Prime is more important as a reward for my hard work than a skin in Mortal Kombat. But that would still
Yeah, but
be considered a reward, right?
that's a title though. Let's be honest.
It's a title, but you're
It's
you're
not. It's
saying
not.
that
It's not a skin.
it's not a
It's not
skin,
a
but
piece
you're
of
saying
gear.
that people are going to get anxious about not being able to get a reward by playing online. I don't really understand that premise.
So, because of the fear of missing out, which is what FOMO stands for the people that don't know, and they do this a lot with a lot of games now. They create these timed events or systems whereby they're hoping and praying that people will either spend the money or invest in a system that they're playing or have in the game
Yeah.
to try and get them. Now, no other fighting game has, and again, let's be honest, no other fighting game has skins, palettes, gear pieces as rewards. Titles, sure. I'm all for titles, actually. I actually think the only reward is simply seeing you level up and going, yeah, I'm to, this then or whatever, et cetera, right? Whatever the ranks are in Tekken. That in itself is the reward, right? Every other fighting game has no rewards like what they have done in Combat League with MK11 and then obviously MK1. And they even changed it from MK1 as well. So in MK11, the rewards were that the first 3 levels you get a skin. So even if you're like the first level, you still get the skin, and then the next 3 levels another skin, then the next 3 levels another skin. They changed that to that you only get it at the 3rd, 6th, and 9th level in MK1 because what they're trying to do is that people see those things in a game that's very devoid of content, and people out there that are like to collect stuff, get skins, etc. So they'll see those rewards and they go, well, I don't really like playing online, but that skin's gonna look badass on my character.
Yeah.
So what they'll do, and what a lot of people are doing, and what a lot of people have been talking about in the community in the last week, which is what I called about a long time ago, is the fact that the gameplay, with all its restrictions pretty much off, focuses everyone into a very monogamous style of gameplay, because there's no deviation from that, because people see the reward, they go, I hate this crap online, so I'm going to find the most broken character, cameo, and I'm just going to copy a video and I'm just going to spam, 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 right? So when I saw the video of the pro players playing, I'm like, yeah, that looks great.
Right.
They're not doing the spamming stuff that I'm experiencing in Combat League on PC.
But doesn't that just come down to, I mean, I hate to say it, I don't want to use the word, but doesn't that just come down to a skill issue?
Sure. And then people will just up and leave.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because
I'm,
if you're
I'm
going to
not.
say, if you, like the thing is though that like you could say that and you go, oh, it's a skill issue.
Yeah.
People, that's a no argument to people going, okay, fine, you know what? So this is just shit.
No, but the thing is that Mortal Kombat is designed in a way that I agree with you. It's very irritating to play. I don't think it's designed very well, and I think the way they've been designing the game for the last couple of years, MK11 and MK1, would put off anybody. So I don't agree with you. I don't disagree with you there. Yeah. It's just that if you can see that the argument that you're making is almost as if you want it to be made more from a pro's perspective at a baseline than a casual's, because at the casual level that you're playing at, you're experiencing a lot of spamming and you don't like it, but you're also making the argument to lower the skill.
So, well, I mean, not lower the skill. The developers have already done that.
Right, they have done that. Mortal Kombat's very simplistic, but
in this game,
I don't want to. Obviously, like, to me, this is more preferences. I'm gonna get onto some of the comments that Foxy made, okay. But I just want to like bring up one more thing. So, like there's been a lot of talk about shilling in the community, right? A lot of pro players are shilling, content creators are shilling, people on Twitter are shilling. I just want to get what you actually believe shilling to be, because everyone is throwing that around right now.
Well, what did Foxy say?
I'm not interested in what Foxy said. I want to know what you said.
But you made notes of what Foxy said, so I'm going to tell you what he said.
I made notes on Foxy, but I want to know what you said.
He said that anyone that likes Mortal Kombat is a shill. That's what I think. That's what he said, I think. Which is incorrect. right? I don't care if people play the game. I play the game. I
Right.
bought 4 copies of the game, right? 2 as gifts, and then 1 was a giveaway, and then 1 for myself, right? So I damn well I'm going to play it. But there are, and again, and this is not something that I have just invented. I have been watching this stuff for a very long time. Even before I did like my channel.
Yeah.
People don't like it when there are obvious glaring issues with a game and people ignore it when they have big channels or maybe have some sort of connective tissue with sort of the inside track with certain people that may or may not work with these companies.
Do you
And
know
they
that they
ignore
have
them.
that connective tissue?
We can only go by the way that they behave.
But don't you think it's a bit disingenuous if you don't know exactly what is going on behind closed doors, and then you come
Is
on
shill an
YouTube and
insult?
start pointing fingers at them?
Is shill an insult?
Well, obviously, with the way that the community is moving and the sentiment towards Mortal Kombat, it's a very easy way to rally people behind you if you're pointing the finger at ketchup and mustard, for example, and
What about
calling
the
them
people that
shills.
have been calling them? What about the people that have been calling them shills for years? Are they wrong too?
I'm
People
not.
like True Underdog Gaming, others out there that openly ignore the issues that are going on with the game, while everyone else, even low channels like yours and myself, and even smaller, and people that make comments,
Yeah.
this is what they see, this is what they feel, but they're disregarded until I open my mouth, which
No,
is
but what I'm
really
saying
weird.
is that when you call somebody a shill, and the assumption is that they're working with the company, but you
That
speak
doesn't mean
about
to
it,
say
and
they're working as such.
so what is the assumption here?
Well, let's read what a shill actually means, dictionary term. It means an accomplice or a confidence trickster, a swindler who poses as a genuine customer to entice or encourage others.
Right.
So what that means is that there are a lot of people, and of course, I hope it's okay to reference, but Dynasty is also one that has also talked about this in another stream that we did, which you'd be able to find public. How he was blacklisted, along with Total MK was blacklisted because they won't toe the line with Warner Brothers.
Right.
Because they won't sit there and just constantly praise the games, right? So it's pretty obvious, like, when obviously things like Foxy will say, well, retweets don't matter and stuff like that. They absolutely do matter, right? Social media influencers basically having essentially an unpaid worker being able to do the advertising for you is huge. So when you have massive issues like the Player One Advantage, that was picked up by some little dude on YouTube, right? Nobody cared about it until it got to Super.
Right.
And then when Super started talking about it, suddenly Ed Boon responds. And yet this thing had gone on ever since, obviously, the launch of the game. So that's why I brought up the fact there was one tournament, I can't remember the name of it, but there was actually one tournament that people held. It wasn't an official one, but it was still one that you had prize money and stuff. There were still people playing online. So there was a literal game-breaking bug in the game.
Yeah, I remember.
That, once like the little guys had picked up on it, can't remember his name. It only got steam once it hit the big guys, and once the big guys started calling it out, then Ed Boon finally responds, which again is something people notice in the community. It's like everyone's down here and we're saying, hey, this is shit. You got people in Africa who still have issues trying to connect with the game that they have paid for, right? And now, because the desync issue has become an issue for the console people, now it's a problem. But I don't see the people that have all these Mortal Kombat channels, at least even some of the pro players pointing out issues that have plagued the horrific version of the Switch.
Yeah.
Pointing out the horrific version, the horrific grind for the mastery tracks for every character. The fact that they remove dragon crystals from earning in the game so they can incentivize people to go to the shop.
Yeah.
This is what happens when people go, well, you're just a shill. Now, we're not calling people pedos here. Like, let's be real. This is not some gravest insult. But let's be honest. People will only take what they are sold. And if people are actively sitting there ignoring these things, when all the little guys are saying, listen, hey, what's this game doing, and they just won't cover it. And then what you see is they get maybe a copy of the game, which is not because they can't afford it. It's because they get a collector's edition of the game so they can show off the trophy. They get flown out to here. They can do this and they do that.
Do you think that they're being flown out?
They are being flown out. Look
Who?
into it, dude.
Who's being flown out?
All the people. What was it? Was it last year? I'll ask in the chat if the guys know. I think it was last year. They were flown
But
out to the
Fate,
NetherRealm Studios.
don't you think you should be specific with that? Because if you're just painting them all with a brush and then
I'm
someone
not painting
comes,
them all with a brush.
but so who are you talking about?
Do you want me to list the names?
Just give me two names. Who was flown out to do what exactly? We know Ketchup and Mustard went to test the game or do some sort of game
Uncaged.
testing.
No, not the testing part. They were actually flown out to the NetherRealm Studios. Who was it? I think there was. Hang on, let me get the list of them. Right, Uncaged Games went. I think True Underdog went. I think what are the girls' names? I think maybe Losty and Molly B.
Mm-hmm.
They put videos up on their own channels showcasing that they got flown out to the studios. Not Very Good got flown out. Do you guys know any other names? Right, Uncaged and Brust. Did Brust get flown out as well? Okay, fine. Right, and look. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. Like, listen, that's fine. Like, people can have that. But it is ironic how guys like Dynasty and Total MK don't get those privileges because they are actually talking about issues with the game. And then when you look at the other channels where they might have some tepid response.
Doesn't Dynasty cover a lot of leaks?
Sorry?
Doesn't Dynasty cover a lot of leaks and historically developers have not really liked that very much?
What's wrong with leaks? I don't have a problem with leaks.
If you were working on a game for 5 years, like what happened with GTA 6, and then someone leaks your work, not only does that cost the marketing team a lot of money, but it kind of throws everything you and your team did under the bus. So I don't have anything against Dynasty. I've watched Dynasty's channel before, but if I am a developer and you're leaking all my shit, I don't know where you're getting your sources from. Why would I fly you out?
I'm going to show a picture on the screen. This is the very first leak that ever came out with MK1, right? Sorry, I know I'm covering up our screen on my channel at the moment. Sorry, my bad. Right, this is the very first leak that came out. I don't know if it was put on 4chan or the actual MK1 leaks Reddit. This was the very first leak for the game, a couple of years ago, right? With simply just pictures
we can't see it
that
on our
make
side.
no sense. Okay, right. So yeah, I've got it on mine. Now this was the very first leak. It's very cryptic. Like, nobody had any idea. It's like, okay, all right, okay, so we got Damashi, maybe the Dragon King. We got Avengers Endgame. What? Like, and then there's another symbol.
Is this from Dynasty? Did Dynasty leak this?
No. This is leaks that came out in general.
Okay, but what does this have to do with Dynasty?
And then, well, because I cover the leaks too.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, Fate, is that if I'm making a game and you start posting pictures and videos online about my unreleased game, why would I invite you? I'm not, for anyone that's listening, I am not shitting on Dynasty for this. This is just, I'm talking from my perspective. If I'm making a game for years and you start leaking Havoc, Scorpion, this, that, and the other, why am I going to fly you out?
Look, I don't care that people are getting flown out or not flown out.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying, why would I? That's not.
You wouldn't.
That's not me saying that Dynasty is saying things about Mortal Kombat that are bad, and that's why they're not doing it. Dynasty on his channel, for as long as I've been watching it, talks about this leak has popped up and this leak has popped up. No matter how true it is, if I'm a developer watching that, why would I want to invite this guy who has dedicated most of his channel or a portion of his channel to covering leaks about my game? I know people that work in the gaming industry, and that's one of the most infuriating things, to be working on something and somebody's constantly posting speculative videos about your game online.
Yeah, but that happens everywhere. A lot of people leak stuff.
But
hell, they probably leak it themselves, for all we know.
That they may leak it themselves for marketing purposes, but what I'm saying to you is that do you understand that there's a possibility that NRS and Warner Brothers would not fly somebody like Dynasty out because a lot of his most highly viewed videos are regarding leaks?
But if they don't acknowledge that they're true or not, what difference does it make?
It makes a big difference because some of the leaks that Dynasty might have posted are real. A lot of the leaks, as a matter of fact, with Mortal Kombat, they did turn out to be true. And this has been a running theme with Mortal Kombat. People always leak it ahead of time, right? Even the business school somehow got leaked.
So then you're just confirming that these people will make sure that they don't cover stuff in case they anger their overlords. Which would include being critical of the game.
That's disingenuous. If I'm working on a game and there's some guy on the internet that keeps on leaking my hard work, you're throwing the marketing team under the bus, and all the people that stayed up however many hours to get this shit out on time, regardless of the state that Mortal Kombat released in. I'm just saying that a company is not going to fly somebody out that is dedicated to leaking their shit.
Ignitus with the $5, thank you donation. He said Uncaged and Underdog also covered leaks too. So how come they got privileges but Dynasty didn't? Can you answer that?
I don't watch Uncaged games, so I don't know. Okay, I'm just going off what you lot are saying.
Yeah, okay. So, listen, look, I mean, I can understand obviously that side, but a lot of people cover a lot of leaks. For a lot of games, and that's always been a thing. It doesn't mean to say that they're trying to undermine anything. They might hear about a leak and go, oh my God, is this possible? Generally, when I cover stuff, I don't say it's gospel. I just say, okay, this is where I found it. I'll show where I found it, and then people can decide what they want, with that. I was extremely excited for Mortal Kombat coming out. All the stuff that was coming out, the things that they were talking about, oh my God, I was like, this sounds amazing, And then as it got really close to launch, then some of the truth started coming out about things like invasions. Actually, I think they even had told us about invasions a week out. So they kept a lot of things under wraps.
Yeah.
But these things weren't good, and they never even addressed the actual the actual the premium shop at all, before the launch.
Yeah.
Right. And so, that raises flags, which again, I'm not against leaks, because sometimes these companies, and we've seen this happen, they try and peddle out their shit, and they don't care. They just want your money. They're being paid. Let's not get it twisted. They have a salary. They're getting paid. The money that they get from the games is just an extra, right? They're not homeless. Okay, when people try and make me feel sorry for developers, and then you see these developers that have been pushing out crap after crap after crap after crap after crap, and you don't like Mortal Kombat 1, another prime example of what feels like a very unfinished game, then why should I feel sorry? They're still getting paid.
It's not about feeling sorry. I don't like Mortal Kombat 1 because it's unfinished. They don't communicate with us at all. It seems to be getting worse as time goes on. It seems like same shit, different day with NRS. Warner Brothers have got shady business practices. In general, I don't support any of their stuff. I don't go to watch their films. I've got a multitude of reasons why I don't like it, but I can also understand why somebody would not be allowed to come to an event if you're constantly leaking stuff about them. I don't know who these other YouTubers are that you're bringing up, saying that they leaked it as well and they've been able to come. I'll have to look into that, but I'm sure you can understand why a developer would not want you there, regardless of how we feel about them, because everyone can agree we don't like how NRS have been moving, and we don't like how Warner Brothers are. But I also understand that if there's a leaker called Moonsault Slayer that does Tekken leaks. He posts Tekken leaks. He's been posting Tekken leaks all the time. The community got really angry with him. And whilst I don't mind his content being there, I'm not going to be one to send him any hate. I can understand why Namco and Harada would want him nowhere near any of the events. If you're leaking their work, then they're not going to want you there. The guy that leaked GTA 6, apparently he's getting jail time or something. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, look, especially if something was like an NDA that they signed to absolutely not leak it, of course. But we're talking about fans that just might find something and go, "Oh, is this happening? Is this true?" Right? And the argument isn't about whether or not, obviously he's not going to get flown out because they're not happy with him. It actually strengthens the argument, the fact that these other channels are absolutely going to do everything they can to stay in their good graces. If you talk to someone like Total Mortal Kombat, who's been there since the very beginning with Mortal Kombat with Midway, all the way through to up to the point where Warner Brothers blacklisted him so he couldn't have any more access to the MK team, he will tell you how bad they are. They will literally just cut you off because you are not towing the line.
Can I just pull you back on something you just said? You said that you completely understand if they sign NDAs and have to keep their mouth shut. Yeah. So why can't you extend that sentiment to Ketchup and Mustard if they were flown out and they were told to keep their mouth shut?
I did.
You didn't. I watched your stream with Foxy, and I also you made some comments, which are the comments that I referenced in my video. And you basically called them out for not telling us how the state that Mortal Kombat 1 was in. But and I know how NDAs work. And if you sign an NDA to Warner Brothers and they've told you not to say something and you go ahead and say it, you're liable, right? But you've given them a hard time, and a lot of people in the community are giving them a hard time. And if you're saying that you understand that people that sign NDAs have to keep their mouth shut and you can be sympathetic to that, Why can't you be
Yeah,
sympathetic to them?
I'm pretty sure I did say that. I said they could have signed an NDA. I don't know.
So
I
then
did say. I'm pretty sure I
why
said
would you
that.
make comments about them after that? Because the comments you made about ketchup and mustard, they've been spread out across several videos, and you also made them in the video that I referenced. So what if I'm sure you didn't just learn about NDA, so why did you say those things about them?
Well, a very interesting point is why is everyone so defensive of them?
Well, because you're pointing the finger at people at a time where it's very polarizing in the community. There are people that listen to you. People are angry about Mortal Kombat, and justifiably so. And Ketchup and Mustard are two of the bigger figures in it. So it's very easy to point the finger at them because they
I'm
commentate, they
not.
have a big YouTube channel. So you know that you're gonna get people on your side. And I,
It's not about
again,
sides.
that's
I
what
don't
it
care
comes
about
across
sides.
like, though. The perception is that you're pointing the finger at two big content creators because they were flown out, but then you're also saying that you understand that people have to stay hush with NDAs.
Well, okay, so the people. Okay, so there's two things here. Firstly, you're talking about. Well, I'm talking. We started off with the channels that are simply just making sure that they toe the line, so they don't have doors closed to them. They're not signing NDAs, right?
How do you know that?
Now we're talking. Now we're talking about ketchup and mustard because
Yeah,
didn't you say yourself that there's a chance that these people aren't actually getting any sort of like paid stuff from Warner Brothers? I mean, they're just doing
yeah.
their YouTube channels.
I said
Are
that
you
there's a
saying that
chance,
these?
but I'm saying that when you say these things, you talk in absolutes.
Well, I'm questioning because we look at the behaviors of what they do when they ignore absolutely blatant issues going on with the game and that everything's positive and sunshine and roses. The average consumer, which is always going to be my base level, is that people are disgruntled, people are unhappy, and all they get told is like, "Oh, shut up, don't want to hear it," or "Why are the people that are massive Mortal Kombat fans not addressing any of these things?" You know, it's interesting actually because I went and checked out their channel, right? And I didn't see a single video there complaining about invasion. So unless it's buried somewhere in another video as a throwaway comment, I don't see anything talking about the absolute woeful state of invasions, the chronic grinding that's involved with that, and the absolute piss poor content that we get out of that as a offline content. No, everything's about combos or who's the most broken character and stuff like that, which seems to be a general thing going
But
on with this sort of
what's wrong
stuff.
with why does that make them shills? Because we're here, we both of us make content criticizing Mortal Kombat. There are things that I could maybe say that are positive. There's not many, but I'm sure I could make a video and point out something positive about Mortal Kombat. But
Yeah, I have too.
our
I've seen
content
this
is
comment.
almost exclusively about shitting on Mortal Kombat. So why does it make Ketchup and Mustard shills simply for expressing their joy with the game?
Because when there's glaring issues, have they made a video on their channel talking about the chronic desync issues?
But there's glaring issues with loads of things. I used to have another YouTube channel when I was very young about Dragon Ball Z and about the story. I know this is going off topic a little bit, but there are obviously glaring issues with Dragon Ball Z's story, right? And if
Yeah,
people pulled me up about it, I love Dragon Ball Z so much I was not willing to acknowledge it. They're not paying me anything. It's just that I liked
yeah,
focusing on the good side of it. Calling them
yeah.
because what you said, you didn't just call them shills. You said they're corporate shills, and just because they're making educational videos on a game that me and you don't like doesn't put them in the shill category. They just
They're a
enjoy
little
the
bit.
game and they like making
Well,
content that is positive about it. And to be
they
fair
got
to
paid.
them, I know that
Well,
you
they
don't
got
watch
paid,
their
did they not?
streams, but on their
No.
streams, I don't know if it's Ketchup or Mustard. I don't know which one does the streaming more often, but I've heard them saying on their streams how many problems there are with the game, how many stupid things they encounter. Just because they don't put that in video format, or just because you don't watch it, doesn't mean that they're not saying it.
Well, see, this is an interesting point too, because what I see with a lot of people when they go, the game is broken, there's problems, etc., it's coming from people on a sort of like more professional level in terms of like their combat. They're focusing on the combat, the actual, combative side of it. They're going, oh, this is broken, this is crap, desync issues and stuff like that. Are they actually talking about the offline content?
But I don't think that's
And can
fair
you show
because
that?
you got upset with
Why?
Foxy when Foxy made a point that I disagreed with. You said that you advocated for change in Australia so that you could get Mortal Kombat out there, right?
Well, I tried, yeah.
You tried. And Foxy made a comment that I didn't like, and he said that, well, why weren't you helping these people? And why weren't you helping these people? You must have just done it for yourself. Which I don't think is
Yeah.
fair. I think you should help the people in your backyard first, and then maybe if you're successful, you can extend your hand elsewhere. So if Ketchup and Mustard are interested in the combat, why do they need to talk about everything else? Why can't they talk about the things that they're interested in, and we talk about the things we're interested in? Why does that make them shills?
that sounds very much like the comment that Foxy made about, well, what difference does it make if they are?
No,
You don't
it doesn't.
understand. Like shills by the very definition are people who are, basically it's like a used car salesman,
You called
right?
them
Now I'm
corporate
not
shows though.
well because they were actually flown out, paid in the end credits of Mortal Kombat 1, balanced game testing for it.
Yeah, but they
I
were
mean,
paid
let's
to
be
do a
honest.
job.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not against that. But what I'm saying though is, and that was my initial argument anyway regarding that particular issue, was that we knew months or however many, like month or two in advance, that what was it, crossplay got stealth removed from the Steam page. Like it was on the Steam page when the game was first launched on there. It got stealth removed. People started noticing. I obviously covered it, etc., etc. And that's fine. I'm not actually blaming Ketchup and Mustard for the state of the game, although I am very curious about what they tested. But my argument was like, hang on a sec, these guys, like, as it says, balance game tester or game balance testers, right?
Yeah.
So we would have to find out from them specifically what that is, which means that they're not just, just anybody. They commentate for Mortal Kombat. They were doing it today. They're on the official Mortal Kombat channel. They got flown out by Warner Brothers to game test, as Foxy confirmed, 5 days before the actually early access launch, which means that and again, I'm almost 100% sure that I would have said it. It said, look, short of an NDA in place, right,
Yeah.
which I do understand, okay, but there are a lot of people out there which have a lot of different reasons for why they buy stuff. Now, Foxy was palming off all of those sorts of things because he's like, oh, who cares? It's going to get in the game later anyway. That's a great fucking attitude to have because, well, yeah, let's just pay $140 and we'll just wait 4, 5, 6 months in advance. Then we get the game.
No, I'm with you
That's
there.
that's that's fantastic, right? So I saw a thread. I'm like, you know what, this is interesting, because if let's be honest, they're going to have the inside track. They would have been on the forums with Test Your Might. That's where 16-bit used to be, and now she's employed there. Okay, so let's not think that these people aren't connected or don't have connective tissue, and may or may not be talking with these people. They got flown out. My argument was, okay, there's no way they would have been black bagged over the head, stuck in a room, and said, no, you can't talk to anyone on the team. No one's, you're not having lunch with anyone. You sit there with headphones on, and this is all you do. Fuck off home. That's it. Now, maybe that's true, and that's pretty bad work environment, but let's be honest. I mean, they would have had to test things that probably people were maybe interested in. For example, like, if we don't have crossplay, wouldn't the twins have said to them, okay, so we're not getting crossplay on launch. What else are we not getting?
But if they've signed an NDA to not speak about anything
That's
outside of the
fine.
gameplay, then what are we supposed to do about that? What are they supposed to do about that?
Well, we can't.
My issue
But
is with NRS and Warner Brothers, right, and their shady practices and the garbage that they've given us, right? But you're pointing the finger at people that you yourself are acknowledging might have had to stay quiet, or it could have gone
okay,
down the legal route.
but did they do a video talking about the fact that there was no crossplay? Because I didn't see it on their channel either.
But if they've signed an NDA, why would they do a video about that?
But we all knew about crossplay being removed. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, we've already established that Ketchup and Mustard do videos focusing on gameplay. They don't do videos.
Yeah,
They do
and
educational videos
you did
focusing on
say you
gameplay.
did actually. Well, you did actually say in your video that probably privately, yes, they do agree with all of these bad things.
I said
So why can't
probably.
they do it?
I don't know what's going on. I said maybe. But you were
If they
talking in
love,
absolutes.
well, if they love Mortal Kombat as much as you and everyone else claims that they do,
Yeah.
then either they are completely blind or they are purposely ignoring the issues that are going on and not coming out and saying, as big people who are in the competitive, the PvP area, saying, yeah, this desync issue is a problem. We need this addressed. Did they cover player one advantage? I don't know. I don't see the video on their channel because I checked. I went back the last 4 months. Everything's tier list to the best combo character, best cameo with this character.
But
Like,
if they've
I don't
spoken
see any
about it
of
in
that
the
shit.
live, if Ketchup and Mustard have spoken about something in a live stream, just because you haven't been there to listen to it, because I've listened to a lot of their live streams and I've listened to them criticize the game, and I've listened to them criticize balancing. They may not put that in video format, but my issue with what you were doing is you were making these absolute comments about them without actually knowing if they've done it or not, and you also acknowledge that you know how NDAs work. Like, I don't want to stay
Yeah,
on this for too long because I want to talk about the actual game.
that's
But you,
fine.
you acknowledge that you understand how NDAs work, but then you're also asking them for them to speak on things that they may or may have not seen behind closed doors. Like, I don't know if you've
Yeah.
ever done any work for a company and they've told you to sign an NDA and what's going to happen if you break the NDA. I've done it multiple
Yeah.
times. And
Yeah.
we both know what happens when you break NDAs with certain companies. So
Yeah.
making videos about them, pointing fingers, and with the video that I referenced in the reaction I did to yours, it's disingenuous because a lot of the community are upset right now, and justifiably so. But the point of my videos is to direct all of the anger at NRS and Warner Brothers, not content creators, because we don't know if they have signed anything. We don't know if they're being paid. We don't know the scope of their tweets and NRS and what is actually going on. We have no idea. So we're making assumptions. What we do know is that NRS provide us with garbage. Warner Brothers have been doing bullshit from God knows when, and all of us invested our money in this game, and that's where the anger should go. But you're kind of like, you're seeing someone do something online and you're automatically assuming that there's favoritism or they're being paid or they're being flown out, which I don't think is very fair. And I think it takes away from your argument. Other people might disagree, but that's how I see it.
It's interesting how you don't like say anything about Foxy.
I haven't gotten to Foxy yet. I'm going to get to Foxy.
Right. Okay, all right. I'm just saying that you didn't also mention any of that sort of stuff or the way that he was saying things to me. No, look, I don't give a shit what people say. But
okay, well, we can talk about Fox's comments now. We can move on to them.
Consistent. But again, going back to what we were talking about, which is what you brought up about the combat system, etc.
Yeah.
I was putting out videos going, look, I'm not asking for nerfs. I'm not asking for buffs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking for characters to be removed. I've never liked the cameo system. I just don't like it. Right? Simple as that. A lot of people don't like it either.
Yeah.
However, I'm saying, listen, these previous Mortal Kombat games had these good defensive options. Why can't they be in the game along with all the other stuff? Wouldn't that, because then you got all of these tools. I can play all these other fighting games and they got tools that I can do apart from simply just blocking. Right?
No, I agree with you.
Block,
MK1 is designed extremely lazily. Like, I agree with you. It's a very lazy design.
That got the attention, as I was told by Foxy, by the pros. Because they don't want to have the game changed because that is their job. Their job is to study and practice and then take that gameplay to the tournament. And look, and that's fine if people want to do that, but at the end of the day, it's a game. It's a product. Nobody gives a shit what some pro says about the game or get told it's a skill issue. The customer will just go, fuck you, I'm off. I'll just take my money elsewhere, like they are with Tekken probably.
But don't you think they designed this with the casual in mind?
No.
You don't think so? This game has been dumbed down to the point. It's so dumbed down from all the other Mortal Kombat games. I don't understand how you think that this was designed with the pros at the forefront.
Well, the casuals are upset too, though.
They're upset because the game itself is lazy. They have no offline modes. The online doesn't work. The store is a joke. There's nothing really good. Mortal Kombat's bare bones. That's why they're upset. But the actual gameplay has been dumbed down to the point that I don't know how you can make the argument that this was designed with the pros in mind.
Well, because they removed defensive options.
But casual gamers
were bad.
Okay, but you've been playing fighting games for a long time. You know that casual gamers like getting in there and they like mashing a lot of buttons and doing a lot of damage.
Well, what's a casual gamer to you?
A casual gamer is like my brother, for example. He doesn't play more fighting games competitively or even to an intermediate level. He wants to get in, do something crazy, and then get off, right? Defensive mechanics stop casual players from doing that, right? That's why they made Tekken 8 more aggressive. It's more appealing to casuals. Adding defensive mechanics will actually turn them away. I'm also not saying that they shouldn't add them because I do think Mortal Kombat 1 is a mess. But
that's what that was my whole original argument, and they did not like it because at their high pro level they said, well, like if you watch the stream I did with Tom, and Tom's great, he was like, yeah, these wake ups and everything that they had was so broken and shit that it was just destroying the end. So when I say that the game is made for pros in mind, it seems like there has been them listening to the pros on what MK11 was like, because apparently it was stale, it was boring, it was blah blah blah, and yet the majority of people that play MK11, even I fucking hated it, by the way, I hated MK11, right? But the majority of people that did love that game not only felt like they got a great Mortal Kombat product, but that the gameplay itself was good, because you had checks and balances that felt like, it felt, even Stevens essentially. And then what they did with MK1 is they took all the brakes off the car. And they said, right, you can do whatever you want. You can go as fast as you want. And the problem with taking away all of that stuff is that everyone will just homogenize down because, and no offense, I think restrictions actually breed more innovative gameplay. There's a guy that I talk to. His name's Tekken House. He teaches people how to play Tekken. He's a great guy. And he's telling me, like, he's obviously god tier sort of level if he's doing that sort of shit. And even he says, he's like, look, you don't have to know or do all the moves in Tekken to be able to beat someone.
Yeah.
So when I talk about scrapping, I'm not saying you don't have to know every single nook and cranny with what you're doing, right? It's about knowing if you, like, obviously you have it too, the instincts of fighting, right? This is not some great achievement, but it is for me. I got to Grandmaster, okay?
Yeah.
No cameo, and just playing the way I want to play. Now, people say I'm shit, and that's probably true. Is that because I'm shit because I'm not playing the way that everyone thinks I should be playing? Because then that goes against what Ed Boon says. Ed Boon said you can have freedom to do whatever you want. But that freedom came with a very homogenized outcome. I think it was Mr. Aqua that was talking about it, saying that, all he sees is just the same shit, which is the same stuff I've been talking about for months. That if you take all the restrictions away, then people will just inadvertently just end up just doing the same thing over and over and over again, which is what I was experiencing in Combat League, which people, for whatever reason, I mean, I don't know if you got a PC or you can get a PC or play it on PC, but my experience on PC obviously seemed to be different.
Isn't that the experience of most fighting games though? The people at the higher level explore the game and they discover new things. Dating back to like Third Strike, right? People thought Makoto was shit, and then she came.
Yeah.
I don't know what that player was called, but he came out and destroyed everyone. But when you encounter people online, Street Fighter 6 for example, you get the same characters over and over again. But when you get to higher levels, you get more variety, right? Yeah. And that's true for Tekken as well. We saw Panda win the Tekken World Tour, but I also don't think that that's a fair point to make. Just because casuals are very like tunnel vision and they pick one character, right? They'll pick whatever character and Kung Lao or Cyrax or whatever's popping on the month. That doesn't really add to your point. That's just there's different levels to fighting games. That's just always been like that.
I 100% agree. I actually 100% agree with that. I made the suggestion that perhaps maybe there should be an exclusive actual tournament style mode for Mortal Kombat for the pros, whether you sign up for it. They do this in I play Guild Wars 2. And other MMOs where you can sign up for the actual PvP organized tournament that has set days, set hours. You have your team, and it's very specific, right? I think that'd be a fantastic idea for them. It means that they get what they want, but then as the everyone else in the population, they don't want to be bodied by someone when they're simply just apprentice rank. When they go into casuals, what happens is they go into casuals, right? Your opponent's got like 3 wins.
Yeah.
And if they don't realize this, but their tag is actually saying they're an Elder God. Okay? So what happens is that when they go into casuals, thinking, yeah, I'm just going to muck around, have some fun, win, lose, whatever, they get some tryhard coming in from Combat League that's an Elder God, and he's just going to go and just wipe the floor with them, right? What that does is they're going to go, this is shit. Right? Because there's no option there to force yourself to only stick within a bracket of skill level. And I don't know if that's possible because, again, they removed the skill gap from pros. I mean, you would know this yourself. You obviously would know more about this than I. Fighting games, doing these high-level combos and everything, and other fighters, especially things like Tekken, took a lot of skill. It's great. Like, I've been absolutely destroyed by people online that are way more skilled than me. But I don't get angry about it. I don't find it frustrating. I actually love it, and I go, I'm going to fight this fucker again. I'm going to try and beat. And in one of my streams, I fought this Yoshimitsu that was just laying me out, like 12, I think maybe 13 fights in a row. And I just kept coming back. And I eventually beat him because I was trying to figure him out. And it was great. Like, I had a good time. Even though I was losing, I felt like, you know what? This is because they're better, not because, they're a better opponent, which is what I like. MK1, you don't feel that. So you have issues with not being like paired up with people of your same skill level.
Yeah.
The fact that the combat system has been dumbed down so that the high level. So for example, like those big combos that you see everyone do, that used to take high level skill, but now they've dumbed it down so that anyone could do it. And I can see your argument saying, well, you're making an argument for the casuals. But then, the problem with that is that they've given the casuals to be able to drop a nuke, but they didn't give the defensive people that like to play a little bit more defensive side a bunker.
But isn't that the issue with giving casuals the route that they want to go down? That usually happens. It usually turns into a lot of unga bunga because casuals don't like defending. They like getting in there and mashing buttons.
Okay, so that's where we need to sort of figure out the difference between actual like MK fans versus casuals, because
Do you think you're a casual?
No, I'm a Mortal Kombat fan.
Right, yeah, because when you were talking to Foxy, you categorized yourself as a casual, which I don't think you are, because you're making an argument for a more balanced fighting game, which a casual wouldn't do.
Okay, well, look, I mean, that's just how I just, from the perspective, again, like, there's a reason I think people are very excited about Tekken. That might change when they get the game, because, they might come across people that destroy them. But I think a lot of people, when there's very little content in Mortal Kombat, the only thing left is online. They get online and go, okay, fine, I'll just muck around or whatever. Then they get bodied by this system, and then they go, okay, well, in MK11 I had these wake-ups. Where are they? Combo breaker. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, well, I can't use it because if I armor stuff, then I've lost out. Like, so then, and this is what I experienced myself on Combat League on PC, right? Nobody would touch their energy bars. They'd hang on to them the entire fight until they needed it for a combo breaker, right? And I'm sitting there going, what's the point? Like, isn't the purpose, like, is to, like, I like using the energy bars because that saved my ass sometimes.
Could I just ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you prefer the gameplay in Mortal Kombat 10? Because for my money, Mortal Kombat 10 is more rushdown and less defense. Whenever I was watching that game, you were just getting chipped out, run down all the way to the end of it. When they put Alien in the game, it was so offense heavy, but that is also the one that both casuals and pros seem to really like. So do you prefer that game?
I didn't play a ton of MK10 like online. I didn't really like how the game felt in terms of like its engine. I don't know if you can understand. When when you play Tekken, it feels smooth, feels beautiful. When you commit to an attack, there's follow through.
Yeah.
I don't feel that in MK games, or at least NetherRealm games post MK9, right? So I've not been a fan of how the games have felt in general. So this isn't just an MK1 thing for me.
No, what I'm asking is that, like, did you played MK9 and MK10, right?
Not a lot of MK10, so I don't know if I can give you.
Okay.
Well, okay, yeah.
MK9.
I can try. Yeah.
Right, MK9, right? So I was going online. I was encountering Cabals and Kenshis that were keeping me trapped in the corner. There wasn't really much you could do about it with some characters. I played Scorpion, who I later found out turned out to be one of the worst characters in the game. And that game is beloved by pros and casuals. It's super aggressive. It's over the top aggressive. So you're making an argument saying that you think that the game would be better off with more defensive mechanics. But historically, it's looked to me like Mortal Kombat fans tend to like it when their games are hyper aggressive, at least in the more modern era.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, some people like to, I don't know, do you play the same way every day? Some days do you feel more aggressive, or do you feel like sitting back and letting them come to you? That's what I'm saying. Like, some days will be like that. Now I've seen this argument a lot with what you've just said about all of these, high-level combos, these like one-touch, death touch combos and stuff. And I've said to these people, I never experienced that when I was playing MK9 on PS3 against Australians and New Zealanders. I never experienced that. Okay, there were some people that were doing big combos, but I never felt like or I never experienced the things that they're describing, and that could simply be, and I'm assuming, it's because you guys are all at a high level and you're playing with high level, but I never came across that. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm just saying from my experience, I had one of the best times playing MK like online with MK9.
Mm.
That's all I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm
Yeah.
just saying I didn't come across that, and of course I had to import MK9 from the US because they banned it. So for a while there, I was pretty much just playing Kiwis. You
Yeah.
know, so we set up the rooms like AU, NZ, you know, because the connection would only suit, you know, for that, which was something that I think Diddle could not understand.
Yeah.
I can't understand how you had good gameplay, and it's like, dude, you know, inside Australia to New Zealand as well was perfect. It was really good. It was
All
really
right.
good. I'm not lying,
Well.
but so for MK9, I felt like I could play whether I played offensive or defensive. I actually felt like I liked using all the different characters, so I'd usually start with Scorpion, you know, and then if I got a win, I changed to another character. If I didn't win, I'd stick with Scorpion until I won, and then once I won, I'd go to Subby, and then so on and so on and so on. So I had like that sort of rotation that I do, and it felt I just wanted to use everyone in the game, and I never felt like it was broken. I do have some small issues with MK9, but they're small compared to the majority of how the game is.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, like I do want to touch on Foxy's comments as well. Like, to be fair to you, when I don't want to like completely make this about like disagreeing with everything you say, because there were things that I definitely disagreed with what Foxy said. I think Foxy made a comment about the 1 hour 3 mark, about the crossplay and casuals not caring about it, which I disagree with because I've always played the Naruto games, the Ninja Storm ones, and I didn't know up until the last moment that there's no player lobbies and that there's no crossplay on the game, and that turned me off, and it pretty much turned off every group chat that I was in. There was only 2 guys that got it, who are both high level players. I'm a casual player, so I agree with you there, where you said that people would care. Casuals would actually turn it off because when I played Naruto, I'll go to it, I'll play it for a few hours, and I'll tune out. So I think Mortal Kombat 1 doing that under the radar was really, really shady. I think that would affect people buying the game, and I think that they should have made that more clear. I don't think that's on ketchup and mustard, though, just to make that clear. I don't think that's anything to do with them. That's completely Warner Brothers and NRS's problem.
well, I didn't blame them for that.
You kind of alluded to it.
No,
You said, why
I
did
didn't
they not
say I
speak
didn't say
about
it was
it?
their fault.
You said that
Okay.
they went up there to test the game, and that the crossplay coming off and them being there, did they not see anything? Did they not hear anything? Why did they not speak up? And where I
Yeah,
agree with you that it's very important for casuals to have crossplay there to play with, I'm completely on your side with that, and they should have said something. NRS and Warner Brothers should have said something. I don't think it's fair to say they should have said something.
well, okay, look, again, I'm not blaming them because features aren't in the game. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, though, that because there was a fair bit of time between, obviously, then game testing 5 days before early access started and when it got stealth removed, that, you know, I'm going, well, okay, well, were they privy to information about what else was not going to be available on launch? Right? Now, obviously, if they signed an NDA, of course, that's fine. Like, I absolutely understand that. But again, like, there was also, from what I have checked on the channel, there's nothing talking about the removal of crossplay or anything like that. You can talk about these issues without, you know, breaking NDA. Like, you don't have to say, yeah, no, there's no rooms, there's no lobbies, there's no nothing. You know, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying they could come out and say, yeah, we're with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's the issue that people have. They have massive, like, it's not just them in general. Like, the people, like, a lot of these people have massive, massive followings, right? And a lot of fans just simply want their favorite creator to come out and go, yep, I'm with you.
Do you
You
think
know, we
that
hear
they're
you, I'm
obligated
with
to
you.
do that?
Do you think we have a responsibility as content creators to be honest and truthful with what we do?
I think that for myself, that's what I try to do. I don't think I have an obligation to do it though. I think I can
But
come
you,
on here and say whatever I want. As me as a
but
person, that's what I intend to do. I intend to come on here and be
yeah,
honest with people, whether they like what I'm saying or not. And
yeah,
I
and
read
that's
my
great.
comment section. I always read, even though it's been very hectic lately. I always read what people are saying, and
Yeah,
I've read people saying stop attacking Sonic Fox, and I always tell people that my channel is an opinion based channel, and I'm just being honest with you. But
yeah,
I don't have an obligation to do anything. I can
But you
really do
haven't.
whatever I want, right? And so pointing the
But
finger at
true.
ketchup and mustard is not entirely fair. I don't think they have an obligation. I think it would be nice if they wanted to do that, but I also don't think they have to.
But don't you think there's a moral obligation there to at least help, at least, even if they didn't believe it, but at least sympathize and say, listen, we hear you. Acknowledgement is everything, which is why people get pissed off with Ed Boon, right? People are on their Twitter, saying, "Oh, there's this issue and this issue and this issue," like actual fundamental issues with the game, not sitting there crying that fucking Jade isn't in it,
Yeah.
right? Not those people, right? Proper issues, and they never respond. But then he'll tweet out, you know, something that Sonic Fox did, or Tyler Lansdowne, or talk about something completely unrelated. So then people are like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, we paid for this shit. How the hell does like a multi-billion-dollar company just fumble every metric of this game just continually, and they're just sitting there not doing anything?" So that angers people. And I understand, like, it's good to have, obviously being calm and respectful and stuff like that. That's fine. But after a while, again, they're still getting paid. They're getting paid on the day. We've put our money out there, and what we got back was
But don't you think that
a
anger
shit
should
sandwich.
be completely directed at them? Like on my channel, I've told people, don't
Yeah.
buy Mortal Kombat 1, don't play it on your channel, don't buy the microtransactions, don't support anything Warner Brothers does, because at the end of the day, we have control over what happens, right?
Yeah.
Everybody is upset with Mortal Kombat 1. I don't think there's anybody that's actually completely happy with the game. There's some of
I
us that hate it more than others, but I think that the best way to cripple NRS is to continue, or not cripple NRS, but teach Warner Brothers a lesson, is to continuously opt out of buying their stuff, continuously opt out of uploading their content, and actively tell people not to do it. Because at the end of the day, whether Ketchup and Mustard make content about Mortal Kombat or not, their channel won't be able to continue if people stop watching. If everybody drops off and everybody talks with their wallets, and we redirect all of our anger at NRS and Warner Brothers, we could actually make a change. We might not make a change right now because we both have small channels, but the more we get people speaking about it, word of mouth might travel, and in a couple of years, Warner Brothers might be forced to actually fund the game correctly, and we might actually get a good Mortal Kombat 2. I
do,
just think that
do
we
you
waste time pointing the finger at people when we don't exactly know what's going on with them.
do you not think I've been trying to bring awareness about this game for a long time?
I 100% think you have. I said in my video that it's not
Because
that I think you're lying.
didn't you say that I'm name ad hominem attacks?
Yeah, I
What's
think
that
I
mean?
said that you spend. It seemed to me like you spent more time making assumptions and name
Why do you think
calling,
that is?
making assumptions.
Well, actually, look, let's do the name calling first. What name calling?
I don't remember the specific name that you called Ketchup and Mustard or Foxy or
The Condiment Twins.
I don't remember what you called them. But
That's what I called them.
no, that
You know,
wasn't the words that you used. You have called them Condiment Twins before,
yeah,
but the ad hominem attacks are basically like attacking their integrity or saying that they're doing X, Y, and Z when we don't actually know what they're doing. We have no idea what's going on with Ketchup and Mustard behind closed doors. You
and
might
that's
be
fine.
right? They might actually be on payroll. You might be right. But what I'm saying is
No,
that
no,
we know for certain that NRS and Warner Brothers fucked us over. We know for
why do you think?
100% certain that it came from them. So my
Yeah.
argument is that why don't we, everybody that's watching these videos, why doesn't everybody just talk with their wallets? Stop playing this game completely switch it off so it's not on stream on Twitch or anything, and then they might
Yeah.
start to actually listen to us.
I don't agree with telling people not to buy. Just and this is my reasoning. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying that it's why when I do, like, I know I have I'll do reviews, right? But I don't tell people, yeah, go buy this or don't buy this, because sometimes people will follow you.
That's what you
Right?
say. You said condiment clowns.
People like you. People like you. They love your hair. You're very pretty. Right?
Who are you talking
I'm
about?
just playing. You, man. I'm just mucking around, dude. Right? Australian humor. It's okay, right? I'm just saying. So people like you, right? They're gonna listen to you.
Some people
Okay.
like me, some people don't.
So what if they decide based on what you say, go and get Tekken, and then they fucking hate it, and they come back to you and say, man, like this is what you said this, and it was
Yeah,
crap,
I've told
right?
people to go
So
and buy Tekken. If it turns out to be shit, I've already told them they can flame me in the comments. I'm happy
right,
with that.
so because at the end of the day, even though we don't like it, I've always got that sort of that prevailing thought that listen, people can spend what they want. They can spend their time and whatnot however they like, regardless of what I say. My opinion is simply just my opinion. I obviously have a strong opinion, but I don't. And you probably have this prevailing thought too.
Mm,
Nobody forces anyone to click on our videos.
correct.
They come in there and go, "Fucking, how dare you say this stuff?" Oh, I'm so angry. It's like, man, who controls the mouse or the finger? Like,
Well, but they're
you,
allowed to do that as well. I think I
yeah,
think it's important to welcome people into our conversations that don't like us or
oh
don't
yeah.
agree with us.
But what I'm saying is that nobody is forced to come and watch our stuff,
Yeah.
right? So when people act like they've been forced at gunpoint and then get angry, so that's why I get very careful about sort of just like, look, this is just how I feel. People have to do their own research and come to their own conclusions. I've got people that still like and play Mortal Kombat. I've got them talking about it all the time in my Discord.
Mm.
I hope that this game could possibly turn around. I don't think so. I think there's too much commitment long term for it that I think it's just. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to turn around. But I just sort of get very careful of that because people could come back and obviously, as you know, there's not a lot of very there's a few unhinged people out there that might take things too far
What are you
because
saying that
they
you've been sent death threats for the things you've been saying?
a long time ago, before I even got on YouTube, actually, I was on a PlayStation forum, and this is back in the days when we had the big PS3 versus Xbox 360 days. It was great. It was great time fanboy stuff, right? And I just remember expressing on there that I don't like Xbox 360. This guy found all my personal information. He found the pictures of my family. He joined the forums where my nicknames were. He sent me pictures of the house we were living in at the time on Facebook. And it got so bad that I actually had to ring like whatever authorities in America and say, listen, this guy is like consistently like stalking us, threatening us. And at the time, like it was like when that sort of thing has never happened before, you don't know how they're getting all this information. Like they weren't hacking my accounts. That's the funny part. They weren't hacking
But
Facebook or anything like that. They were finding this stuff. So in the end, what actually helped was actually getting on YouTube, making a video. I had people actually come to my rescue that lived in America,
mm,
roughly located his IP in the rough area that he lived, and said, listen, just like obviously I wasn't gonna give names or whatever, but I said, listen, now we know that you live here or in this rough area, and they've already been notified about what you're doing because I believe from America, if you do actually threaten people outside of the country, it is considered a federal crime. I don't know if anyone can confirm that, but it was at least something that was said, to me back then. And because of the help that I had and whatnot, I never heard from him again.
but
So
you
that
know
was a
that
very,
putting yourself on the internet like this, right?
of course,
we're both going at the Mortal Kombat community. I've
of
seen how
course,
some people behave on Twitter. I was there
yeah,
when the Melina stands were going crazy on Mortal Kombat 11 before she came out, right? So
yeah, yeah.
it's not that I'm not sympathetic to your situation, but it is the internet. It is what it is.
Oh no, no,
I
no, no,
understand.
no.
I have
I
the other channel with Sabi, right? Me and Sabi do Midnight Rubbish, and we talk about social issues. I understand that
yeah,
me and Sabi, it's not Sabi. Sabi's like really sweet and nice, but I understand the things I say can piss people off. But it's the internet. It is what it is. If you put
yeah.
yourself on there and you go after a
Oh yeah,
community, then shit might happen.
oh yeah. And this was like I said, this was before I even got on YouTube. Like this was just on a forum. Like everyone else, we were all just having our opinion. So it was really weird that somebody just took it that far. But it was actually people on YouTube when I started doing YouTube, and I was able to expose him through that. That's when he actually stopped, which was good. But that was a long time ago. Like shit, that was like fuck, I don't know, 2009, give or take. It was a really long time ago. But that was new for me. Like
Yeah.
that sort of thing had never happened to me before. So no, I'm not after sympathy or anything like that. All I'm saying is like, there's people out there that will just, they'll just take a dislike to you and that's why I don't sort of I can rag on a game,
Mm.
but I won't tell people, look, you know, you can, at the end of the day, if you want to spend your money and you're happy with it, that's okay. But I think people are doing what you're saying anyway. I think they're voting with their wallets. The
Yeah,
retention rate
I
on this
mean,
game is terrible. So
the point that I'm trying to get at with all of these things is like I've grown up playing Mortal Kombat as well, and where I disagreed with Foxy heavily is where he said that if you don't like it, you know, mind your business, go about your day. But the way I see it
yeah,
is that we spent our money. I bought the premium collector's edition because I believed them. I told when I saw them on the doing the combat cast, I believed them that they learnt from their
yeah,
mistakes. I don't know why
yeah.
I believed them, but I did, and I spent all that money on the game. And I feel like I was hard done. So with a
Yeah,
YouTube channel, no matter how small my following is, I believe you should say and do something if you don't like it. So
yeah,
that was one of my major disagreements with Foxy, and I've already like covered that in a video. I
yeah,
think anytime a developer throws their consumers under the bus the way NRS and Warner Brothers done, we should give them the
yeah,
finger. But what I'm
yeah.
trying to convey to you is that there are creators out there that genuinely love Mortal Kombat as a franchise, and they might find it hard to talk bad about it. But I feel like we are wasting energy even talking about or to those people. The energy should be telling people that they've done us dirty. They're gonna do us dirty again if we don't do something about it. Spread these videos far and wide, and don't buy anything that they're putting out because money talks, right? If you
Exactly.
don't pay for if you don't pay for something and you boycott it, they will revert and they'll actually put some effort in. So I don't
Do
think.
you
Go on.
do you agree that we don't have impact at our level? Because he said that about me.
I think our impact is minuscule. If I'm being 100% honest, Mortal Kombat
Yeah.
is the Call of Duty of fighting games. There are so many
So
people that buy it. I think it has a low retention rate because of what's been
so
going on.
so take that, and then if you've got big creators like Ketchup and Mustard, True Underdog, all these people that are gigantic, that would absolutely get the attention, and because they're so gigantic, if they came out and said what you're saying, that impact would just be like a bomb. It'd be
But
incredible.
this okay. This is one of the arguments that I stand against you with because this is how I deal with things in real life. People are going to disappoint you and not do things that you want them to do, and people won't
Yeah,
stand with you. But me and you both
yeah,
have voices. There's ways to garner attention to get people to come over to our channel and start a movement. It's up to us to figure out how to do that. If we want to see some change, we're going to have to be those people that advocate for change. Whether we fail or not, it's a waste of time for me to be banging on Ketchup and Mustard's DM saying say this and say that or pointing the finger at them when the real problem is NRS and Warner Brothers. They're the one that keep on shoveling shit down our throats. So we should
well,
just
see, I
speak of
was
our wallets, and then Ketchup and Mustard or Foxy or Brusco, whoever it is, they will be forced to conform because we would have crippled their bank. Now, in reality, I don't think that's going to happen right now because Mortal Kombat
yeah.
sells so well, even if the retention rate is low, they're getting their money, and I'm willing to bet that of those 3 to 4 million units, a decent portion of people have purchased microtransactions, which is where they're going to make the bulk of it. But I do think that if we use our platforms and we get more people to come and watch, and we keep on talking about these things, maybe one day there'll be some change.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, the thing is though that the reason why I got the attention of the pro community was because I was talking about the combat side of it. I mean, I don't have to know, like I was saying, like the reason why they took the reason why they got the attention of that is because, I look at every single facet in the game, everything from the story, character design, movement, stages, music, everything, right? Because I'm an MK fan. It's always been the whole package for me. It's not just one thing. So I try and cover all of it. I may not be as fluent or as intelligent as some of the pro players are when it comes to knowing all the mechanics. But when we had all those discussions, their hyperfixation on the uplock mechanic was deflection. Because at the end of the day, they do not want to lose this game because then they lose the potential for their career to move forward.
Okay, but
That's how it
you've
comes
spoken
across.
about the defensive mechanics and you've spoken about up block. What else about Mortal Kombat 1 would you want to see changed? Do you have solutions to the problems that you've identified?
Well, there's lots of times I've talked about. You said you've watched my videos. I've been talking for a long time about the things that should or shouldn't happen. I
Yeah.
think fundamentally, and I'll get into them in a sec, but I think fundamentally, I think it's too late. I think there's too much commitment. The invasions mode they've committed to. So, we knew months in advance of the upcoming seasons.
No, wait, let's
So,
forget about invasions. Let's just talk strictly gameplay because people are really frustrated with the gameplay. And obviously there's hitbox issues and there's glitches, but the core gameplay, you don't like it very much. And neither do I.
well,
I have suggestions for it, but I want to know what your suggestions are.
burn it to the ground and start again.
No, but I
I
mean,
don't.
like, seriously,
I don't
because
like.
if we have gripes of the game, we
Well,
should be able to give counters to it.
well, okay. So we have to be realistic here. They are not going to change. Okay, so look, they might come out and say, oh, you know what, we're going to make the combo breakers 2 bars. That could be good. That could be a meaningful change. It's always been 2 bars in previous before MK11. It's always been 2 bars. But the other suggestions I've made about like maybe bringing back the way that they had the systems in MK11, the pro crowd just
What
lost their mind.
systems? What systems?
Well, the wake up attacks, the actual wake up attacks in MK11 feel far better than they do in MK1. Like they feel more, I don't know, they just feel stronger. They just feel better.
Wasn't
right?
a big point of contention wake up in Mortal Kombat 11 that it became very frustrating to like apply pressure to somebody when you've knocked them down?
As the pro perspective.
I think that was a
Not
casual
everyone else.
perspective as well. I think that was like a widespread issue because I remember going into random Twitch streams and people were really frustrated with the wake up mechanics in MK11.
Yeah, but is that because they're trying to be competitive at a high level or just muck it around? I mean, again, at the end of the day, maybe NRS just don't know how to fucking make good fighting games. I don't know. Like maybe somebody else should do it. Let's
No,
give it to
but-
Arc System Works or
Yeah, no,
Harada from Tekken.
I think that it'll be better to give it to another developer at this point. But what I'm trying to say is that like we've both been super critical of Mortal Kombat, but I don't think there's any point in being critical if we have no counters to it. Like I made a whole video like discussing what I think would make it better because I think that every facet of this game has kind of been an L. But what I'm saying to you is that the contention that some people.
All right, so let's talk about each issue then at the same, one after if you want. So we'll do
you
the
can
gameplay.
start from the top down. What's other than up block and the we'll start at up block. You've already covered that. What is the next biggest thing that you have an issue with Mortal Kombat 1 gameplay wise?
I just. Well, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if you can recognize this. Again, it's something I've been saying a long time. The movement feels stiff, feels janky. It feels like I stick to people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that feeling, especially when you go load up MK9, you load up Tekken, a Tekken game, Soul Calibur. You saw me playing Soul Calibur yesterday.
Yeah.
Fucking beautiful game. Absolutely just gorgeous. It's so good, right? When you come back to Mortal Kombat, you can feel the difference between how they handle, right? You must feel that yourself as a Tekken player, that the game just doesn't feel as smooth and it doesn't feel like you have control. Now, Tom Brady told me that when you play online with the PC version, they've added, and somebody else also said this too, they've added extra frames. So when you're playing online versus playing offline, it's like night and day difference because what would work offline doesn't work, when you're playing people online. And apparently Street Fighter 6 had this issue where they had different frames versus offline and the community cracked the shit and they said, okay, fine, it's exactly the same.
I think it was Street Fighter 5.
The execution. Yeah, so Street Fighter 5. So the execution is the same, both whether you're playing offline or online. So if it's different online, which is the mode I play a lot, and I'm willing to concede that issue, that my view is skewed because I'm not playing, like say you and I were sitting together in the same room fighting each other. I'm doing this all online on a PC version that already has its own issues anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to concede that is also skewing my view. So then you add that, and then you add in how the game moves and feels, and
Okay, so you don't think it's smooth?
I don't compare to other fighting games, and I don't think it's been as smooth since MK9.
Okay.
I don't know what they changed since MK9, but something changed.
They've slowed it down. Like it's no longer got a run mechanic that they had in MKX, right?
I mean like
slowed down.
I mean the core, as in like the ground up. This is the way that the engine and the game will actually move from the ground up. It's been that way since Injustice. And then to add to this, Injustice then infected Mortal Kombat with its stupid jumping off crap and all that sort of shit. I think Injustice infected Mortal Kombat to the point where, it doesn't feel like MK.
So you want just to be clear, the breaker system, you want them to change it from where it is now to 2 bars.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't you
I
think
think it
that
would
would
make
turn into a more frustrating experience?
who's different. The reality is though is that a pro player also has access to those tools. What's the
Yeah,
difference? It's not like I get the tools, but they don't. Everyone gets the tools. We're all in
but
the same.
the point is that everyone enjoys Mortal Kombat. If I'm making my way to you and I'm playing Mortal Kombat, and every time I get to you, because it's quite easy to get meter in Mortal Kombat 1, and every time I get to you, you break. It becomes really irritating because it's like we're one tapping each other, and everyone gets a combo every now and then. Players want to be rewarded for hitting you, so changing it to 2 bars, I don't know if that would be the solution.
Well, you can make things like after a certain amount of hits, you can apply the combo breaker. The combo breaker doesn't work immediately. You've noticed this in MK1. I think it's 3 hits before you can actually unload your combo breaker. Because I've tested it. I've been like they've been hitting me, and I'm sitting there going bang, 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 like I'm trying to get the cameo out.
I don't think it's
and
3
then
hits.
And then it only kicks in like after 3 hits. Maybe it's just a PC thing. I don't know. I don't know. Like the PC one's fucked. Like it's absolutely awful.
I don't know if the PC version's glitched, but it's not 3 hits. Like if someone touches and you have a breaker, you can break it.
Okay, yeah. So then it could be just the PC's just all over the place. So then the experience for me is going to be different for you, and to people that are on console. But
I've got it on PC as well. That's not a thing. You can just break it. Yeah, I've played Mortal Kombat on the PC.
Okay. Well,
you can break it.
Then it's glitching, which means then that it's not consistent.
Maybe it's glitching. I don't know. The glitches, everyone agrees, there's a lot of glitches on the game. But okay, so you want the breakers changed?
The experience. Well, yeah, fundamentally fix the absolute glitches in the game. So then maybe that might improve the experience.
Okay.
A lot of people do like the idea of having combo breakers at 2 bars, but then you could increase when you can do the combo breaker. So maybe you can get more in. I mean, Killer Instinct, even though you have to, I've asked people about Killer Instinct, like how do you pick the right breaker for Killer Instinct?
Yeah.
Because obviously, if you hit, both lights and they're doing heavy, so you got to get it right. But then people are saying, no, you watch how the bar fills up, or you listen to the audio for it, and you can pick. Yep, okay, they're doing heavies, or you're seeing it go up fast. Yep, they're doing heavies. Hit the heavies, you get them. Now that's a game that has unrestricted combo breakers.
But do you know that the combo breakers won't? Do you know what stops the combo breakers from working immediately when you're being hit?
Or Killer Instinct?
No, Mortal Kombat. So if someone's hitting you and you've got a full bar of meter, do you know why it's not working immediately? Do you know what the reason is why?
I'm assuming it was a glitch. You just said that you could do it on the first, once the first hit hits.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking you is that there's an actual reason in the system why the combo breaker won't work if you're pressing it and it's not a glitch. Do you know what that reason is?
No.
If your cameo is not ready to use.
No, I know. I'm talking about if the cameo, it's all ready, all to go.
Yeah. So okay, you're saying that even though the cameo is good to go, you're pressing it and it's not working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's what I'm saying.
Have you ever recorded footage of that?
No. I mean, I could. Yeah, sure. I mean, well, I've got replays, obviously, from fighting in Combat League. I just have to go through and see. But generally, I don't combo break because I usually armor as well. So there's been, lately I have a little bit. So I'd have to go through my videos, and watch them and go, okay, yep, I've done this. And I'm watching. There has been times where it's like they've gone bang, bang, bang. And I'm sitting there spamming it. Everything's ready to go. And then it hits. So if it's supposed to be on the literal first hit and it's not, then again, that's obviously going to be issues that they have to figure out. I mean, this game's an absolute shit show.
Yeah, right? I'm not denying that there's not glitches. I'm just trying to obviously we're both critical of the game, so I want to get to each system to hear what your solution would be.
Well, so I just sort of go back to the idea of I think the armors. So when I was playing against someone the other night with MK9, we were using all the special moves armored, on wake ups, right? It wasn't restricted. When I play Reiko, the only efficient armor that I have that actually works is the one where he slides along his knees, grabs you, and tips you over.
Yeah.
The only one that's decent. If you try and do his slide kick, or you try and do his shuriken, they're just all useless. It's like, yeah, you could do this, but only one thing. You know, it's like the cameo systems, like all these cameos, but then only people sit on, Cyrax, or then now Striker, Lao, now of course a Chameleon a little bit. Like you got a whole roster, and everyone's just like, just this fraction of what this stuff is, and it feels like that when it comes to the armors. So yeah, that's Diddle's in the chat.
And
women
aren't
aren't oppressed, by the way, Diddle. Women aren't oppressed. Oh. Anyway, so yeah, that was just a talking point with him. Anyway, so he said Reiko has only has one armor. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like we're talking like the armor wake up. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the armored wake ups. Yes, when you got knocked on your ass,
and you do the special move,
and you enhance it. When I enhance other Reiko's special moves, they're useless. They just don't do anything against anyone. On wake up, right? So once I've been knocked down, the only one that works is the one where he slides, grabs, and.
But don't you have allocated armor moves in Mortal Kombat? Yeah, are you saying that you want armor moves across the board for all of your attacks?
No. What I'm saying is it feels like when I played MK9, like all my weight, you could use any special moves as a wake up. It didn't matter whether you're throwing out a spear, leg takedown, teleport punch, like Scorpion's example, teleport punch, whatever. It felt like you could do all of those as good wake ups, and then of course you can enhance them as well. Because I was playing someone the other night. But in MK1, I've noticed. And again, I'm not a pro player, right? So obviously they're going to be like they're university level versus me going to like, just college, community college or whatever they call it in the UK, or something like that, right? So so I'm sitting there going, well, I've been knocked on my ass. Why can't I do his leg slide enhance? To try and take him out, right? But it doesn't work. I've tried it. It never works against anyone, right? Because people just kick through it.
So what's your solution to that? What's the solution to that?
Consistency. I like everyone keeps calling for everything to be buffed up. All the cameos should be risen, so they're all on the same level playing field. Mm-hmm. I just think that the whole game needs to be consistent across the board. And obviously, if there are issues with the fundamentals of how glitchy the game is and hitboxing, as you said, stuff like that, that's gonna change the experience of not only myself but everyone else. So these are just my ideas. I'm not saying that I know what's best. What I'm saying is that this is my frustrations. I then see other people in the forums and everything, like say on the Steam community forums, expressing frustration with a whole different, little things. And they just go, this is crap. And then they just get told, well, it's a skill issue. You should be sitting in practice for hours doing it. It's like, well, people have lives, man. I mean, if they're just jumping online at night to play casual.
Could I just ask you, someone just brought up in my chat, how many pros have you interacted with, like actual pro players, not just like good players, but as far as I'm aware, you've only spoken to Foxy on here. I don't think Tom Brady would be considered a pro player anymore, even though he's knowledgeable. How many active pro players are you interacting with and having these conversations with?
Oh, not many, of course. Absolutely not. Because I'm not obviously in the group. And that's fine. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's obviously a difference between, and I've had people in my Discord who play with some of these pro guys. They're actually actively playing against them, and because of that, their knowledge goes up because they've got that experience. So they're being pushed, right? But I'm just coming in, just loading the game up, just having fun, and a lot of people, including myself, go, well. If people keep experiencing the same monotonous, gameplay where they're just churning out the same spammed combo over and over and over again, there's no, like if I fought you, I'm sure you would not be like that, right? Just the same way I would say that, like when I've watched pro players play, they don't do what I see people do online.
That's right? Because they've taken time out to explore the characters. So maybe. Like the pro players are going, okay,
they're thinking, oh, okay, I'm just trying to ruin their day, and I'm like, no, I'm not. When I watch pros fight, like I watch Foxy fight on his stream and stuff like that, and I'm not seeing the stuff that I see in Combat League when I fight against people like no names who are just sitting there spamming these gigantic and, might I add, flawlessly executed combos. Like flawless.
But in order to do a combo on somebody, you need to get hit, right? So you're making the argument that the wake up is no good and that you can only do Reiko's slide as the armor, right? But have you considered just waking up and blocking?
Yeah, of course.
Like, do you every time you wake up, you're not trying to like do a wake up attack? Because then obviously.
Oh God, no. Oh no, dude, absolutely not. Because I always have in the back of my head, yeah, they're gonna block that shit, right? So sometimes I'll take the chance. If it seems like they're not, like they're not really, on the ball, I might pop it out. But yeah, there's been plenty of times where I've done it and I've been blocked and just been punished. Yeah, like I always have that in the back of my head. But that's the way I fight. I think, all right, I've got these tools that I've got available to me. I do a lot of empty jumps, right? And for a long time on PC, nobody was up blocking. They were just standing, right? Thinking I was going to jump in and do a jump kick or jump punch or whatever. So I'd just jump in, grab, throw. Now, I've been playing a long time, all the way back to the original MK, and people hate being thrown. They hate it, right? There's a reason why I called one of my casts on here, I called it down back to block cast. There's a reason I called it that. Because in classic MK, like the 2D ones, you could throw people all the time, and then they try and throw me, and they couldn't throw me. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is that if you hold down back while blocking, they can't throw you. They'll just sit there doing low punches. But not many people knew that, right? It was a thing that not many people knew about, and I did. So my friends are trying to punch me, like trying to throw me, and it's like, no. So then I just do little low pokes with low kick, and then I throw them, and like, fuck. And being thrown pisses people off. So I always think psychologically, like, how can I get in their head? How can I, do something? And when I said the line about, scrap adapts, combo collapses, is because, in my experience, these people that don't know how to play fighting games, but they just copy and paste what people do online, you take away that tool set, and they just don't know what to do. They just jump back and just spam, 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 spam. Because they don't know how to fight. They don't know how to get in someone's head or how to work around. They've taken away my tool. What can I now do against them? Mm-hmm. And so when I see pro people fight, it kind of reminds me of what I like when I fight, which is like, they're doing all different things and trying to mess with them, and the armor that you get from Cameo Sub-Zero. Mm-hmm. A lot of people when they fight Reiko, they'll go fuck. They'll go choose Cameo Sub-Zero. They'll chuck the ice armor on because they think that you're just going to sit there and spam. So what I'll do is I'll throw some stars. They'll pop on the armor. I'll throw a couple more because they think, oh, what a retard. What an idiot, right? But I know what I'm doing, because what they'll then do is they'll advance on me, thinking that I'm just going to sit there spamming, and then I'll just go bang, bang, and I'll kick him. With that two kick he does, which is fantastic. Yeah. I love that kick. Anyway, for Reiko, it catches them off guard, because they think that I don't know that they don't know what I'm doing, so I'm baiting them to do something. That's why I love fighting games, man. I love that psychology of it. I'm not saying I'm great. I've never said I'm great. I've never said I'm an expert. But I don't feel like I'm experiencing that gameplay on MK1. Mm-hmm. I did when I played with Cabal on MK11, or when I played all the characters in MK9. Like I said, I didn't play much on MK10 online. So, and of course I experienced that absolutely when I play like, something like Tekken or Grand Blue. Yeah, I've gone against people in Tekken, man, that you talked about, the ones that they launch you, they go bang, 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 you hit the ground, bang, 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 push you into the wall. And I asked this guy that teaches Tekken, I said, man, because I didn't know at the time, I'm like, okay, well, what can you do? And he goes, well, if they're not fast enough when you hit the ground, just start spamming, I think it's one or three, I think, perhaps, one or two, because you'll roll. So if you hit the ground and they're not fast enough to pick you back up again, you can roll out. And I did it. Like, there was a couple of times when I've been carried and I've done it, mm-hmm. and I'm like, yeah, that was great, right? But so, and then I think, yeah, that's
Faith,
another.
What it sounds like to me, like, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what it sounds like to me is that you sound like the kind of player, and again, just to make the point that I'm not defending MK1. I think it's dog shit and it should burn. But it sounds to me like you jump in and you just jump into matches and you don't practice things to find out what works and what doesn't, and then you end up getting frustrated when there are maybe clear counters to what you're doing.
Well, possibly,
I mean,
maybe.
you
Sure.
said
I
yourself
think
that like you just want to jump in, you want to have a good time, but we
what I
understand
what
that
I
even though
genuinely
Mortal
what
Kombat
I
is not Tekken, there is still a
yeah
learning curve to it, right? And if you're not exploring the game enough to counter things, then that's not
yeah.
really a point against the game. Even though the game is dog shit, there's still counters to what you're saying. So is it really an argument against the
Well,
game?
okay. So I don't disagree, but I generally don't sit in a lab and practice stuff. What the way I've generally played to get used to a fighting game. Can you give me 1 sec? I just got to. My kid's just going to school.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
go
just
for it.
give me
I'll
one
talk to the
sec? Hang
stream
on,
chat.
hang on. Yeah.
Oh, let me see what's going on over here. Yeah, I mean, this is thing is, guys, I do not like Mortal Kombat 1. I do not like Mortal Kombat 1. But I also I can't get on board with these talking points. This is unfortunately a skill issue thing. I agree Mortal Kombat 1 is very, very irritating. I don't like playing it. I know you guys always say to me when I put my videos on, why are you playing Tekken in front of over Mortal Kombat? But I'm doing that because I can't stand playing the game. So I'll fade it back. Yeah, do you want to continue what you're
Yeah.
saying?
No. Yeah. No. So okay. So when I play like a new fighting game, I generally will just go against the AI, but I'll put it on like the hardest difficulty to get my ass kicked, right? So I put Mortal Kombat 1. Well, first I did the story, but then I just jumped
Wait,
in arcade.
Fate, just for the sake of the stream, because I think people are really interested in like your
Okay.
solutions to the systems, right? So
Yeah.
you don't like the pacing, and you don't like the defensive mechanics. You don't like up block. Are there any things in this game that you find redeeming, or do you think it needs a complete overhaul? And are there any other things in the game that you would overhaul?
Gameplay wise, like
Yeah,
gameplay wise.
just gameplay. Forget invasions. Forget single player and online. Just gameplay. What? Also, actually, before you answer that, I did want to pull you up on something that you said about cameos.
Yep.
I've got it down here.
Okay.
So you said cameos. You created a video and you said cameos are the safe space of fighting games, right? And then you also made a comment saying that you got to Grandmaster without using cameos, and
Yep.
that you mentioned that they're designed to make people that are bad at the game good. You mentioned that other assist games have done it right, but you don't really elaborate on that. You don't elaborate on what is right and what is wrong. You called it woke, right, in your video, and you said that. And what I wanted to critique you on is that, first of all, I think that's a poor use of the word woke, because there's much better places to apply it than a cameo system, even if the cameo system is not well implemented. But what I want to
That's a whole
ask
lot of
you,
stuff.
well, what I want to ask you, the question that I want to ask you is that
Yeah.
when you say that it's designed to make people that are bad at fighting games feel good, isn't the preface of your argument to advocate for casual players who, not all of them, because some casual players are genuinely good, they just don't compete, but isn't the basis of your argument to look out for the casual player? And if it's making the casual player, which generally might not be very good at the game, why is that a talking point that you brought up?
Because I knew it would get a reaction from certain people.
But
I saw a
isn't that
comment the other day.
disingenuous?
No, because I saw a comment the other day, and I see a lot of comments actually from people complaining, including people that do compete, about, they hate the idea that, when you're being comboed on, right, they just throw out a striker, right? So they can do stuff that is completely unsafe that now makes them safe, right? So then you get pinned down and you can't escape. So you get striker, you're getting hit on, by a cage or a Raiden. They call out striker, throw the grenades. So then you're sitting there, you're just waiting for that to roll through, and then they do it again. And because the chip damage is also very high in the game, that creates also a level of frustration too. So I just thought, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
But you've kind of just admitted that you rage baited.
No, That's not rage baiting.
But what I'm asking you is that the cameo system, by your own admission, makes bad players feel good. The bad players typically don't tend to be pro players, right? Because they're pro. They typically tend to be the bedroom warriors, right? People that are sitting in their room enjoying the game. The cameos make them feel strong, by your own admission. So why is that a bad thing if that helps casual players?
I wasn't talking about casual players. I was
Who-
talking about comments that I've seen on Twitter from people saying that they're sick and tired of these characters
No, I
making
want to know
stuff.
from you. Why do
You
you
know,
think? Do you not think that cameos make bad players good, or are you just echoing what somebody else said?
I was just making a video on something that I read, and I thought it was actually an interesting point because it does. People don't like the idea that when they're sitting there being comboed by a character, then they keep calling the cameos in to constantly just continually dogpile over and over again. And because a lot of these characters like Cage and Raiden, even
But
Baraka, they're so fast.
you said that you believe that though.
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
believe that
do you not
cameos?
experience that yourself? Do you
No,
not? Do you not?
I don't believe that personally. I just think that the cameos are an extension of a problem that has already existed in Mortal Kombat.
And
But
that's the problem I'm talking about.
no, but then that would apply to all Mortal Kombats then, so it wouldn't really even be worth a talking point.
Well, no Mortal Kombat has cameos.
No Mortal Kombat has cameos. I'm saying that cameos are merely an extension of a problem that has already existed in Mortal Kombat, where they have a
Yeah.
disproportionate consequences reward system. What I'm trying to get
Yeah.
at is that you said that it would get a reaction. What I want to know is that do you genuinely believe that? And if so, how does that stand for your argument with casuals? Because that would be directly assisting casuals.
Why would it be assisting casuals when they're
Because
being bodied by?
casuals tend to be bad at the game. They tend to be the
Well,
ones that are bad at the game,
so
right? Not all of
what's
them.
what's the definition of a casual though? We have to be clear. We're talking about tourists that come in that play it and then leave, like Foxy says.
A casual
Like
player
people
is
that,
somebody that, for example, when I play Ultimate Ninja Storm, I'm decent at the game, but I've got a friend called Jamie and another friend called Shakim, and they're very very good at the game. When I turn
yeah,
on Ultimate Ninja Storm, I'm turning it on to mess about with Obito and whatever, and do some combos here and there. And the team that I use, the supports that I use, I know that they're
yeah,
busted. I've been told that they're broken, right? They make me feel like I'm doing something, and
yep.
I log out. I don't really look into the intricacies of Naruto or anything. I'm just there for a good time, right? I'm a casual player on Naruto. I'm just a
Yep.
casual. I'm not looking into anything. So when I jump in there, it's the same way these guys are jumping into Mortal Kombat. They're picking Kung Lao Hat, and it's making them feel strong, right? By your own admission. The pro players are exploring the game a little bit further. Now, again, in case anyone is confused, I'm not defending Mortal Kombat. I'm more picking apart your point. Your point, in one breath, you're saying that this is making bad players feel good, but bad players tend to be the bedroom warriors, the everyday Joe Schmoes that go online and just turn up to play. So whose side are you on here?
Well, since I have the ear of the pro community ever since I started talking about possible things to make the game better, and they didn't seem to like those, like we talk about solutions. You said you're a solutions guy.
Yeah.
Every time I offer solutions, everyone just says, "No, you can't do that. Don't talk about it. That's going to be shit." So therefore, what's the point?
But then that just sounds like you baited them into an argument. The point of my videos is to genuinely get people to stop buying Warner Brothers products,
Because
right? But it sounds to
yeah.
me like you just wanted to get attention from the pro community. I don't understand
No,
why.
no. I don't need the pro. I don't need the pro community. I was building my channel without them. When I
So
started
why
talking
did you
about the
say it?
gameplay, because I thought the comment that I read was actually very interesting, and I've seen other people who have expressed how much they hate the idea that these cameos just feels like it's just making how do you say it, like too safe. So people just do this outlandish shit, but because they can just run out and throw like striker grenades or the Kung Lao hat, they can get away with crappy gameplay in order to beat their opponent. But we're not talking about the casual here. We're just talking about the game design in general. But there are people who watch my videos, which Foxy has admitted to, who are
But
constantly
Faye, you're kind of dodging my
dissecting
question.
everything. No, I'm not. I'm explaining.
I'm asking. I don't want to know what a commenter said on Facebook or Instagram. I want to know do you
Well, that's why I said
believe
it.
that the cameo system makes bad players feel good?
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, you
but I
should have
don't
a
think I don't see,
definitive
I don't see
opinion
it
on it.
like that. Well, I don't see it as in like I don't see it like somebody's like really crappy at the game, and the only way they can win is calling out a cameo. I think the cameo system in large is a problem anyway,
But
and
why
I
are you
think it's
saying? Why
exposing
did
a
you
lot
say
of problems.
possible? Why did you say possibly? Shouldn't you have a definitive opinion on that? Because I watched your video in its entirety, and the way you put it across was that you believe this, and this is factual. So if you, the problem with the premise of your argument is that if you were to take that away in what you believe cameos are, you're hurting casual players because pro
Why
players
would I be
are,
hurting them?
you'd be hurting them because pro players are dedicated to becoming better. They're like Foxy, for example, said he makes money from playing Mortal Kombat, so he's going to be dedicated to finding a way to get better. But casual players will get frustrated and be like, I don't want to play anymore. It's whatever. So if you believe cameos
Casual
make bad,
players,
if you
casual
believe
players aren't
cameos
beating
make
pros.
no, what I'm saying is if you believe cameos make bad players feel good, majority, not all, majority of bad players are casual players because they're casual. They're just dipping in and dipping out. They're not like Foxy or Sonic Fox or Rewind where they're actively trying to find ways to get better. They don't care. They just want to get in and have a good time, feel good about
Yep.
something and leave. So how can you say that and then also make a defense for casual players?
Well, I wasn't thinking of casual players when I said it.
So what were you thinking of?
Well, when I see these, like the pro people who don't like any of the suggestions that I've made about the game, and again, it's just my opinion. It's not like my opinion is going to change the game, which sort of baffles me why they even bother with me to begin with, right? Like I
But
said, I
you
read the
said that
comment.
you were looking for a
I read the
reaction.
comment. I read the comment. Yeah, because I'm an old school YouTuber and you know who watches your stuff and you know that some of these people are going to react, not because I'm after the rage, but because I know that, as Foxy said, which you have not addressed at all,
Go on.
that he has openly come out and said, oh, well, you're just a lol cow. You just are only doing this because, you actually don't care about Mortal Kombat. You're just doing it for views.
No, I don't believe that you don't care about Mortal Kombat, but I think
But
that
you,
there's
you but
I believe there's a middle ground here. I believe that you do care about Mortal Kombat, but you've also just said yourself that you were looking for a reaction, and the way I looked at you, and the way I
when
think
you
some of
make a
your
video,
subscribers look at
when
you,
you make a video, do you get a reaction?
yeah, but
Are you after a reaction?
I'm being genuine when I make my videos.
And so
I
am I.
don't care about who I'm trying. I'm not trying to bait anyone. I'm telling people how I genuinely feel. You said that you were looking for a reaction.
Yeah,
If
because
I
they
make a
do.
video tomorrow and it gets 20 views, I'm
Yeah.
not going to take it down because I believed that what I was saying needed to be heard. I want a reaction from people, but I'm not baiting people for a reaction. I'm just getting my point across. But I'm asking you about your contradiction here because it's not really adding up, and you're saying possibly, but it's kind of a yes or no answer.
Not really.
It is,
I mean,
but
let's be honest. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that you can talk about that are going to get reactions out of people because you know that suddenly they've taken a great dislike to you. Not because
yeah.
I need the views or the comments or anything like that. It's because they're irritated by the mere fact that I exist and say these things. I didn't poke the community. They poked back first. Because I was simply talking about the gameplay. I was talking about these systems. I'm saying previous games did it better. Why can't we have them? The pro community decided to lose their shit because, oh my God, we don't want to have another MK11 on our hands. And so therefore it's like, okay, well, why is that? Why are you so defensive about, this is ironic, why are you so defensive about, the average player simply saying, hey, listen, we don't like how this game feels. We don't like how the combos hold you up for so long. We don't like the damage output for both combos and damage and chip damage.
But Fate, it
Right?
sounds
So
like you're playing the victim here.
No, of course
Because
not.
you've been on YouTube for a long time. This channel you've got now, it's been what, like 2-3 years?
Yeah, about 3 years, I think.
Right. So you made videos expressing your dislike for Mortal Kombat 1, right? And you made I think dating back like 4 or 5 months ago, even before the game came out, you were expressing concerns.
Oh, well in advance. Yeah.
Right. So you put those videos out there. You understand that you're going to get a reaction for some of them. Some of them might be genuine concerns, and some, like you've just said, you were kind of like fishing for a reaction.
No, I said I know I will get a reaction because of what I've said.
But then
I
you can't be surprised when they bite back, right?
I'm not saying I'm surprised, bro. I'm not saying that. I don't care that they do. What I'm saying is that these people are hyper fixated on a guy that has only 3,000 subscribers, who is like a flea's dick hair in comparison to everything and anyone that they know.
But
Their
what's the purpose
reaction
of your channel then?
and listen, their reaction to me is absurd. It's ridiculous. Their reaction to my comments about stuff is like I'm physically going to be able to change the course of Mortal Kombat.
But isn't that the
Why do
point?
they
Isn't that the
care?
point of your channel though? Isn't it to advocate change?
I just talk about stuff. I'm not under any illusion that I'm actually going to make, any change at all. But I'm passionate about it, and I want to get it off my chest and just have it out there. I've been doing YouTube a very long time. I came from the era when, you would put out videos, you'd be talking about an issue that you actually do care about, but you also know that there are people listening and just waiting to try and pick stuff apart.
Of course,
Everything
but
I do
that's fine though.
everything I do always has a purpose, right? Everyone thought that I got destroyed in the debate with all three of them, and they're probably true. But what I got was not what they got.
What did you get?
I got to see people expose themselves for who they really are. And there were people that had been part of the pro community come to me on my Discord and say how disappointed they were in the way that Foxy behaved.
Yeah.
Guys that have been around for a very long time. So that's because these people think that they know best, that everyone else is shit. These very same people don't come out and they say, listen, Sonic Fox, don't call the community dog water. That's not how we're going to bridge the divide, right? Because they let it slide because it's their boys, right? They've been doing that for a very long time. You've got a video on your channel from years ago with Sonic Fox calling out his chat, saying they're all dog shit, they're crap at the game. They're just not on his level.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see Diddle, I don't see Sikander, and I like Sikander, don't get me wrong, but I don't see any of the pro players calling out Sonic Fox for, who is a massive player, who has a lot of people obviously following him, a lot of young people too, turning around and say, listen, that's not good. We can't, you've got to, sort of chill it a bit because we want to foster a good community here. So these people don't actually care about whether or not there's bridging a gap. They don't want the gap to be bridged. They want the casual fan base to just accept the pro consensus. So when I made my videos talking, and again, I talk about all of it.
But don't you want that from them as well?
I don't care actually at all. I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm a Mortal Kombat fan. I just want the game to be great. I don't care about whether or not I am friendly with these people or not. For the same reason that they don't have to be friendly with me. They can do whatever they want, right? That's fine. That's their life. Like I made YouTube not so I could be friends with pros. I've been doing videos for a long time across various channels over the years because, as you yourself, you have an opinion on something. You said yourself, my channel is not going to be here for the faint of heart. It's going to feel like it's a lot of negativity because you're expressing concerns and issues that you have with whatever you're talking about. I actually applauded you for that.
I
think that's
understand
fantastic.
that. I get that. But what I'm trying to get at is that where I completely understand that some people in our live streams right now might not like my talking points and they might not like some of the things that I'm going to say in the future. I'm being genuine. Like I'm not trying to bait anyone to come to my channel. Whether it gets 1 view or 10,000 views, I'm just putting my point across.
I'm not baiting people to come to my channel.
So why did you say
that? Well, it's not the only reason why I did the video. I already explained that. I'm an old school YouTuber, right? So back in the day, we would have, when you were battling back and forth between different camps, say between PS3, Xbox, or whatever, you would do videos talking about stuff, and you'd also know that, they'd be waiting to hear stuff. When Foxy did his reaction video or whatever, talking about stuff about the state of the community and, whose fault it is and stuff like that, he was absolutely talking about me until he got to the point where he even mentioned me by name. He was absolutely thinking of me in his head when he was talking about these issues coming from the casual perspective. And then finally he says my name. So it's as plain as day. He knows that, so he's doing the thing that a lot of people do when they know that certain individuals are watching them and waiting for them to have something being called out about. Which is why I come up with my beloved, and they're not offensive, nicknames for people. Because I know that they're watching. I don't need their views. I don't care about that. I just know they're watching, and I know for whatever reason I'm irritating them for simply having an opinion on, at the very base level, a game I paid for. It's not working out. Therefore, just like you've said, you're allowed to have that opinion. Now, you agree that the game's in a dogshit state, but it seems very interesting that you're trying to pin down stuff so you can go, aha, so you are rage baiting. No, bro.
No, the
I just
reason
know
that I'm
who's...
talking to you about
No. I just know who's watching now because Foxy admitted it. He plays my videos on his stream. So now I know that he's watching my shit. And even said, even at the end of last year, I was playing a little bit of Halo with him on Steam. I said, I hope in the future I give you more content, you know, for your enjoyment. And he goes, if you continue to put out shit, I will cover it. And I'm like, okay, that's fair enough, right? And that's fine. I've got no animosity to him, but there are some things he's lying about. Like, and the sense of like, and that's what he did in the live stream that you watched, which you have not addressed. And obviously, you know, and if you are, that's fine. But those are things that like you haven't addressed at all. And
yeah,
is
but
that
the reason that I'm not
you're-
addressing the things that Foxy said is because Foxy's not here to defend. He's in my chat. I can see him typing, but he's not here in the Discord to defend
do you
himself.
not think do you not think there's a conflict of interest that the fact that you are friends?
I know there's no conflict. Oh, Foxy knows me very well. Everyone that knows me knows that if I have something to say, I say it to them. I'll say it to their face. Foxy's in the chat right now. Me and Foxy have always been respectful of each other, but we're both grown men. We can disagree about stuff.
That's cool, but he's not going to drag you though, is he? He's not going to call you.
I'm not dragging you though.
Have a go at you. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying, and again, I don't care what he does. What I'm saying is that in that big stream where he came in at the end, he was instantly like, you know, you're doing all of this. You're not doing anything genuine whatsoever, because he doesn't know my history when it comes to being on YouTube. I'm an old school YouTuber, you know. We did many back and forth with reaction videos. Back in the day, you used to be able to pin reply videos under your video.
Yeah.
So you do a video, I could do a video, I could send you the invite to see if you'd add it. So then you could actually go, oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to add this and add this and add this. And that actually grew the community, which was actually a really good feature.
Okay,
so
they
took that away.
So you've all right. So before we move on, like, you've called Foxy a liar a few times, and I don't know exactly everything that you're referring to. It's a little bit vague. I can't speak on Foxy's behalf. If he wanted to come in here, I wouldn't mind. It'd be up. You can decide as well. But what exactly is it that you think Foxy's lying about?
Well, it's nothing egregious, but what I'm saying is that when we had that conversation, he comes in and goes, oh, you're like, what did he say? He's like, oh, you're the DSP. Why is that? Because I'm sitting there, like, just having conversations about this game and things that I'm personally not liking and stuff. Like, this is the arrogance of the pro scene. They think that their only opinion matters because they know more about the game. But they fail to realize that if the game is not fun for the general population, which it seems to be, they will walk away, and they don't care about whether or not somebody, you know, doesn't know everything about a combo or doesn't know everything about, you know, a certain mechanic. They'll just leave.
Well,
there's so many options out there, they'll go. So he comes in acting like, well, oh, you're just the new DSP, which is what he's doing, is trying to paint the picture. And I know that because I've had people come to my videos now saying, oh, the resident lol cow. That's not from anyone else. Now, I don't care what people think.
Isn't that an opinion on you, though? It doesn't really make you a liar.
No. Well, and then he's also said that, well, okay, so when I say something, I have to be held to account. But when he says something, it's just an opinion. Is that correct?
No, what I'm trying to... If I turned around, for example, today, right, and I made a remark about you, let's just say that I said, oh, you know, Fate's this, that, and the other. That's my opinion of you, right? I think that Fate is not a nice guy or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm lying. What you're calling Foxy a liar. I don't know what Foxy has lied about. You're not telling me what he's lied about.
I just did. That's one thing. In the other in that stream and also his reaction one, he's saying, "Oh yeah, Fate thinks everyone that likes Mortal Kombat is a shill," which is untrue. But what that does is it means that everyone that is a fan of him goes, "Oh, that must be true." This is what I don't think you're quite understanding, is that when you have a following, This is why, like I've said to people, I don't want like diehard haters, and I also don't want diehard kiss asses. I want people in the middle that go, I agree with this, I don't agree with that, but I at least appreciate that you're just you and up front. That's the best thing you can be. You don't want to have people kissing your ass, and you don't want to have diehard haters, because both ends of the spectrum will never see sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a big following, and let's be honest, his channel, there's a lot of negativity when it comes to, like, you have a lot of beef sets. He's got guys on there like Sikander, and again, I like Sikander, and I actually said this to Foxy when I was playing Halo with him.
That's just old school FGC stuff. I wouldn't really call it negativity.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. When Sikander's literally sitting there telling people to kill themselves in the hopes their family die of cancer, that's not toxic at all, bro. And I said this to Foxy. I said, look, man, like I like the guy, but I just think that that's not a good look. So there's that in itself is bad, but nobody holds him to account for that. Nobody holds Foxy account to having that kind of display for his tens, if not thousands of viewers out there. But I have to be accountable for my tiny ass putting out a video talking about gameplay and mechanics when you've got people literally calling for their families to get cancer and die. I mean, listen, again, all I'm saying, like, people can do whatever they want.
Can I cut in just for a second? Let me just cut in and say that I don't think you should worry about the accountability of other people, right? You're a grown man. We all know we take personal responsibility for the things that we do. I'm not concerned about what other YouTubers are doing. If they get away with stuff, I don't pay them any attention. If I get in trouble for the same thing, I've got to take accountability for that. You know, the universe is not going to give me a handout. So just because Sikander's saying crazy things, and it's within the context of a beef set, he doesn't want anybody to perish. You know, Sikander's a nice guy. We all know that. He's just Foxy's channel's a comedy-based channel, right? I've seen his beef sets with that girl that sounds like Nicki Minaj. It's not serious, so first of all, I wouldn't paint it as a toxic channel, and secondly, I don't know why you would even care to worry about somebody else's accountability. It's a lot of whataboutism.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is that I have to be accountable. Like, you're trying to pin me down about my express. Like, for example, with the video about the cameo
I'm talking
stuff.
to you.
You're very upset. But you're very obsessed with my intentions.
Yeah.
But it's okay because Foxy's comedy.
But what do you think Foxy's intentions are with the beef sets?
I don't know. All I'm saying
the reason that I'm questioning you is because hold on. The reason I'm questioning you is because I'm under the impression that we want to push for genuine change in Mortal Kombat. None of us want Mortal Kombat 2 to come out in the state Mortal Kombat 1's come out. Foxy's content is not pushing that, right? Foxy, and most of what I've seen, enjoys playing Mortal Kombat 1 and enjoys doing his beef sets. His beef sets are not going to be for everyone because they are reminiscent of a time in the FGC where it was a bit more ragged, right? It was a bit more of the Wild West. But that has nothing to do with what we're doing. We are pushing for people to walk away from Mortal Kombat. So the reason that I'm talking to you, the reason that I'm talking to you is because I like to think we have that similar trains of thought that the game is dog shit and people should walk away. The reason I was obsessed with not obsessed, but I was stuck on your comment is because it seemed like a contradiction. And the one thing people keep on saying about you to me is that you'll talk in circles and talk your way out of situations, and you don't believe the things you're saying. You're just interested in getting the pro players angry.
And where do you think that comes from? Where do you think those seeds are being sown?
It's come from several people, not just pro players.
Mm-hmm. But they're all friends.
They're not friends. These people are disconnected. These are not just they probably watch the content, but I watch your content and I watch Foxy's content.
Listen, I don't care whether or not people will say, I know that, like, people will say whatever they want, they'll believe whatever they want. I had some clown reckon that I was fabricating my PSN trophy list for MK9 where I got the platinum, and I proved them wrong, and it still wasn't good enough. Like, people will just believe whatever they want.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying though is that me sitting here on my channel talking about what I think should change for the gameplay without any interaction whatsoever with the pro community at all, suddenly had them coming out swinging like my opinion is this most egregious thing, and how dare you say this stuff because you don't know what uplock is. Because I wasn't even talking about uplock at all. I was simply talking about, hey, these combos are really big damaging. The previous games had defensive options. Can we simply maybe have some of them back so that way it feels a little bit more balanced? That's all. That's it. Most people don't like the cameo system. It doesn't matter whether people go, oh, these are really good for defense here or that there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If people aren't enjoying it, it doesn't matter what a pro person says. It doesn't even matter what I say.
Mm-hmm.
The game is losing players because they have failed. Like NRS and Warner Brothers have failed to make a Mortal Kombat game, because this isn't Mortal Kombat. This is an Injustice game.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
apparent.
I think
If you swapped it to Injustice characters, 100%, everything in the game makes 100% perfect sense. But it's not. Pivoted mid-cycle, and now we end up with this skin suit. So,
but Fate, the only thing that I'm confused about here is that you've made videos that talk about only pros, and then you've spoken about the pro. But what I'm confused about here is that, like, my videos they've not necessarily attacked the pro players, right? But if I was to attack them, then obviously they're going to poke back. You were saying that they poked first, but that's obviously not true. They saw your videos, and then they had something to say about it. If you put your voice on the internet, people are going to bite back.
Yeah, but I wasn't attacking them.
But you're kind of putting you're saying that the game is catered to pro players, and that pro players keep on retweeting Ed Boo.
That wasn't straight up. That wasn't first up. That was later on.
Yeah, but regardless of when it was, you still said it, right?
Well, it mattered. Well, the succession of how things happened absolutely matter. You can't say, well, this happened later, so therefore it all, this happened, like, I started just talking about the gameplay like I talk about everything else in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just come up with these funny nicknames, which are not, like, hurting anyone's feelings, I don't think, unless they're really soft. But, I just talk about this stuff because I'm passionate about it. I don't like how the game feels.
Yeah.
So therefore, I'm just going to say, listen, I'm not liking it. I see other people talking about it in forums and comments and stuff and everywhere saying, yeah, this is just crap. I don't like the cameo system. So I think about it and I go, well, why is that? And then I've got my own experience with it. So I just put it out there. They suddenly
you have called them names though. You have called.
Which names are those?
Listen, I don't like Sonic Fox either. There's no way for me to.
What names have I called them?
You've called Sonic Fox a degenerate before.
It's degenerate. Yeah, degenerate.
I don't listen. I don't like Sonic Fox. So for anyone that's confused, I'm not a fan of Sonic Fox. But if Sonic Fox came over and had a problem with me, I would understand, because I called him a twat the other day. But you can't be surprised if he does that, right? You said he's a degenerate.
Surprised. No, I said it was degenerate behavior.
Well, then
what's wrong with
that? If he's
that?
partaking in degenerate behavior, by proxy, he's a degenerate, right?
Yeah, but you called him a twat. What if he found that offensive?
Sonic Fox can find that. I don't give a fuck what Sonic Fox thinks. What I'm saying to you is that
I don't care either.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that you said that they poked first, but obviously you poked them. You said things about them, and then they retaliate. They seeked you out first, and then you made videos about them.
Well, I started talking about the gameplay long before I started talking about Sonic Fox or anyone in the pro community. I was talking about the gameplay for a long time, among all the other issues, right? But when one of the biggest pro players decides whenever it was a few weeks ago, decides to come out and call everyone dog water, Foxy defends it, and then wonders why the community is splintered. Put fucking 2 and 2 together. It's not hard. I mean, this is the reason why other fighting game communities laugh at the NRS one. That's not my fault. I didn't do shit. This has been going on for years. You've got a video literally on your channel with Sonic behaving in the exact same way.
Yeah.
And then Foxy wants to talk about bridging the gap. No. Everyone
I'm not making
any.
I'm not making any like illusions that I don't like. I don't like Sonic Fox.
Yeah,
I haven't for a long time.
Yeah, but you're saying that I poked the bear, and if poking the bear means me making a video only talking about the gameplay with no mention of them whatsoever, no mention of the pro scene or anything like that, then look, and they're fine to respond. Don't get me wrong, that's okay, right? But you're saying I attacked them. No, I was talking about the game. Their overreaction to some no-name on the internet is like, oh, okay, so why do you care what I say about this game? If you're the expert and you know best...
But why are you saying no name on the internet? That sounds like you're playing the victim card. You put your voice out there. No, people are they're gonna retaliate. By subscriber standards, right? I would be a no name. But if I release a video tomorrow saying, "Oh, ketchup and mustard are twats," and I get blowback, then I can't say, "Oh, I'm just a no name." If you say something online, you should be willing to stand on business.
I do. That's exactly what I do.
Right,
I'm not
so
saying
you
that I
called him
can't
a
have
degenerate.
blowback,
So
but
obviously Foxy felt to defend his friend. You know, Sonic Fox is not my friend, but Foxy felt to defend him. So I don't know why that's a surprise.
well, I think Diddle was more upset about it than Foxy. But the
I don't
point is
know.
that
I don't know
okay,
who
so there's a
Diddle
whole
is.
well, there's a whole different things you're talking about here. You're saying that I was explaining to you that I was just talking about the gameplay. I didn't like the cameos, didn't like the damage output, and I was just putting out content without any mention or even knowing anyone in the scene, not even referencing Sonic Fox whatsoever. I've
Yeah.
been talking about the gameplay and the systems for a very long time. I've been dissatisfied the way the NRS do things. I find out through Foxy on that stream that they have been watching my videos for God knows how long. I had no idea. I didn't have a single clue that that was even happening. So I got their attention without even realizing it. Okay. And their
Yeah.
overreaction to some, and when I say no name, I just mean I am small.
Yeah.
Right? These guys are gigantic. They got gigantic followings. These guys have been on stage. They've been competing. They've earned money. You know, like I am just nothing. Like I have no impact. I'm not going to have any impact in the sense of just some little dude with a tiny channel, right? But I still want to share my opinion, right?
You
So
might
that's
have
when I
an
say no
impact.
name.
There was like 300
It's not
people
about,
watching.
yeah, but you're trying to say that I'm playing the victim, which is not true.
That's just what it sounds like to me. Like I
No,
understand that
yeah, but
my
that's not true.
content might garner some negative energy from people, no matter how small
You
my
know how
channel is.
you know how I know that because you put out a follow-up video after you did the video on me, trying to re-clarify comments that people that had come into your video,
Mm.
saying, "Listen, you don't know this guy. You don't know how long he's been a fan. You're just basically parroting the same shit that people like Foxy has said as well."
Can you
So
specify
you
what
made a.
what are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
What's the name of the video?
I can load. It was the second video that you did. I'm happy to put all the pictures up on the screen right now. I saved them all because it's very interesting. Because all the comments that you chose from the first one, which is being seeing a lot of fate. I think you're wrong in thinking he's just putting hate across for clicks with no understanding or solutions. Doesn't want the game to be good. That
Yeah.
was the first one. The second one was just because you don't like Fate, how he speaks doesn't mean he's wrong. The second one was even though I agree with you about Fate, he has been calling MK1 out since the beginning, and he was right about so many stuff. It wasn't rage baiting. But we didn't listen. The fourth one was shocked you stuck up for your friends. How can you say the fact that Fate don't love MK? You do that video defending your comments that you made.
And what did I say
Sorry, the video that you
specifically?
made on.
Do you remember what I said?
Yeah, you said that. Well, it's not just that he's rage baiting in the
Right.
first one,
Yeah.
right? And then you obviously explained yourself for the other ones. Listen. I'm not saying
But,
you
but
can't
hold
do it.
on a second. Like you're making out like
But what
I
I'm
echoed what Foxy said. I didn't echo it. I said very clearly that I do think you love Mortal Kombat. It just seemed like from your videos you were more interested in getting in conflicts with pro players and actually finding solutions. So I don't know exactly
but the
what you were
pro
trying to get at there.
so so the pro players who took issue with me simply talking about the gameplay decided to crack a shit about it and obviously watching my videos, which is fine. Like I appreciate the views, of course, but they took issue with me just talking about the game and not liking how it feels, which is something that I've had an issue with in general with NRS games,
Right.
which is fine. Like people are allowed to do that.
But what, no, wait, hold on. Before we move away from the
But
point, what did I
what you're
say
saying
that
is that,
echoed it?
huh?
What did I? You said that I echoed
Because
what these pro players of Foxy's saying. Can you? I've
the
just
rage
told you what
bait.
I said. Like, what
So
about
you
what I
said here,
said?
okay, all right, that's fine because I made notes of all those too. The first one you said, I was more interested in attacks than coherent solutions. You also said that you tune out of my content because you think I have not offered solutions, which is absolutely untrue. Also said that you're not sure I'm interested in fixing things, which is absolutely not true. I'm more interested in dunking on people, which is absolutely not true either. If people are going to come at me, I'm gonna say some little, that's why I give people some funny nicknames. It's
I think
nothing.
you've
It's nothing
left out a
malicious.
couple words there. I said
It
that it
doesn't matter.
didn't. It doesn't seem like you're interested in fixing the game or looking for solutions, and it seemed like you were more interested in dunking on people. The difference between what
So
I
you're
said
missing
and
the
what you
point.
said is that you spoke in absolutes, and I replied to the people that follow your channel and said that is how it comes across to people. I didn't say that I
No,
specifically
some
tune out
people.
of your content. I said that I tend to tune out of content in general where they're saying things, they give a diagnosis and there's no prognosis.
the point I was making is that you decided to defend yourself.
How was I defending myself? I was clarifying what I said
Because
very clearly. The people that commented those
and you
things commented on the
so,
video again saying sorry.
so this is why I brought it up. I'm not against you doing it, bro. I'm not against you at all doing that at all. But you're saying that I can't do it, but you can.
Can't do what?
Defend myself. Talk about things. You said that, you're
I
poking
didn't say
the
you
pro
can't
players.
defend
It was the pro
yourself.
players.
I didn't say that.
Mm.
I said that you shouldn't be
But you seem to
surprised
take-
if the pro community comes after you if you poke them.
But I didn't say I was surprised.
But
I never said that.
You said that the pro
then you brought
community
up-
poked first. But you went after their game and you said that a lot of the issues...
No. Okay, all right, okay. No, it's not their game. Let's be clear
When I
here.
say
They
their
don't-
game, I
it is
mean
not-
Mortal Kombat, the game that they play.
No, it's not their game.
That's
This
you
is
know
the
what?
problem.
I'm
This
not
is the
saying that
difference.
they own the game. Let's not be children. I'm saying that it's their game, right?
No, I know
Just
that.
like Arslan
No.
Ash and the Pakistani scene, Tekken's their game. They don't literally own it. That's not what I'm saying. That's the game
What
they
I'm
like.
saying,
That's the
though,
game that
yeah,
they represent. What I'm saying when I say their game is you made observations about Mortal Kombat. They didn't like it. They didn't like how you put them across, and so they went after you. So I'm a bit confused as to why.
And that's fine. But their mentality, their reactions is really surprising because they know better than I do. If you're an expert in a field, right? They're an expert in their field with playing the game, right? Why should it matter what I say? Who cares?
Then why do you respond to them? If it's a case of who cares, why do you respond?
Because some of their reactions, like when I specifically responded to stuff, like I'd have to check my videos because I do a lot, right? So you brought up Sonic Fox. Did you want to? So you said, I called him. I said it was degenerate behavior. You're saying, well, it's degenerate. So am I not allowed to have that opinion? You called him a twat. What if he found that offensive?
I didn't say you can't have the opinion. I have not told you what to say and when to say it.
But you sound bothered by the fact that I'm saying these things. You have specifically said.
No. Okay, let me clarify what I'm bothered. Let me clarify what I'm bothered about. There's two things that I'm bothered about now. One is that I think as people that are watching this chat, in your chat as well, and me and you, we're grown men. When you put your content on the internet, I don't like it when I hear a grown man saying, "Oh, I'm just a little, dot on the radar. Why are they coming at me?" You opened your mouth.
No. I'm not saying that they can't come at me because I'm small. What I'm saying is that because they are so, they built these massive communities, and God bless them, they're allowed to, and they've got all of this knowledge of the game. Why does it matter that my opinion is just on this? Like, if they know better, then why does it bother them? Now, I'm not saying they can't have an opinion. I'm not saying they can't come after me. I'm saying that the reaction to it, which is what Foxy has done. Oh, you're just a lol cow. Oh, you just think everyone that plays and loves Mortal Kombat is a shill. Those are absolutely and factually false.
Did Foxy actually say that?
Yes, and he said it in his recent video too, right? And the reason why I bring it up is not because he can't have that opinion. He can paint whatever picture he likes, but it's simply the wrong opinion. People can not like me for whatever reasons they like, but at least be fucking honest.
Okay, well, can I ask you this here? Because Foxy made some comments that I don't agree with in your stream, but I don't particularly want to go at Foxy when he's not even here to talk. So would you be open to having a three-way conversation where we can all discuss what has gone on here? Because I feel like I'm sitting in the middle right now of these two opinions, where I don't necessarily agree with both, but I have a bunch of points here that I can even show you that Foxy made that I've jotted down. It's not just you that I want to make, but I don't think Foxy. I don't think it's fair that I go at Foxy and he's not even here to defend himself. So would you, if Foxy's willing, would you be willing to have him on the call?
Yeah, I don't mind. I just want to make sure with you. Did you want to go through any other stuff first before it ends up just being like a crapshoot?
No, it's not going to be a crapshoot. It's not going to be a crapshoot.
Well, it could. It could.
It's not, because I'm not entirely. Look, everybody knows me and Foxy are blessed, right? But I'm not entirely on Foxy's side on some of his talking points. I jotted down notes on what he said, so don't think that I'm inviting him here to gang up on you. I don't care.
Like that. Look, that doesn't bother me. like at all. You know, it doesn't matter if you bring in lots of people. All I'm just saying respectfully, because you wanted to talk to me about some specific stuff. Did you want to do that before we bring in a third party? Like, was there anything else you really wanted to do? Because you did bring up like the name calling and things like that,
Yeah.
and I wanted to address that because I'm not sitting there calling people pedos and retards.
No, you didn't call anyone pedos, but you did say condiment clowns. I do remember you saying that.
Oh, it sounds funny. So what?
No, it's fine that if it says funny. I'm just saying that obviously the pro community are going to defend.
You don't think these people get toxic when they play online?
I'm not
You
saying
don't think any of these people has ever done something?
No, even I get toxic sometimes. I called Sonic Fox a twat the other day. What I'm saying is that to me it came across like he was surprised that people were angry at you
About
and people saw it as baiting.
No, I'm not surprised at all. So I don't know how to really clarify it any other way. What I'm saying is though, that if an expert in their field, which is a pro player, knows best, then what difference does it make if some tiny little dude who's disappointed with Mortal Kombat on the internet, who was absolutely tiny. I'm not saying they can't come after me. I don't mind. I don't mind talking with anyone. It's all good. We're having a chat. We're disagreeing with stuff. That's fine. Whatever. Right? I'm just saying that their reaction to it was. It seemed like an overreaction. It seemed like they were really put out by someone who obviously is not at their same like skill level. It's like, who cares? Like, you know better than me. Like, who gives a shit? But then they also don't understand my position. I come from the consumer side of it. As a Mortal Kombat fan, I wanted a great Mortal Kombat game. I don't give a shit about pro scene. I don't give a shit about, combo videos or whatever. I care about having a great Mortal Kombat game because since the very first original Mortal Kombat, I have pretty much loved the series up until Tobias left. Ed Boon really fucked it with the 3D era to a degree, and then we thought we got lightning in a bottle with MK9, and then after that it's dropped off. So as an MK fan, I got issues with the 3D era as well, but that doesn't mean to say that I still have bought the games, I still have played the games, but that's just that's just how it is. Like I just put the opinion out there, but that's obvious. It's like saying, well, the programmers at NetherRealm say, well, you can't have an opinion because you can't talk about how the engine feels because I coded it and this is the way it is and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure I also saw a video on your channel.
Just before you go on,
okay.
I just wanted to let the chat know.
Yep.
I did ask Foxy if he wants to come in. I think he's a little bit busy right now, so I don't think we're gonna get Foxy on the call, unfortunately. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Okay. No, that's all right. So you've got a video on your channel, do you not, about the fact that there was intended things that they made on purpose? Let me see if I can find it on your channel in regards to Mortal Kombat, which I thought was great. That was fine. Like that was good. Like that's all good, right? So and those are the sorts of things I talk about. It's not just hyper focus on the combos. It's the combo system and the cameos. It's all just another byproduct of a broken system from the ground up for a very long time. I don't like it, even though I'm a Mortal Kombat fan and I'll still buy the games and I'll play them and just push through it.
Aren't you part of the problem then? If you continue supporting them, following this, if they bring out characters and you continue to buy them, if they bring out skins or they update Mortal Kombat 1, don't you think that you're adding to the problem? And so doesn't it make all of your videos obsolete?
Well, it's hard to know that the game's going to be a certain way until you get it, though. I mean, there's no demos on PC.
No, I'm talking about Mortal Kombat 1.
Well, just like what you said before, we all thought it was going to end up being great. When the Reptile trailer came out, I thought, yeah, man, this is looking pretty good. The what do you call it? The story's looking pretty good. I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, there seems to be a lot more positives. And then when the beta came out, the people complaining about how slow things moved, and then they readdressed that. And I think
can I ask you a question?
MK,
did you buy Quan Chi?
Yeah. I bought the premium edition. Like I had that shit pre-ordered. So
okay,
that was
so
all part of it.
When Combat Pack 2 comes out, and let's say the game is in the state it's still in right now, the store hasn't changed, there's still microtransactions, there's still bad practices, are you going to buy the new character? Let's say it's your favorite character from Mortal Kombat or whatever game, will you buy that character?
No.
You won't buy it?
Absolutely not. No.
So Combat Pack 1 is it for you?
Like,
That's it.
Combat Pack 1 or 2?
No, I'm saying the Combat Pack that we've got now, that's it for you. You're not going to buy anything else whatsoever.
No, because now I know with 100% certainty the game plan of the game, right? I mean, Tekken 8 is pretty much going to be awesome. I'm playing it, having a hell of a time on Grand Blue, and these games. Well, I'm assuming Tekken 8 won't tank, but given everything we know so far, I think these games are going to be incredibly satisfying as a fighting game fan and people that want to push themselves and get more competitive and just enjoy like the casual side of things and whatnot. And of course, all the other games that come out. Fighting games aren't the only things I play. I've got like over 8,000 games on my Steam library, dude.
Yeah.
But this is just one game. Like it doesn't bother me at all. And I want the game to die. It needs to. It needs to have its World of Warcraft moment where it gets to a critical point where people leave and go, no, this is unsatisfactory, and that's it.
Okay. There's a couple of other things I wanted to address. I know there were some people that were asking me this to bring it up. I don't know if it's a throwaway point or not, but there seemed to be a lot of anger towards a video that you made about how ugly the females are in Mortal Kombat, specifically Tanya, right? And so I watched your video. I watched what you were saying. You said at point 921, you said the insidious nature of what they're planning and what they're doing, which is the destruction of everything we love when it comes to the West, right? So, you used Tanya as a talking point. Now, I'll just let you know that before we came on this live stream, I did ask a couple of black individuals if they found Tanya attractive in the game. Majority of them said yes. For my money, I don't like the Tanya we've got. I like the Cleopatra one. But the majority of the women in the Mortal Kombat game, Melina, Kitana, and Sindel, the models for them are quite attractive, right? They haven't got the crazy costumes that everyone used to love from Mortal Kombat 9 and the older games. But when you make a video about Mortal Kombat and the women being ugly, and it's only one particular character that you find ugly, or maybe the community finds ugly, don't you think it's a bit crazy to say something like the insidious nature of how they're attacking the West?
Well, I've said all the women are ugly in the game, but Tanya was the most changed. I mean, it wasn't just the fact of how she looked and looking like some middle-aged woman. The fact that they changed her so completely from what she was in MKX, and actually like how she used to originally look.
Don't the characters tend to go through like decent amount of changes? And wasn't Tanya also black at one point, like dark skin black?
I don't care that she's black. Well, what's really interesting is that she actually started off. A lot of people said that she was, and I believe, Latina. Right, so so technically speaking, they actually race swapped her from a Latina to a black woman, and it's not just the design of the women in the game, and not just the hypocrisy of the design in general. Anyway, right? I mean, it was NetherRealm themselves that came out with MK11 and said, well, you're not going to show up in a fight in a bikini. Every chick in this game has high heels. It's not no Marvel movie where they can just do whatever. Like, if you're going to try and push the realism argument, you have got to be a realistic everywhere. It's a fantasy fighting game where you're destroying and killing each other, but the line stops at, oh, no, we can't have these women looking sexy like we did in MK9.
I'm fine with all of that. What I didn't like about it and why I thought it was rage baiting is that whilst I like the more sexy costumes, and I think most people prefer the older costumes, maybe some people prefer the new ones, but I like the older ones. What I didn't like about the video is that it's the general consensus is not that Kitana, Sindel, Li Mei, and Melina are ugly in the game, apart from obviously when Melina changes. But the general consensus is that those models are not ugly. But you lumped Mortal Kombat in with The Last of Us and Horizon Zero Dawn, which are all games that have uglified the characters. And to me, it seemed like you were trying to rage bait because it's true for those games, and so it will get clicks because it's true in those games. But in Mortal Kombat 1, even though the characters are not dressed as sexy as they used to be, as a whole, I don't think the female characters are unattractive in the games, and their face models certainly aren't. So that came across like rage bait to me.
We're not talking about the real life face models. I mean, we had this conversation.
No, okay, even the character models in the game.
Yeah, this is a condition of what we've seen a lot of. I mean, look, Starfield is another example. I mean, a lot of Western games do this, right? There has been a consistent push to change the way that women look in Western video games. To cover them up, to not sexualize them. When at the same breath, the dudes can literally be wearing like booty shorts, like the Van Damme skin,
Yeah.
shirtless, for Liu Kang or whatnot. I mean, all I'm saying is like, all I'm saying is like, again, consistency. And it was a Steve Barron
I
that came
I
out
just
with the
want to
him. I
like
think it was
make it
Henderson.
clear that like I'm not saying that
Do you
you're
think I
wrong.
hate black people?
No, it's nothing to do with
I know
race.
black people. No, but I know
It's
black
nothing to
people
do
that
with
don't like how
race.
she looks either.
What I'm
Yeah, but
trying
you
to
ask
get.
black people.
No, yeah, obviously I asked them just to get their opinion on it because I happened to be with those people. I was asked them, do you find this character ugly? It's not that you're wrong on
Yeah.
this. It's not that you're wrong that the characters are ugly. I don't think majority of the characters in Mortal Kombat 1 are, but obviously you're open to have that opinion. But saying
Yeah.
something like very outlandish, like the insidious nature of what they're planning, I agree that that has been happening in other forms of media, but I think you
Yeah.
identified that and you lumped Mortal Kombat in there because of all the rage around it. I'm just
Hang
trying to
on. So
find
what
out
do
if you're being
let,
100% honest.
I'm always 100% honest. That's probably half the problem. I mean, there's probably some things we obviously can't talk about because it's YouTube, and I think you could probably understand that. I know that you cover social issues on your other channel. I don't know, like YouTube is very funny when it comes to covering certain things because they are very lefty leaning.
Yeah.
And this is what happened when, in that debate, or not debate, in the stream, when Diddle was the first one, and we were talking about stuff, and then he decided to like rage quit because something came up about women, and it was something like, "Oh, do you think women are oppressed?" And I said, "No, they're not."
Who is this little guy?
I
Is he
mean,
a pro player?
he got destroyed by Sikander, right?
Right. Okay. So what? You and him have had a back and forth.
Only in that one. Now, keep in mind that all good lefties do, they're not actually talking about oppressed women in the Middle East, are they? They're not talking about the actual women that are oppressed in the world. No. They're just, acting like women in the West are the most oppressed because, yeah, obviously they are.
Why were you talking
Not.
about women? Why was he bringing up women oppressed in the West? I don't understand.
I can't remember it. You'd have to look. You'd have to go back and watch, man, just to see what he said. But anyway, the point is though, is that like, as you've just said, we have seen these changes come through with everything from our movies to TV shows. It's happening through with gaming, and NetherRealm, are definitely on the woke side of, of the argument, which is why they came out and openly stated that we will make sure that the women are covered up.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were going to do that, and this is with MK11, and then you see the face models that they've actually used for the women
Yeah.
in MK1, and then you compare them to the ones in game, and they are absolutely modified. Yet they can accurately depict John Cena, Peacemaker, John Cena, the dude that plays Homelander, Anthony Starr. They can accurately depict them down because we have the technology to be able to do it. But they always change, like Katana's mask. When she's got a mask on, she looks sexy. She takes a mask off, and no, I can't even say it. Like,
I know what you said. You said it's their cheap
right,
night out in Thailand, right?
right? Like, yeah, and that's fine. Like, but then like when I was talking about this sort of stuff with Brisk Walk, again, it's not a fucking demeaning term. I'm just saying it because Brust Poet sounds weird. Brisk Walk, he comes in, he's like, oh, well, because somebody and this is what happened, right? Apparently some nutbag decided to harass some real life model that did face work for a game because some idiot didn't like how they looked in the game, so they decided to take it out, on the real life person. Obviously, that's fucked up. What an absolute dickhead. But I'm not critiquing the people. I'm talking about the way that they have portrayed the in-game models.
Right.
And this is the problem, that people go, if you're attacking them, you're attacking the real person. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. I'm not. I'm talking about how they're portrayed.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got Tekken characters coming out that, and they look, the dudes look Chad, the chicks look hot. Same thing with obviously Soul Calibur 6 as well,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's old now. All the other fighting games seem to be doing this, although some people do say that maybe Street Fighter 6 went a little bit that way with some of their more mannish looking characters like Manon and what's the other one? Marissa, right?
Marissa, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just how they are, but they still at least look feminine enough, right? But
I don't know
because
about,
I love Mortal Kombat,
Marissa. Marissa looks like Brock Lesnar.
true, that's true. That's true. But because I love Mortal Kombat, obviously I'm going to be a little bit more critical. I'm going to take more notice of things when, somebody mentioned Shiva in the chat. When fucking Shiva came out, I said, look, it looks like LL Cool J, right? And yet, when you look at previous versions of Shiva, you could still tell, even though she was, a Shokin.
Yeah, but don't
They
you
still
think
made her
Shiva's a bit
feminine.
of a weird one to bring up? She's a monster.
All I'm saying, there are people. Yeah, I do. I 100%. Do I 100% agree?
Don't you think it's
saying there
better
are
to
people-
zero in on certain things and not just make broad arguments? Because Shiva, you'd
No.
lose people if you're arguing over Shiva because she's literally a monster.
Melina as well. I mean, that face, dude. I mean, seriously, like, I'd be in fearful.
Yeah, but
You know?
Melina's a bit of a different thing because they've always tried to make her sexy historically, and the joke was that underneath the mask she was horrific, right? But her body was always meant to be sexy. But if the argument is for Shiva, Shiva's literally a monster, so I don't even think we should bring her into the conversation.
Well, okay. Well, they did dirty on all the females in MK11 as well, because this is what they've been doing. They have been trying to. I think probably the only attractive female in MK11 was probably Sindel, right? But regardless, it doesn't matter anyway. Regardless of that, it was that they made a statement. They drew their line in the sand, and they said, "We are now going to respect fictional characters that will not obviously show up to a fight in a bikini. Yet wearing high heels and ripping each other to pieces, that's okay." Not to mention that they never addressed the fact that when people were the actual employees when they were working on MK11, some of them actually got PTSD and need therapy because they were actually investigating cadavers and how body parts and things like literally look, so they could accurately depict that in their fatalities. But Ed Boon never addressed that. No one at NetherRealm addressed that. There were articles that came out a few years ago about that talked about that was literally like fucking them up, having to look into that sort of stuff at NetherRealm, right? Which I don't agree with. I personally don't care for all the gore porn that goes on. Like I actually prefer the brutalities more than the fatalities. Actually, just simplistic, fast, boom. Shocking. Pow.
Yeah.
Like that's what I like.
Is it okay if I get your point on this? I get where you're coming from. You uploaded a video today just to change gears slightly, and I want to go back to I want to try and keep the conversation on like gameplay and the issues that you have with some parts of the community.
Of course.
So like you uploaded a video today, and it was directed at pro players, and one of the comments you made was that you said that people are leaving the game because pro players are calling them shit. Do you genuinely believe that? Okay, but do you believe that? Do you believe that people are dropping the game because someone on the internet is calling them shit? You said people are.
Did I say that exactly?
I'm paraphrasing. I'm not. It's not word for word, but essentially you said you uploaded it today. I'm sure you remember. You said people are leaving the game because these pro players are calling them shit.
But I can't. I don't script my stuff. I turn the camera on, do my video, and turn it off. Like I'd have to go back and look word for word what I said. No, I wouldn't be saying that the pro players are causing people to leave. What I'm saying is that when Foxy's sitting there talking about wanting to bridge the gap between the pro players and the casuals, then maybe they should stop shitting on the casuals for the state of the game like they did with MK11. Oh, it's the casuals' fault because MK11 become this boring, monotonous mess, and it was crap. And yet the casuals loved it because they just had fun. Like, they didn't have pro ambitions. So there's been a lot of smack talk about the rest of the people that basically keep the game in business. The pro players don't.
Yeah, but
it's everyone else.
The argument doesn't make sense though, because if the pro players are like 0.whatever% of the community, how could they be pushing anyone away, anything of significance?
If you again, you'd have to check 100% what I said. Again, as you said, you have to be very accurate with your words. I never said that the pro players are causing people to leave. I'm saying that the way that they behave, the way that they act, is not like other fighting game communities. There is no love or wanting to try and embrace everyone like we see with the Tekken community or like we see with Street Fighter or anything like that. Yeah, you get elitism, sure. But there is a different atmosphere and feeling, like how with MMOs, when people went from World of Warcraft because it was very toxic fan base, everyone very elitist. It went over to Final Fantasy because World of Warcraft was falling apart. Everyone was like, oh my god, everyone's just so welcoming. Everyone's so nice. Everyone just wants to help each other and build up together. And it's also a Japanese game. So maybe the Japanese games, by their very definition and their communities, foster a far more healthier environment than what we're finding with NRS. But, you know, when you got people like Sonic Fox shitting on the pros and Foxy and other people saying, well, you know, casual players ruin the game because they want this and want that, and then they leave and stuff. And even I think Tom Brady was talking about the impact of casuals. It's like, well, I'm not saying they're directly responsible. What I'm saying is that that's not going to encourage people to stay. If they want to foster positivity, bring them in.
But don't
think shit on the people that are keeping the game alive for your benefit?
Okay, but don't you think it's a bit of a moot point and kind of a rage bait? Because if we identify it, the pro players are a subsection of the community, a tiny section of it. Even if there's a couple thousand people that watch the streams, because we see how many people are watching. There was a tournament on today; they were barely breaking 1,000. If the game sold 4 million, don't you think people are just leaving because the game sucks? What they're doing is not necessarily going to make a difference.
Well, Foxy said in his video, did he not, as I played it, that he wants to get the casuals and the pros together.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wants to
unify.
What he said.
Yes, but you can't do that if you continually shit on people that are not at a pro level and simply say, listen, we don't find this fun, which is why I have offered solutions to some of these people about maybe the pro scene within, say, an NRS game has their very own specific area so that it isn't affected by changes for the rest.
How many pro players are shitting on the casuals exactly? Because you've mentioned Sonic Fox and Foxy, but is this a widespread thing in the pro community where they're all doing it?
Well, Tom Brady mentioned that, you know, he was, when we had that conversation, he was talking about how, like, oh, you know, the casuals come in, you know, and they might say shit and complain about this, and then NRS reacts trying to keep them around. And this all happened, a lot of this stuff sparked when they nerfed Cyrax.
But Tom Brady's not a pro player.
Yeah, okay, he may not be active, but he still has the knowledge of it.
He has the knowledge, but there's plenty of people that have the knowledge. Ketchup and Mustard are not pro players either.
I think we're arguing semantics now.
No, it's not. It's just that we need to make it very clear. There's the pro circuit. There's the people that are heavily invested in Mortal Kombat, like Ketchup and Mustard. There's people like us. I think calling everybody pros goes against your argument, because you're saying that the pro...
I don't call everyone pros.
No, you're saying the pro players are shitting on the casuals, but who are we talking about here? Because you've only said Foxy and Sonic Fox. I didn't mention them.
Yeah.
So if it's just those two shitting on the casuals, then you can't say the pro community, the pro players. It's two people.
What are you doing, dude? What's the point?
I'm saying that the videos that you're making, where people are walking away from the game and the retention rate is low, it's because the game sucks. It's not.
I didn't say the pro players were forcing them to leave. People are leaving because they're not happy with the game. I'm saying that if Foxy wants to have the communities come together, as he has said himself, you know, it's, you know, the casuals, you know, they complain about this and then they change things for that and ruins the game and makes it unfun for them. That's not a positive statement to make.
I know, but what I'm trying to get at.
I've named some names, but that's not enough.
No, it's.
I mean, is this a conversation or is this an inquisition?
What I'm asking you is that
I'm giving you answers, but it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. I'm not satisfied with what you're saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean to say that I'm wrong. And I never said that.
I'm trying to point something out to you. I'm trying to point something out to you that you've mentioned Sonic Fox, and fair enough, you think Tom Brady's a pro player as well. So we'll say the three: Sonic Fox, Foxy, and Tom Brady. But your video is labeled pro players, right? That's a whole scene of people. Now, from what I can see on Twitter, where the pro players operate, they are attacking NRS. They're not attacking them as harsh as we are, but they're pointing out the pro competition, for example, is a load of shit. That there's bugs on the game. Hold on. Wait, I don't want to divert from what I'm saying. Let me finish first. They are going after the pro competition, right? Because they fucked them over with it, of the money and the locations and little time to prepare. I've seen them tweeting at NRS about the balance patches, and I haven't seen. I struggled to see, and I struggled to find in your videos where you're pulling up examples. The only people you've referenced are 3 people, where it could be a pool of 1,000 people, right? The pros, they're a very small number of people. If it was 1,000 people attacking the casuals, I get where you're coming from, but I think you divert from your own points. The reason the people are leaving is simply because the game is shit. That's why it comes across as rage baiting, because you're talking about 3 people in a pool of 1,000.
But you don't like something doesn't make it rage bait. You literally have a video on your channel saying ignore the Tekken elitists for MK players. Did you name every single Tekken elitist in that video as well?
No, I made
Every
it very
single
clear.
one?
I made it very clear
No,
in that video. You didn't make it clear. You kept saying pro players. I made it very clear that the Tekken community
your title-
for the
But your title thumbnail says ignore the Tekken elitists. That's very broad.
yes, there are Tekken elitists exist. I didn't say ignore the Tekken
Yeah.
pros, because then I'm attacking the pro scene. Elitists can be casuals and they can be pros.
So who are the elitists?
The
I mean,
elitists
you
are
want
people.
names. So what is so?
Okay, let me try to explain it to you. The elitist can be, I can be an elitist, right? You could be an elitist. But when you say pro players, you're directing at the people that compete on the pro circuit. So when I say elitist, I can't write out my whole monologue in the title. But in the video, I clearly explain that the Tekken community, for the most part, is very welcoming. But there are some people in there, because Tekken is a difficult fighting game, that when people are coming in, they will say things. And I pulled up examples of exactly who I was talking about. And I said that these people might not necessarily be bad people, but these are elitist things that you might encounter. Ignore it. But in your video, you just said pro players. You made no mention of names. You had this broad statement. But you're talking about
they
3 people consistently.
Well, because generally, when I do my videos in my community, they know generally who I'm talking about. Am I supposed to name them every single time? I've already mentioned in previous videos people that have mentioned this stuff every time anyway. I just mentioned you 3 big, very massive names, right? I'm not saying these people are driving people away. I am simply just saying that if you want to talk about welcoming, then stop vilifying casuals as, somehow this being this negative thing. You think when people are being referred to as casuals, they're thinking it's a positive?
But the only person
think
that we've
that's a
really
positive?
seen vilify the casuals that I can see so far is Sonic Fox. And we've already identified Sonic Fox says a lot of dumb shit. But the thing with Foxy, I wanted to get him in here to defend himself, but he didn't want to come in. But the pro circuit as a whole, yeah, he's busy. But the pro circuit as a whole, I have not seen this attack on casuals. I don't know what exactly you're referring to. Usually when you say these things, usually you'd have a couple of examples of these are the things being said online. But you kind of just said it. There was no evidence to point to, no citations, nothing.
So, my video was pointing out Foxy, who has a large following, and pulling apart his points about the fact that, and as you have on your channel, a video of Sonic attacking the community as well. So it doesn't matter whether it's 3 people or 300.
I pulled up the evidence, though. You didn't pull up any evidence. You made some statements. You used pro.
I literally, but who cares? Like, does that matter if I'm not bringing up every single person and going, right, it's, it's like 100 people, here they all are.
No, you don't need to do that. If the general consensus amongst players is that the pro players are shitty and they attack people, then all you really need to do is pull from a couple of the biggest names, because typically in the FGC,
and
people will have
previous.
No. Let me finish. I'm talking specifically with that video because people have accused you of rage baiting. I'm saying that if you're saying that the pro players are pushing the casuals away, it would probably help to provide examples so people could say, oh, I didn't know this was happening. But what you did is you took Foxy's video, you didn't provide any evidence to the contrary, and you kind of just rattled off about pro players. You didn't make any citations or examples about exactly who you're talking about or where this is coming from. No screenshots or anything.
This is not my only video.
But I'm talking about this video specifically.
No. Okay, listen.
This is your latest video.
Videos where I've talked. Yeah, I know. And the primary focus of that video was talking about what Foxy was talking about, right? I have previous videos on my channel talking about other high-level players and their behaviors and things like that.
But why can't you reference this video? Why did you put this video out without proper explanations and proper citations and screenshots?
I did have proper explanations.
You didn't. You just said pro players. If my Tekken video said, don't listen to the pro players, I've just painted the community that competes on the pro circuit, right? It's a small community. So the Pakistani, Korean, Japanese, American, whatever. I've basically painted them with a brush. But I said elitist. Elitists can exist anywhere. And normally, elitists are the casual to intermediate players. It's normally not the pros talking that. So it's okay for me to put in the title elitist and then in my video further explain it. But you're kind of misrepresenting the situation when you talk about 3 people consistently, but you haven't mentioned any other pros, but you keep on saying pro. And there's not a lot of pro Mortal Kombat players because Mortal Kombat on the competitive scene is quite small.
Okay.
So,
but there's still examples. It's just not enough for you.
There was no examples in the video. You put a video up of Foxy and you said nothing.
Yeah, but okay, but it's not my entire channel is not just one video, and this is just my magnum opus, and that's it. People have the opportunity to go back through my previous videos and check out those ones. The way I work is that I lay these foundations down, so I don't have to just consistently repeat myself.
But what if somebody's new to your channel?
Well, here they are now. Well, then they have the opportunity to go through my content.
So okay, but then
hence
videos. All right, fine. Like in my opinion, listen, I think if you put a video out, you should probably give proper explanations and show screenshots with regards to what you're talking about. Otherwise, you can't be surprised if people have that opinion of you.
Yeah, but you said I was name calling people, and I'm still waiting for what exactly did I do that was so egregious.
I pointed out to you that you called them condiment clowns. Right, it's in my video. Yeah. I just couldn't remember in this very moment when we were here. Well, yeah, it's funny, but if people call you out and start saying things about you, you can't sit there saying, "Oh, why are they saying these things? I'm just a drop in the ocean."
I'm not. No. See, you're conflating 2 different things here.
Okay, explain.
I didn't say that people couldn't call me out. What I'm saying is that if you've got someone that is a professional in their field, like Foxy, and no doubt you obviously would know a hell of a lot more than me because you've competed, I believe, in MK9, I think, MK9 and stuff. Yeah, right. You obviously would know a lot more than me. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not complaining that people call me out. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is that because they've been doing this a long time, they obviously know their stuff. They're an expert. It's like some random person on the street, yelling at the doctor's surgery that they can be a better doctor than the person inside.
Yeah.
The person inside, they're not going to just run out and just be like, "Oh, well, you need to give me all the evidence to prove that you actually know all this stuff." No, they're not going to do that. It's just ridiculous. I don't care. I don't mind that they do. That doesn't bother me, right? I don't care. I'm not playing a victim. I'm just saying that their reaction to me, because especially at the time, I was even smaller than what I am now. It was just like, wow, I'm just sitting here talking about what I don't like about the game. I'm not liking the gameplay. Why can't we have these things come back? The animosity and anger about my what do you call it? My thoughts on it and what they could possibly do seems very disproportionate to what I was talking about, right? Which was very interesting because it's like, well, hang on a sec. Why, as professionals, it shouldn't matter what I say, right? They can go, yeah, he can have his opinion, whatever. It doesn't matter because I know different.
Yeah.
Their reaction to it was like, hang on a sec. If you know better, you're welcome to react, but you seem very bothered why I said it.
Okay.
And it's not just something that I say. There are people that say these things on the forums and comments and stuff like that. They're saying the same things that I'm saying, right? It's not like I'm some messiah and saying this out of nowhere, okay? But they don't read the room. They're in their own bubbles, thinking that, well, this is the way it is, and well, maybe they don't. I don't know, but it seems that way. I'm just saying stuff that I see elsewhere, and the disappointment in varying aspects of the game. And they're absolutely just in flames about this dude that obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. Who cares? It doesn't bother me that they came after me or anything like that. That's fine. I'm just saying that it seemed like a very big reaction, like I was going to have some sort of gigantic impact on the future of this game, and then Foxy's telling me that, oh, you're not going to have no impact at all. And it's like, okay, fine, that's your opinion. I'm just still gonna, I'm gonna call out stuff as I see it.
All right. Well, what I'll do now is because I wanted Foxy to come in here and defend, because there's things about what Foxy said. So I've gone at you for a little while now, but just to
Yeah, yeah.
clarify, I wasn't the second half of the stream. I was not on Foxy's side at all with some of his talking points. I wanted him to come in here so that I
Yeah.
could question him about them respectfully, but I think he's busy right now. So just so you know, I made a bunch of notes, and I think you made
Okay.
good points about advocating for positive change in the Mortal Kombat community. And so there was a point in the stream where at 116 Fox made a point about like what you're gonna do about it, what you're gonna do about it when you were talking about the issues in Mortal Kombat and what you don't want to see. And I
Yeah.
don't agree with that. I think that having your voice on the internet is important, even if people don't always agree with you, because there are issues with Mortal Kombat, and no matter how small our channels are, we should say something about it. That's the only thing we can really do is tell people to not buy the game and to speak with our wallets, right?
Yeah.
So I was completely on your
Yeah.
side with that. At the 126 mark, I think Foxy moved the goalpost when you were talking about what you did for the Mortal Kombat community in Australia. I think that if Mortal Kombat wasn't accessible and you actually advocate for change, that's good. I don't think you need to advocate for change for UK or America or Saudi Arabia or wherever else. As long as you can help the people in your own backyard, that's good enough, right?
Mm.
If you can help other people, that's great. So when you mentioned that, I was on your side. At the 127 mark, you were talking about Sonic Fox, and Foxy was saying that he's a great person and that he's a really nice guy, and that because you haven't met him, you can't dislike him, because you've never met him in person, which I don't agree with.
Mm.
I think you can see what people are saying online, and you can make a character assessment. Sonic Fox decides to go on Twitter and act like an idiot, and he can act like that if he wants. He's more than welcome to, but we're gonna obviously make observations about his character. So I'm on your side
Yep.
of that. You don't need to meet somebody in person, and I don't. It's not that I disagree with your comments about Sonic Fox or agree with them. It's just I was just trying to get at if you understood why people would be angry, because I understand why Sonic Fox wouldn't like me, right? And then
Yeah. But
at the
just if I can just add to that,
yeah, go on.
I'm not sitting here going, I don't understand why people are angry.
Okay, no,
I
that's
don't
fair
think
enough.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So and then at the 131 mark, you said that you were trying to raise awareness because some people had gone out and spent their hard-earned money, and Sonic Foxy was literally saying that if you don't have the money to pay your bills or whatever, you shouldn't be playing Mortal Kombat. Which I don't like that argument, because I have more than enough money to pay my bills and buy a game every month, but I don't want to be
Yeah.
duped into buying bullshit. So I'm on your side, even if
Yeah.
your channel's small and my channel's small. I still think we should tell people, and I've had people in my comment section telling me that they're not buying Mortal Kombat 1 anymore. And to me, that's saving someone 40 to 50 pounds. So I'm on
Yeah.
your side with that as well. And I'm also on your side at the 134 mark. Sonic Fox got on stage and had the whole acceptance speech, which cringed me out and most other people. And I
Yeah.
think you made comments about it. I also didn't like it. But I think Sonic Fox can get on stage and say what he wants, and you're allowed to come on the internet and critique it. I don't agree with people saying that you shouldn't say anything about him. So just so you know, I'm not totally against you. The only reason that I didn't want to bring up Foxy is because I don't particularly like talking about people when they're not present. If we're doing a live stream, but Foxy didn't want to come in here. So just so that you're aware, I'm not always against you, but if I'm gonna have a conversation with you, I'm gonna press you on a couple of things, because in my mind,
Yeah.
we're kind of doing the same thing and trying to get people to stop playing Mortal Kombat. It's just that I think talking about pro players is a waste of time, because they don't really drive or push away from sales. They're such an insignificant portion of the scene. I wouldn't even pay them any attention outside of maybe doing commentary on some bullshit they say on Twitter, right?
Yep.
That's basically what I was getting at.
Yep. Okay.
And
Yeah.
is
That's
there
fine.
yeah, those are the points that I put. Obviously, I watched a lot of your videos. Obviously, I have disagreements with the way you go about some of the conversations that you have, and sometimes I feel like it can be a little bit of a waste of time. But obviously, you're free to do it. But was there anything that you wanted to come at me for in particular?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't, I sort of don't really, no, I didn't sort of, I mean, I made notes about, things like that, that sort of thing. I was just sort of curious about the whole name calling thing. It seems very thing, and maybe it's because, and obviously there will be confirmation bias because both of you are friends with ketchup and mustard,
Yeah.
right? So you know them more than the average person. which is fine.
No,
But
I
again, I
don't.
don't.
Just to clarify, me and Foxy and me and Ketchup and Mustard are not friends. Like they don't come to my house. I only ever see them at events. It's just when I see them, because we all came into the scene around the same time. There's just a level of respect, and so because I've worked in the gaming industry as well, and I understand some of the things that go on in it, I thought that some of your comments were like slightly misinformed, and the reason I didn't like it is because everyone's hating on Mortal Kombat right now, and rightfully so. And it's very easy to point fingers at people within that space without knowing what goes on behind closed doors and what game companies are like. But we're
Yeah.
not. They're not like my best friends. Me and Foxy are cool. We're blessed. You know, I've got his number. I can text him or whatever. But he's not coming to my birthdays or whatever. We don't know each other like that.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Um, I don't know. I think it was just there wasn't like a whole lot. I mean, I was just hoping we could talk more about MK. Like, obviously, like we talked a lot about gameplay.
Yeah.
But there's obviously a lot more issues involved. In regards to that, because again, like obviously, like the gameplay is a centerpiece for it. But if the game is devoid of a lot of content to do, then what's left, and if it feels like it's not fun, then that becomes like a hyperfixation point for a lot of people, because then they go, well, all that's left is online, and yeah, there's some stuff I can get online, but I hate how it is online because I'm just getting destroyed by these big spamming combos. I mean, there's times I've been streaming and playing MK, and I can in real time like tell you like what cameo they're going to choose, what move they're going to choose, what cameo combo they're going to do, because I've gotten so used to doing it, because the gameplay has become so homogenized, which guys like I think Mr. Acker was talking about,
Mm.
that the because they've lifted all these restrictions and you can do all of these things. Unfortunately, human nature will bury everyone into the same pathway, because they're trying to find the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
So when people say, well, I'm shit at the game, I don't believe I'm shit. I'm obviously not a pro. I know how to fight. I don't tell people that I'm great. I don't say that I win every match and I'm awesome and stuff. I don't care if I lose. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a video game. Life is far more important than this. 100%. I don't care. I just
Yeah.
care about if it's fun, if the money that we paid is fun. So I actually am very curious about, like, if Ed Boon says we can play how we want and we have total freedom,
Yeah.
then how is the way that I play bad? But if you're not playing like how everyone else is playing, it's good.
I don't think it's
Right?
necessarily that it's the way you're playing is bad. I think that if I was to, like, I'm playing Tekken, right? And I've been playing Tekken for a little while, but I don't think I'm as knowledgeable as some of, like, my friend King J, for example. He is very knowledgeable on Tekken, and if I needed some
Yep.
advice, I could turn to him, or I could turn to Lion-O or
Yep.
Cobra Commander, these people that have been in the scene for a long time. If I
Yep.
went online and made a video about a particular system in Tekken, because of my lack of knowledge and I spoke as if I was absolutely correct, it would be a problem because I'm putting out misinformation to the people that are subscribed to me without doing the due diligence and actually going into practice mode and learning about it and just thinking, oh, do you know what? I was wrong here. Like, I made a mistake about upblock, right? When I went back and actually looked into it, what I said about upblock was incorrect. I can't remember exactly what I said. I just remember I was wrong. So I think people would. It doesn't matter if you're casual or pro. I think if you're putting information online, it should be accurate. It shouldn't just be, oh, well, I'm a
I
casual,
did.
so whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I did do the tutorial. I even proved that to Foxy. I brought it up live on screen. And to my detriment, I actually confused two different maneuvers when they asked me what uplock was. So, I think it might have been around that time where they were showcasing where, if you do, like an uppercut, right, down to, and if you got two bars, you can press up and block, and you can launch immediately after. There's
Yeah.
no delay. You can just launch straight up, and you can do a combo, right? And I had that in my head as like the up block, and I'm like, and that's what I said. I even went back and checked it. I'm like, oh, man, I'm just an idiot, right? But I did the tutorial. I didn't like how it felt, because it felt like I was stuck in that particular position. So I just never bothered using the mechanic. I never saw anyone using the mechanic, because I can tell, you can visually tell when their block animation moves. So everything I was saying was just my own observation playing on PC. That's as simple as it gets. And then of course, you start to come across, and I was using my cameos at the time. And I just don't like the system.
Yeah.
That's fine. It just feels cheap. I don't like how it feels. Sentiments a lot of people also feel with it as well. Nobody asked for this. If they brought out MK1 with no cameos, nobody would be sitting there going, you know what, I really wish they made an assist game. Nobody was asking for it. So, so therefore, after season 1, which, every single season I just got to Grandmaster because there's been a skin I've been after. I have no desire to get higher than that. But what I have observed is that it's when you are playing in ranked, at least on PC, you are only going against maybe 5 characters maximum.
But can I ask, why are you still playing it?
Well, I'm not. I haven't the last few days, except for yesterday when I did a bit of a stream, which got me into Grandmaster. Everyone saw that, which it's fine because I got the.
Okay, this is one thing that I don't understand.
Actually, no. Actually, no. I can explain it. Yeah, I'm going to answer your question.
Wait, I haven't asked the question yet.
You did. You said, why are you still playing it?
Well, let me expand it. What I don't understand is that you seem to hate Mortal Kombat 1 as much as I do. And I've uninstalled it now. It's done. It's not going to be back on my channel. That's it. It's finished. And I don't understand why, because you've been making these videos for 4 months. Why are you still playing the game if you hate it so much? For what reason?
Oh, I think that applies to a lot of people. Like I don't.
It does apply to a lot of people.
What's your favorite fighting game?
Tekken.
Yeah. Right. So. Even though MK1's pretty bad, and there are some positives to it, I actually like, so if you want some positives to it, and probably some of the reasons why, I don't play religiously, like keep in mind, like I'm not sitting there for hours playing it. I'll load it up for maybe 20 minutes, play some matches, like I did in MK11. I'd load up Cabal, have a few matches, log off, I had just very little interest in the game. But I did pay for it. I am an MK fan, diehard since the beginning. And I guess there's always that part of the gamer where you still load it up. It's like, man, it's a fucking piece of shit, right? And so there's that part of it, and there's also the other part of it, which is like, as far as the combat side of it, I go, I'm going to prove that I can play the way I want, right? And I've done that now for 3 seasons, and done it successfully, because I like to play the way I want, and I wanted to prove that I could outsmart.
But you don't like the game.
I know it's a quandary.
Isn't that a monumental waste of time to play a game that you consider shit?
Well, I don't think a few minutes every couple of days, if not longer than that. I mean, I was playing a lot more.
Do you just play games that you find shit in general?
No.
Is this the only one?
To be fair, no, because as I said, I played tons of other games. I got lots of games. I play everything from World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2. I've been playing a lot of Grand Blue, Exo Primal in the last few days as well. So
I know you've been playing other games. I saw your stream. I saw you playing Soul Calibur. What I don't understand about other people is that there are a lot of people shit on this game right now. That includes some of the more like intermediate to pro players, and yet they're still playing it. So for you, for example, you hate this game. I don't get why you're even putting it on.
I think part of it is because it's still the latest MK. It also gives me information, so I'm able to. I would prefer to talk about the game while I'm still playing it, so that way, I am informed. When they brought out for example, when they brought out the seasonal fatalities.
Yeah.
I think I've got maybe 2,000 to 2,500 dragon crystals that I earned from the mastery tracks. I never bought the seasonal fatalities, even though I had the currency there already, out of principle. Right, I said I'm not supporting that. I mean, I've already bought the game, so it's already too late to get a refund because there were CD keys through Instant Gaming, so I'd already made that commitment, so I couldn't refund them that. But I never got the seasonal fatalities because I don't agree with paying for cutscenes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be paying anything more for the game because now we know 100% what they really feel about not only the way the game is directed, but also how they feel about the community. But it's a Mortal Kombat game. When you're an MK fan, as you are a Tekken fan, if Tekken 8 came out and there were some pretty big issues with the game, I'm pretty sure you'd probably still load it up. I don't think it makes you a hypocrite. I just
No,
think it means that you love it and you're like, man, this is shit, but I still love it. I'm just
no,
gonna play it a little bit.
I'm not shitting on you for wanting to turn on the game. It's just something that was always confused me because Mortal Kombat used to be my favorite fighting game, and now that it's gone down the shitter, I don't play it. And Soul Calibur 6 was a letdown to me, so I turned it off. It's not a
You
point that I
don't
want to
like
stay
it?
on for too. I didn't like Soul Calibur 6. I prefer 4 and
Mm,
5, but
okay.
it's not a point I want to stay on too much because obviously you're free to use your time however you want. It's just I find it odd when people rag on a game so much and then play it, but
I
it's not a big
yeah.
talking point.
I think it's because I like to I wanna I wanna still like because I'm talking about, obviously I talk about other stuff as well, but a lot of Mortal Kombat. I still want to feel like I'm still connected. I've got the game there. I can load it up, showcase something if something bad's happened, or I'm showcasing off some shitty thing that's happened in the game, some bad business practice. I can literally bring it up on the channel and showcase it to people. So that way they've got proof that I'm showing what I'm talking about, rather than just sort of, with no knowledge. So in that respect, I try and do that. I didn't say I know everything. Obviously I don't know everything when it comes to the combat systems and stuff like that, but what I do know is fun. And as an MK fan, even though, and keep in mind too that it's got a lot of cool characters that they brought back as well. I actually, if you want some positives, um, so I don't know if you'd understand this, but because I started a lot longer in the MK, gaming than you, one of the major draw cards for me was, okay, cool characters, what's their special moves?
Mm.
What's Sub-Zero got? Has he got the slide? Has he got the freeze? Has he got the ground freeze? Has he got the ice shower? Like standard, close, far. Has he got his ice clone? So special moves is always a big draw card. And I was actually quite impressed with the special moves that they laid out for all the characters in the game. I actually thought they did a really good job. And so, like in that aspect, I actually do like it. Right.
Hmm.
And so you kind of, I don't know, how do I explain this without sounding a bit too crass? It's kind of like you have that hot, crazy girlfriend. She's nuts. She throws pans at you and all sorts of shit, but you're like, man, like you just, I know it's bad, but you kind of, there's just something there that keeps you going back, perhaps. But I think a lot
I
of,
don't get people like that personally,
I,
but
I think a lot of gamers are like that though. They do play stuff. You'll see people raging, especially with things like World of Warcraft. People will rage
all right.
constantly.
Well, what I wanted
But
to say
it's
is,
an investment of time, I suppose. Yeah.
all right. So like we've been doing it for about 4 hours now. I wanted to get Foxy in here, but I don't think he's gonna come in. Um, so what I wanted to ask you is before like we wrap this up, is there anything that you want to come at me for other than the things that you've already said? And if there's not, I wanted to ask you, like going forward with your channel, are you gonna continue down the road that you've continued down, or like are you gonna when Tekken 8 comes out, you're gonna change up the content? Like what is it that you plan on doing?
Oh well, I do lots of different stuff. I yeah, I want to cover tech and stuff. I've been trying to think of ideas that I could talk about with the different characters. Obviously, like I'm not going to be good with things like combos and stuff like that, and I really have no interest in sort of covering things like that. Um, but I just like how the game looks. The characters are cool, and I'll figure out fun things to do, and think about with that, and talk about how awesome things like the arcade lounge are. Is this character really fun? I know from the demo itself, I love the things like how impactful stuff. I think you were even talking about it, how when you punch and kick people in Tekken, it's like a gunshot.
Mm.
I showcased the demo to someone the other day, and even they were saying, "Wow, like when you hit someone, it feels like you're just cracking the shit out of them." And I love that. So it's the things that I'm loving and looking forward to in Tekken is the stuff that I was hoping I could do for Mortal Kombat. Taking all the negative stuff and doing all the positive stuff and going, yeah, man, I wish I could talk about how amazing this game is, and it's very depressing.
Yeah.
So, but I still do my reviews. I try and do my reviews for all fighting games, old ones, and what I try to do is I try to build up what they call evergreen content, so that way people can go to a playlist and see all the PS1 fighting games or the Tekken fighting games I've covered. And I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm just trying to build up a channel that has all of this stuff that people hopefully will like.
No, that's fair enough. Is there
You know,
anybody in your chat or anybody in my chat that wants to ask Fate a question before we round this up? Because probably late for some of you lot. So if there's anybody that wants to ask any questions, please send them in, because you guys have been here with us for like 4 hours. And we'll read them out. If you don't mind doing that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I've had some people donate, do some donations. Thank you, God bless to everyone that's done that. It's crazy. I just obviously we were talking, so you know, most of them are just they've disappeared now. So I'm gonna have to go back in and give credit for everyone. I like to do that. I still find it funny. Not funny. I just find it really strange when people donate money to me. It's I don't think it's ever going to be something we're going to get used to, you know. But I'm very appreciative of people that think that it's worth it, and obviously people will do that for you too. It's just it's never going to get something I'm never going to get used to. You know, guys, I'm just me.
Sorry, guys. If you want to ask questions, keep it about Mortal Kombat. Those are I don't even know what you guys are on about.
What are they asking? You can ask if there's nothing else. You can ask if you want, man. It's fine.
Are you sure? Are you positive?
Well, I'm not disclosing my penis size or what razor I use for my head, so some things might not find out. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just read off the questions. So I don't know if this is a good idea.
Well, okay. So, hang on. Is it safe for YouTube?
Yeah, I think this one is. Okay, you said.
Okay.
I'm Soup or Cereal said that he accused players of cheating in Mortal Kombat 1. Can you ask him about the cheating allegations?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so obviously not all players, but you start to sort of notice some patterns with certain people, right? So, and this happens with any sort of online game. There's people that hack in Call of Duty, everything, right? And when you play fighting games a lot online, you start to notice patterns. So, if you have a character that is never missing a combo, like ever, like not dropping a combo, and like the characters just came out, say the same day, right? Literally within a couple of hours, and they're on there already doing like this incredibly flawless 500 damage combo. And then you start to see, when you start fighting back, the little disconnect, that little disconnect icon that shows up to indicate that your connection's starting to go funny with the yellow and red icon on the screen.
Yeah.
That's when I start to go, ooh, okay, like, is something afoot here? Then I will go check out their profile, which is on Steam. And a lot of the time I've found that these accounts have no games on their account. They're Smurf accounts. They're either family sharing or they're evading a ban or something, I don't know. And so it's interesting. Like, I'm not saying 100%, but because PC... And actually, you can do it on console as well. You've got things like Cronus Zen or Cronus Max or something, right?
Yep.
You can look it up yourself. Basically, there are YouTube channels dedicated to training people how to fake when they're playing online. So what I mean by that, they'll say like, okay, so I'll use Reiko as an example, right? They'll go, okay, start off as Reiko. Do a couple of these 3-hit combos. Throw some stars, right? Do a little this, little that, and then you can activate your automated macro combo. So what that happens is that anyone looking at the gameplay will see people that looks like they're really fighting. They're kind of feeling each other out, and then bam, they'll just do it. I've literally fought people in the first round that feels like I've been hitting a training dummy, and the next round, it's like they've handed their controller to like Sonic Fox or something, and they just absolutely go mental.
Fair enough.
So I sit there and I go, is this a real thing? And of course, that's
Wait, Faye, let's try to keep the answers brief, because there's quite a few people asking questions. I don't want to ignore people's questions.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, my bad.
If there's anyone on your side that has questions as well, you're more than welcome to let me know. But Snake Raider Pliskin said, "Hey Mike, is there anything NRS can do to bring you back to Mortal Kombat 1? And do you think it's beyond saving? It's set to have years of support, so will you keep an eye on it?" No, the reason I'm not going to come back to Mortal Kombat 1 is simply because of how they essentially lied to people in the beginning. No matter what they do now, I won't support the game, because they shouldn't have lied to people at the beginning.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have put a store on there that's constantly rotating. They shouldn't have skins on there that are $10. They've already done enough as far as I'm concerned. I gave them my money, even though it wasn't like my last penny. I still gave them a substantial amount of money for a game that is half made. So no matter what they do now, I'm not interested in MK1. I'm not going back to it. My only interactions with MK1 are going to be to tell people to not play it, to maybe point out some of the tomfoolery in the scene, and to cover any of the funny topics that come up regarding it. I'm not
Yeah,
touching MK1. MK1's finished. Warner Brothers need to learn a lesson. If you guys care about the future of Mortal Kombat, from my point of view, you should boycott it as well, and hopefully they'll take their fingers out of their bum for Mortal Kombat 2, and we'll get a good game.
agreed. Mm.
That's my stance on it. I'm not gonna budge from it. I think what they've done is absolutely ridiculous. Who else has left a comment here? There's a person called Sephiroth Izuna. Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone's comments. They said, "Why the personal attacks for people who enjoy the game, or the fact he supports other creators who attack others who like the game in spite of the flaws?"
Again, it's not everyone. It's very specific. It's people that look like they've been shilling. It's people that you can investigate yourselves about their behaviors over the years. It's nothing anything new I've so much sort of talked about. And usually when somebody sort of, comes at me, I may or may not have a nice little nickname for them. I know that some generations seem to be a little bit soft with that, but there's no malice in it. I'm not sitting there, commanding hexes on people or wishing the ill will. It's just, I am an old school YouTuber. I mean, shit, it was like the Wild West back in the day. It was absolutely crazy,
I
and
remember.
unfortunately it's gone. So, there's no ill will against these people, but I just muck around. Like I don't hate anyone. This is good. We've had some good conversation back and forth.
Yeah.
And whether we agree or not, it doesn't matter because, at the end, yeah, we want MK to be great again. And I agree that, yeah, everyone should come together. 100%. 100%. But I think that for a while now, without my interference, the community has been trolling along doing whatever it's needed to for its own benefit and not even caring about how it's viewed, as you probably know yourself.
Yeah.
The Tekken community, the Street Fighter community, look at the MK community and go, you guys are fucked. Like, you guys are absolute idiots. And that's been a thing for a long time. This is not something that I've done. So there's obviously a long-standing condition that you yourself and myself are starting to go, hey, this needs to change. And you can do that by things that you've suggested. Don't buy the games. Don't support it. All that sort of stuff. So...
Okay. Raulo93 says, "Hey Mike, what do you think of diversity hires?" I don't think we've got enough time to go into that one. Mostly nonsense, but there's obviously like some complexities, but mostly nonsense. I was a diversity hire someone I didn't know. I didn't realize they hired me because of how I look, and I didn't appreciate it. Yeah. They don't really tell you. It happens, but no, for the most part.
How did you find out?
I can't exactly say, but
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say. I still have like friends at the company, but I found out
That's
from
terrible,
somebody
man.
that knows what was going on that I was a diversity hire. I didn't appreciate it, but it is what it is. If you're given the opportunity to have a debate with Sonic Fox, would you do it? Yeah, I'll talk to anybody. Anybody, I don't care if they've got 1 subscriber or 100,000. I'll talk to anybody. I have no issues talking to Sonic Fox. I'll be respectful in the conversation as well. I've made it very clear I don't like Sonic Fox's antics. Maybe he's different behind closed doors. Maybe he is a nice guy, but the way he portrays himself online is the kind of person that I don't like.
It's interesting. If I can add to that, it's interesting because comments leading up to our chat, people are going, "Well, you better watch out. He's going to be all nice and stuff, talking to you," and it's like. Yeah, like what do you?
Yeah, I don't need to attack people. I don't. They're talking about you.
They're like, when you get in the chat one-on-one, he's going to be all nice and stuff. And it's like, yeah, because again, people can be different, right? Like, it's just because this is the unfortunate thing too with what happens with YouTube is that people look at that window and they go, that's the entire person, right? And no doubt, probably some people think that with you, with your opinions and stuff. They go, man, what a prick. That's who he is as an entire individual. And that's simply not true. It is just but a sliver of your entire life. And so when I've actually, back in the days with the PS3 stuff, you're arguing with people through videos, attacking each other and just going nuts. And you get into a chat and everyone's like, hey man, it's all cool. Like, because, it's really not serious. Like, it's not serious at all.
Joshua Vorhan, I don't know if I'm saying that right. He said, "Ask Fate, does the training mode feel weird, like it's sluggish or skipping on PC?"
Um, I'd have to check. I mean, I've done a little bit in there. It seemed okay. Um, what I will say, since some people brought up the whole release check thing, is that now that I have, let me clarify, right? So everyone was going, "Oh, you didn't even know what release check is or negative edge," right? And that's because it's never been an issue, right? Any game that I've played, I actually went back and checked some other games that I've played fighting game wise, and some of them had it. And I'm thinking, okay, I never had an issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still having issues with it, even with it off. Right,
Okay.
it's still doing what it was doing before, which is unfortunate.
But is
But when
is
we've
the
got,
training mode specifically having issues?
yeah, so when I spoke to Foxy or whoever it was about that, I went into training mode to practice some stuff, and didn't seem to have any issues in regards to that. It loads, everything loads slow on PC anyway, unless you have an SSD. But it seemed okay. But again, like, to everyone listening, like, this game is just, it's badly coded. Like, it's all over the place, and if your in-game seems to be okay, then that's probably a pretty good metric, because that's the
Yeah.
hardest it's going to get pushed. So
Okay. Somebody, Corny Beats said, "Are you going to pre-order MK12 or 2?"
me,
Yeah.
well, they'd better suck and fuck me to get me back to that game. I tell you what, man, because like, it has to be. And please stop calling it MK2. Everyone, stop calling it MK2. Right, that's just sacrilege. I can't stand the name of the current one. Right, it's terrible. They would have to literally prove themselves.
Yeah.
They would literally have to prove themselves, and I would absolutely be waiting until after launch to see whether or not they have done that, which is unfortunate.
So you wouldn't
Because
pre-order?
no, no, no. As an MK fan, it would be the first time. Like, and that's terrible to not, to not be there on the ground floor when it launches as a fan, and
Yeah.
that's where we're at.
Yeah, but
And
what I
it
would
sucks.
say is that even if MK, whatever they call it, comes out, MK12, MK2, whatever it's called, no matter how much promotion they do for it, no matter what they say now, I will not pre-order it. I might buy it if I go to a friend's house and I'm like, wow, they actually did, do what they said they were going to do. Then I'd be like, okay, cool. But
Yep.
as far as supporting Mortal Kombat going into the future, the only way that we're going to see any change is if we actually double down and we don't cave in. We don't be typical Western consumers where we just can't help ourselves and we have to have the shiny
Yeah.
thing. We don't have to have it
Yeah.
now. Tekken has already
Yeah.
Tekken's going to provide us with loads of GGs way into the future. There'll be another Mortal Kombat Injustice between that time. Street Fighter is an alternative. Dragon Ball's there. Even Sparking Zero's coming out. There's no need for us to support NRS or Warner Brothers anymore. So I would tell everybody, do not pre-order Mortal Kombat, whatever it's going to be called, the new one, whenever it drops. Don't even pre-order a new Injustice game. They need to learn their lesson. When they finally understand that the consumer are not to be taken lightly, because right now that's how they see us. That's why they gave us a half-worked product. Then they will pull their fingers out their asses. That's how I see it.
Yeah, 100%.
On the Tekken subject, who is your main and also any characters your wish list? My main is Feng Wei, but I'm probably going to change it, and I want Jinpachi back, but I know I'm not going to get it.
We can all drink.
Yeah, I want Jinpachi and Ancient Ogre. I don't think it's going to happen.
Actually, a guy on my channel asked, MLA Gaming 4K asked, who's your main in Mortal Kombat? It's Scorpion, isn't it?
No, it used to be.
he your-
It's Shao Kahn
Used
now.
to be. Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah.
up to when I was playing Mortal Kombat when it was Shao Kahn. And was anybody else in your chat that had questions?
Let's see. Do you like General Shao and MK1?
Yeah,
I didn't mind him,
I like
actually.
the character design. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's unfortunate what game he was in. But I do think it's a pretty cool character design. Obviously, he's Steppenwolf. Like, if anyone hasn't caught on yet, he was meant to be Steppenwolf. That's why his hammer's an axe now. That's why he's got the horns on his head. He looks good. It's just that it was meant to be Injustice, and that's why Shao Kahn took his place, basically.
Yeah. Reverend Docs, hang on. Reverend Docs says, here's my question. Why nobody in the community ever called out Uncaged and True Underdog for his shilling activities? You all been that concerned to not hurt sensibilities. Why can't I say Jack? I think what he's saying is like, why does nobody in the community ever, like, I'm assuming he's talking about maybe higher ups, ever call out Uncaged and True Underdog Gaming for
Uh,
their shilling. I mean, do you know those channels or?
I don't know what they've done, but I can promise everybody that's watching, now that I'm back on my gaming channel and I'm doing this commentary, if I see people doing stuff, no matter who it is, I will make a video on it. I don't know
Yeah,
Uncaged Games or True Underdog personally. I don't watch their content very often, but obviously because I'm doing commentary on Mortal Kombat now, I'm gonna pay attention to everyone. So
yeah,
I'm not playing favorites. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't have any close friends in the FGC. I have people that I'm acquainted with. I have people that I'm cool with. But if people say and do things I don't like and I think they're being hypocritical, I'll call them out. I'm
yeah,
not worried about calling out anyone. Sonic Fox is the biggest player in the world in the NRS scene. He's got a loyal fan base. I called him a twat on my video. I'm not particularly interested in appeasing people. I'm
yeah,
not, but I'm also not trying to put myself across like an arsehole. It's just Sonic Fox did things on Twitter. He's gone, in my opinion, he's gone a bit too far. He's shitted on people before, so there's checks and balances. Sonic Fox has crossed multiple lines. That's not to say I won't be polite if I speak to him, but
yeah,
I don't know where the conversation will go. To be honest with you, but yeah, I'll cover anyone. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
yeah.
But I don't know what True Underdog has said. I haven't watched any of his videos for a long time. How would you feel about a Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks 2?
Oh, me. So if you asked me like before the shit show of Warner Brothers, I'd be super excited.
Yeah,
Again, like it's just because yeah. I mean, you said you started what playing Mortal Kombat 3D era, correct? So you were kind of getting the tail end of Midway. Would that be
no,
fair?
I started on Trilogy was my first one, and
Excellent,
then
nice.
the girl that I do YouTube with, Sabi, she has the
Yep,
Mortal Kombat cabinet in her where we film, so we
yep,
played the old Mortal Kombats together. But my
nice. Okay,
first time I actually started taking it like not seriously because I was young, but I was really interested was Deadly Alliance.
yep, okay, all right. Yeah, I just I think that there's been so much damage done that yeah they'd announce it, and this
Yeah,
is the trick, isn't it? And I know you've talked about this before, and we see this in general with gaming, especially with something like Call of Duty. They'll sit there and go, "This is fucked. This is the worst Call of Duty. Can't stand this shit. It's all broken. It's crap." And then in a year's time, they'll announce the next one, and everyone just has this complete like amnesia. You know, they're just oh wow, I can't believe it. I can't. It's so excited for the new Call of Duty, and we get that a lot. You know, people, as you said, always want that new shiny, and they're willing to forgive when these companies pull on the right strings. And that's where you have to double down, as you said, and just be strong and go, listen, I want it. I'd love to play it, but I'm going to wait. And I'm going to wait and I'm going to make sure that it is worth it, if at all.
yeah. I
You
think
know,
people need to double down and that's the only way we're going to see any change. So, I would like to see Shaolin Monks 2 because the first Shaolin Monks is probably the best Mortal Kombat game. It's so much fun, like to
it's
play with
very
friends.
cool. Yeah,
But
yeah,
I also think it was lightning in a bottle. I don't think they'll recapture that magic ever again.
yeah.
So I don't know if I'd want. I want to see it, but I don't think it will be anything like the original. Well, it will probably just
No.
tarnish its memory.
Yeah.
Sephiroth Izuna said, "If you don't mind one more from me, and this is to both of you, what would make MK great in your view? More freedom with customization, gameplay modes, and should Warner Brothers sell NRS to make it good?" Yeah, I don't think NRS should be anywhere near Warner Brothers, given what they've been doing.
Yeah.
I stopped watching Warner Brothers films after the first Aquaman film because I couldn't believe that they put that out. But then with the whole Ezra Miller situation, I decided to dust my hands of them because
Yeah.
that's a step too far in my opinion. So I won't support anything Warner Brothers. So ideally I would like them to sell NRS to. It would be really nice to get a Japanese made Mortal Kombat game. I'd be really interested to see where that goes.
100%. Yep.
Um,
Absolutely. 100%.
in terms
Yeah.
of what they could make Mortal Kombat, how they could make it more appealing to people, in my opinion, it needs a complete overhaul. I think a lot of the systems in the game are just frustrating. I don't necessarily think they're all broken, but I just think it creates a frustrating player experience where you're in the corner, you're just taking chip damage for everything. Chip damage can kill you. There doesn't seem to be checks and balances in terms of like defense and offense. Like what you were saying, you don't like the defensive mechanics. I agree with you. I also don't like the defensive mechanics. But it's not even that the defensive mechanics are really bad. I think the offensive side is the problem. I don't think everything should do chip. The down one situation is very irritating. They should stop allowing people to just cancel into Storm Cell or cancel into whatever nonsense they're doing. That shit's all annoying. Honestly
Yep.
speaking, I think Mortal Kombat needs to be torn down and built back up.
Yeah.
There's too much shit everywhere. There's so much shit
Yeah.
everywhere, even down to the throws. I know people were like coming at me for the throws, but I don't understand how you can be playing a competitive game and I reach out to grab you, and in all other 2D fighters, it's a one button tech. So if I see the grab come in and I press grab, we space apart. And in Tekken, there's visual indicators where I use my left or my right arm. And there's generic throws, right? There's some throws you can't break like King's, but those are character specific, which I'm fine with. I don't mind variety. But in Mortal Kombat, you literally have to guess when they've grabbed you, and that could be the difference between winning and losing. And that takes the skill factor out of it, and it becomes purely luck based. So that needs to go. The fireballs in Mortal Kombat is a joke. I've never seen a game where fireballs pass through each other. To me, it's like they forgot to code the game. When I was playing Mortal Kombat 11 and I'm shooting Noob Saibot's Spirit Ball, whatever it's called, and Setron's just there throwing rocks at me, the fireball war section of fighting games doesn't exist in Mortal Kombat. It's just... So for me, that I could sit here all night and talk about Mortal Kombat's issues. I know that a lot of the issues in the game, some of the more intermediate to high level players like them. I couldn't tell you why, but what about you? Is there anything you want to add to that before I ask the next question?
So yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with that. I think that we're dealing with basically like this crippled corpse that, you know, they patched this and it's just awful. Rebuild it from the ground up, 100%, brand new. Every single Mortal Kombat character, don't put fucking guest characters in the game. Give outfits back for characters. Get rid of all the customization except putting that into a creator character like something like Soul Calibur. And maybe just simplify the combat back down to something where less is more, you know? So let's not try and get too fancy and technical. Like I know some of the pros have talked about they added in uplock because the jumps were so powerful in MK11. And it's like, well, why don't you just make the jump kicks less powerful and not worry about this mechanic? Like, it feels like they're trying to like counter something with something else and then something else and something else.
Yeah.
So maybe they just need to go back to a more simplistic system, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Will I stream Tekken 8 on Twitch? No, I'm not streaming it on Twitch. I don't operate on Twitch at all. I might stream it on YouTube, but my channel will mostly just be commentary stuff. But if people want me to stream it, I can. You know, don't expect me to come out guns blazing straight. I mean, I'm good at Tekken, but I'm not like on like Liu Kang's level or King J or whatever. You know, I can just about take wins from some of them. But yeah, if people want me to stream it, then I'll stream it. I think that's the last question that came in, unless I missed any. I don't know if you had any more on your end.
I don't think. Hang on. Oh yeah. Triple X Gaming says, before MK1 came out, were you hoping for a new idea for a game or just another Injustice MK?
I was hoping for a 3D Mortal Kombat, to be honest with you. I thought because Mortal Kombat 11 blundered, I thought they'd go back to the drawing board and try to revitalize that, especially when we were hearing rumors about 3D characters coming back. I thought that's what they were going to do, and I was really excited. And then when I saw some of the leaked screenshots, they were at angles that made it look like it might be 3D. And then obviously I saw the reveal, and the disappointment came over me, and the realization that we've got another 5 years of. I anticipated it being the same bullshit, but I tried to be optimistic. They sold me a dream. I've got my Luke. I've literally got it here on my arcade cabinet. I don't know if you can see. I've got next to Sophia. Yes, that's the only positive thing that came from it. Other than that, they ripped me off. I hope that they see this. I really hope that the guy, someone at NRS, has seen this stream, because at one point we had about 330 people in here. I'd like to think that they saw it and they feel bad for ripping off the customers, because they did. If me and Fate have disagreements, and even if I have disagreements with other content creators, I think we can all agree we all got ripped off.
Yeah, I think that's the unfortunate thing too, because you know, what's that? There's an analogy where you get like red ants and black ants, and you put them in a jar, and they're just, you know, they don't attack each other, they're fine. But if you shake the jar, suddenly they're attacking everyone, right? They're attacking each other, right? And it's not actually the fault of each ant, it's the person that shook it up. So Warner Brothers and NetherRealm Like I know some people will only blame Warner Brothers. No, nobody's under gun or duress here. NetherRealm signed contracts. They created this game, and everyone is accountable, and they're still getting paid to still be employed.
Yeah,
So they absolutely, should be brought to, to attention on that. And it's them that has done it, which is unfortunate too, because maybe, I really hope something turns around. I think, and I know you've said this too, it is its time to fail. It has to. I
yeah.
think, Street Fighter had that with, Street Fighter 5, and luckily they were able to turn around. I'm not sure at MK, and I think it's because Warner Brothers don't really give a shit. I
I
really think they
think
just don't care.
I think they don't care, but I also think, and I don't mean to say this like to come across snobby, but I genuinely don't think the guys at NRS know how to make competitive fighting games, and it's very clear now that they also don't really understand how to make something fun for casuals either, because apparently the retention rate of Mortal Kombat 1 is quite shocking, and I went on Twitch to look at the numbers, and I didn't compare Tekken because Tekken 7 is done and Tekken 8's on its way. But Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat are... The time span of them being released was quite close. And
Yep.
Street Fighter had about 7,000 people watching. And I shit you
Yep.
not, Mortal Kombat had 101. And that was almost exclusively from one stream. And I think one other stream had a few. And so if you're looking at stuff like that, yeah, like almost 4 million people have purchased it. But I would want people to be playing my game. I would hate to know people bought my game and it goes in a closet. So I think although I blame WB for like the funding issues and whatnot, and the them rushing it out, I think we also need to just realize that the guys over at NRS do not understand how to make competent fighting games, and they haven't for a long time. MK9 was a lot of fun, but it was a broken mess. It was absolutely a broken mess. The difference between Scorpion, who was right at the bottom with Noob Saibot, and Cabal was insane. Scorpion wasn't winning that fight. You would have to like be a wizard to win that match at a high level, or even an intermediate level. MKX, again, it seemed like a situation where it was lightning in a bottle, but they patched that game 100 times before it became what we know it to be today. I remember MKX in the early days, and I played on MKX a lot. Like I've got videos on this channel where I not to toot my own horn, but I used to be the number one ranked player on in EU. I don't know. I don't think I got to worldwide, but I think EU I was ranked 1, so I was playing it consistently. And I remember the early days. It wasn't as good as people remember. It got better over time, and then obviously MK11 came out, and that was what it was. So I just. Yeah, they're not good fighting game developers. I think that they should probably invest their time in making a Netflix series or something.
Good old Netflix.
What else is it? Yeah, I think that's the end of the questions.
Did you have fun?
I did. I think it was a good talk. I think it's important that people have conversations. I know sometimes people just want to see people going at each other, and I'm sure that there's creators out there that I'll have conversations with in the future, and it will turn into a pissing contest. But that's not my intention when I go into streams. My intention, even if sometimes we can both rattle off about things that don't matter, my intention is to like try to get to the root cause of the issue and try to understand someone. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope they've enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it was good, man. And of course, it was very nice to meet you as well. And like I said to you, because I did my video on you, because I like, I like, encouraging people and saying, hey, check this dude out. He's saying the good things that we need to be saying to get them to listen.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big or small. I think that's, very necessary. And at the end of the day, we just want hopefully Mortal Kombat to come back. But I'm also secretly hoping that Tekken 8 really sends a message.
Yeah, I mean, just to be transparent with you, just so that, because obviously it's probably not the last time that we'll speak, but I'm glad that we spoke because I feel like there's a bit of rapport now. Initially, when I was watching your videos, I was one of those people that was like, oh, I can't take this, and it was winding me up. But like I can put my hands up when and make character assessments of people a bit too quickly. I am a judgy person. I'll be
That's okay.
100% honest with that. But just so you know, just so it doesn't come across like snaky or whatever. Initially, I was a bit like I didn't think we were gonna get along. I thought that I was gonna we were gonna be enemies. But I'm glad that we actually spoke and hashed things out. And I
Yeah,
hope you
no,
don't
it's
think I was
fine.
attacking you.
No, it's fine. Look, I mean, I sort of look at the end of the day, like like I don't want to be sitting on a stream arguing with you or anyone else. It's good to have good conversations and talk and stuff like that. And I think, as many know, the ultimate goal here is, I think we're very frustrated. We're all ants in the jar, been shook up, and you get people defending things for different reasons and stuff like that, and then people react, and it's just an absolute shit show.
Yeah.
We should be together, absolutely. And yeah, I'm an old school YouTuber, so what I say things, I do believe in them. No ill will with people, and I do have funny names. I was thinking earlier. I thought, what's a funny name if he hates me, right? Like I was trying to come up with something for
Mm.
you, right? Because that's how I work. I'm just old school like that. I just say things. I talk about people without directly referencing them. It's just something we used to do back in the day, because we knew it would irritate people, you know. But ultimately, it's just I get very passionate. I've always been this way. People have known me for a long time. This is how I've always been.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate flaw, I guess, because I don't pretend to know everything. I just go, Something feels off. This doesn't feel right. I'm going to talk about it, and get it off my chest." Maybe you're the same. You just like to get things off your chest, so you're like, like, now I've got it there. It's out there, and it's like having your own fucking diary. you
Yeah,
know.
well, I think we're
Um,
all on the same page. We are all against. Someone said that they think my hair reminds them of Nakali. Anyway, I think we're all on the same page where we are sick of NRS and we're sick of WB. I hope that someone there has seen this, and I hope you don't mind, Fate, that in the future, obviously, if you say things that I disagree with, I hope you don't mind me doing reaction content to them, because I like to give my commentary on stuff as well. I always try to keep it respectful. So I'm not going to
yeah,
attack someone unnecessarily, and you're more than welcome to do it to mine. There are I won't, but I also won't lie to people. There are people in this scene I do not like, and I will have trouble sitting there talking to them. But
yeah,
in the interest of trying to get to the bottom of, well, I mean, we all know what's going on. NRS has fucked us over, but in the interest of like talking about it and bringing it to the forefront, I think
yeah,
that I'll obviously try to keep things respectful.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually looking forward to, because I haven't covered a lot on Grand Blue just yet, because I'm waiting because I want to do a review on it and then break down things in the game, separately and stuff. Same with Tekken 8. Like, and I'm not gonna put out like any sort of review or anything straight away, because I really want to just experience the game and try all this different stuff out. But I'm so excited, man. I should be this excited for Mortal Kombat, and that's the downside. You're excited, and I'm envious of that, because you're a Tekken fan. So would it be fair to assume that Mortal Kombat is kind of like your side girl?
Mortal Kombat was my fate. I'll talk to Foxy next if he wants to. This is completely up to Foxy. But Mortal Kombat used to be my main goal, let's say, right?
Yeah,
And Soul Calibur was like my side piece. I loved
yeah,
Soul Calibur. Like, I absolutely
yeah,
could not get enough of that game. Mostly Soul Calibur 5, because Algor was balanced and playable. But
yeah,
I always liked Tekken, but I always found Tekken 2 difficult, the older ones. So I'd play with my friends, but I'd never really dabble in the scene. So
yeah,
seeing Mortal Kombat like this doesn't bring me joy to shit on Mortal Kombat
yeah,
every day. But
yeah,
the way I see it is, I've been disappointed ever since Armageddon ended with this whole universe reset. I was never an MK9 fan, even though I played it. I fell
mm,
off after. I remember there was a tournament that I got to grand finals and I was facing Foxy, and he just absolutely washed me. And I was like, "Do you know, I don't even like this game," and now I'm getting battered. I can beat most of the people here, but I can't beat Foxy, so I gave it up. And then I went to MKX,
yeah,
and I was pretty good at MKX, and I used Scorpion. Is it not Inferno? The one where the things come out the ground and grab you.
Yeah, the demons. Yeah, yeah.
And that was considered
Uh,
like one of the worst variations in the game. But I really loved it, and I've
I
still got
loved it
videos.
too, dude. I love that variation. It was my favorite variation for
It
Scorpion
was
as
a great
well.
variation. MKX did a
'Cause
lot of things that I was really impressed about.
mm,
Um, but and then MK11 came out, and I liked Noob Saibot's design, but I thought that there was so many things wrong with him. One of the things that struck me the most is that crushing blows was such a big part of the game, and Noob Saibot had no overheads, so there was no reason to stand block. He had no he had no lows, and one of his
yep,
crushing blows, it was no lows or no overheads, but one of them went into, I think it was like a hook, like it would hook your neck, and it was a crushing blow, but you couldn't access the crushing blow because there was no mix up. Noob Saibot had no
yep.
mix up whatsoever, so I was like, it doesn't seem like they've balanced him correctly or they've thought this through. And then they brought
Mm.
out another variation, which was dog shit. And then by the time they made it free reign and you could customize your variations, I was already tuned out. So
Yep.
they had wound me up at that point, and then MK1 came out, and I was like, no, fuck this, man. Even if nobody watches, I'm gonna say something on YouTube and just continue rattling off until maybe something happens. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I would
No,
like to
that's.
see Soul Calibur come back. That would be really cool.
I had a ball playing it yesterday, and I just it was just so refreshing. It's so fast and beautiful looking, and just smooth and great character design. And what actually, yeah, I was going to ask you, what didn't you like about Soul Calibur 6?
So I loved Soul Calibur growing up. Wasn't a massive fan of 4 just because of the system where you could like destroy someone's bar 3 times and then do an insta kill. I thought that was a
Yep.
bit lame. And then Soul
Yep.
Calibur 5 came out, and to me, other than Jinpachi, Algo is like the greatest character design in a fighting game I've ever seen. And I loved
Yep.
the character. I loved playing with him. Again, not to toot my own horn, but again, I was ranked number 1 on Soul Calibur 5 for a very, very long time. I used to go to, we had a local HMV at Trocadero. I don't know if anyone in the chat is from London, but we had Trocadero here, which was like a massive arcade. And they had Soul Calibur there in the HMV, and we would do tournaments. And I loved it. And then Soul Calibur 6 came out, and they had this stupid system where you clash and guess where if someone's going to press kick or someone's going to press punch. And I hated that. I was like, this is so annoying. And
Yep.
it just took away from the experience. I also didn't like how mashy it was. I didn't like the pace of Soul Calibur 6. It was really, really fast. I preferred the more controlled pace of Soul Calibur 5.
Yep. A little bit slower. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I tuned out. But
Yeah.
I would love to see Soul Calibur come back. I don't think it will. I think it never sells. It never sells what it's supposed, what they project. So I think Soul Calibur 6 is probably the last one we're getting for a long time.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. Like Tekken 8 really like sort of cements a lot of positive vibes in fighting game fans and I mean Namco's got some pretty big because Namco did they've done Dragon Ball Fighter Z, right? It's under their belt too, isn't it?
No,
Like they've got a
Fighter Z's Arc Systems, I think.
are they the publisher though? No.
Bandai owns the rights to Dragon Ball, I think, because they
Yeah.
own the rights to like, the anime games and whatnot. But I think Arc
Yeah.
Systems made Fighters.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it'd just be good to see a knock-on effect. With that. With all the hype and momentum that they've got, they could easily capitalize. What's a what's a fear of Tekken 8 for you?
My only
What's the
fear with
biggest?
Tekken 8 is the online. Everything
Mm,
else seems like they've nailed it. The roster is really, really good. The only person I would have left out is Panda. I don't think that we need Panda and Kuma, but they said they've differentiated them, so whatever. Um,
yep.
the game looks beautiful. To me, in motion, Tekken 8's the best looking game. I know people say
Mm,
Mortal Kombat 1 is, but Mortal Kombat 1 looks really cool in story mode. But when you're actually playing it, it still looks beautiful, but there's so many things going on in Tekken, so many explosions and hit sparks and whatever.
yeah.
They've nailed that. The music is incredible. Just the general infrastructure and your options, the jukebox,
Mm,
what they're projecting for the future. We've got 4 DLC characters. The first one being Eddie. Everything has been done exactly as you would want for a
yeah.
AAA fighting game, right? And we haven't had a AAA Tekken since Tekken 3. So the only thing that can let it down now is if I can't play my friends that are. I've got friends in Australia that live in like Melbourne or
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah, or
yeah.
I've got friends that live in Japan, or I've got friends that live on the other side of the UK to me. If it's anything like Tekken 7, that's gonna be a serious downer considering how good the game is.
Well, you got me too, man. If you want to have some rounds online, that'd be pretty fun.
Yeah,
I think that'd be cool.
I'll play anyone. I don't mind. I mean, Street Fighter 6 holds up very well.
Yeah.
Not one of my friends. I think it's called Brisbane. Is it Brisbane or
Oh, that's yeah, in the city. Yeah, that's
yeah,
where I am.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
that's
that's
where I
where
am.
he lives, and unfortunately to him it didn't work. But one of my other friends that lives in is it Cambria? I think
Oh, Canberra. Yep.
Canberra. Yeah, that to
Yep.
them it's fine. There's no issue. So Street Fighter 6 is good. The netcode works.
Yep.
I don't think it's gonna be as good as Street Fighter 6 if I'm being honest, but as long as it's good enough, then I'll be alright. There's so much going on with Tekken 8. They've announced an offline world tour as well. I don't know if I'll compete,
Right.
but I'll definitely like to go and be at the events and mingle with people.
Yeah. Are you covering what sort of content do you think you'll cover for
Uh,
Tekken 8?
well,
Any
I
like
I think my channel is better suited because I've tried a lot of different things with this channel, and the
yep,
other channel I'm doing with Sabi, Midnight Rubbish, has been quite successful with dealing with like social and political issues. But
yep,
I don't want to make this channel about that. I want it to remain strictly gaming, more specifically
yeah,
FGC stuff. So I think
yeah,
it will remain about like controversial things in FGC or gaming. Like for
mm,
example, I saw that girl on Twitch that was using one of her moderators as like a battering ram. She was just taking the piss out of him on stream. That's kind of
yep,
gaming related sort of. So I'll probably do things like that. I when I see things that I like if they made an announcement today that Jinpachi was coming back to Tekken, I'm not one of those YouTubers that does reactions to trailers. I've tried it before. I don't react. I'm quite like a monotone, quiet person. But
yeah.
if they announce Jinpachi is now female and we're releasing him or releasing her, I would lose my shit and you'll see me on YouTube like cussing about it.
And then I will drag your ass in the stream. I'll be like, yeah, but what is it about him being female now is really important, and does that?
Yeah, I'll rattle off for hours about it. I'll be there all day rattling off about that. Don't change my Jinpachi. But yeah, that's where my content will stay. It'll probably stay talking about like controversial things or things that I don't like. I will
Yeah.
try and keep it FGC centric, but sometimes there's nothing to talk about. So you know,
That's one of the things like that I was when I made the channel. I actually made a whole bunch of channels because YouTube's algorithm doesn't reward like a handyman. It works better when you've got singular stuff that you're talking about. So when I made Fate, I only came up with the Fight All Thy Enemies name because I was just trying to think up some fucking cool thing to represent each letter.
yeah.
Like it was just like, okay, I do that. I try and come up with something original. And then from that point, I go, well, what's this channel going to be about? Well, I love fighting games. I want to be able to share the love of fighting games. I cover Mugen games, obviously old games, for that and build up a library for people to enjoy. Um, but yeah, I just there's a lot to talk about in fighting games though. At least for me anyway.
What guest character would you like to see in Tekken 8? Because we know we're gonna get one.
I don't like, I don't in general like Tekken. Like, sorry, guest characters in general, because now I've seen how it goes, or maybe that's just NetherRealm and fucking PTSD.
Yeah, Tekken did it pretty well in Tekken 7, to be fair.
100%.
Yeah,
Fucking
like
Tifa.
Tifa.
Tifa. Fuck yeah, man. Dude, I will be here with fucking 5 boxes of tissues
Oh
and lube,
Jesus.
dude, and I will just be like, right, I'll have bigger arms than you by the time. Like seriously, man, that would no, but see, like from a marketing point of view, because we've seen some crossovers with stuff. We've got 2B coming out in Granblue next month, which is going to be pretty big boost to sort of engagement and stuff with the game. But Tifa from Final Fantasy, you've got she would suit as a Tekken fighter. People have been calling for her for years. You know, I think she'd suit. I think she'd suit, man. And we
No,
got bikinis.
yeah,
I don't give a fuck, man. I'm all in. It's all good.
I'm not interested
Who
in
would you have?
Tifa. For
Who
me,
would you have?
my ideal pick for Tekken would be Kiryu from the Yakuza games. I think that
Excellent choice
the
too. Yeah.
Yakuza games kind of look like they have that Tekken feel to them, like
Yep.
the old school
Yep.
Tekken
Yep.
Tag feel. They kind of have that look to them. The
Yep.
the reasoning that they gave for Kiryu not being able to be in kind of annoys me. But they said that he doesn't hit women, so we don't know what we would do. So I just think they need to drop that because Kiryu's in Capcom X Sega X Namco, that RPG game on the handheld, and I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I saw him doing a combo with Jin on a female character. So I don't see
Yeah.
what the problem is. If it wasn't Kiryu, then uh, who would I like? I'd like to see Virtual Fighter representation in there. I'd like to see
Yeah.
Akira. I think Akira would be really
Yeah.
really nice to see.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
good choice, actually. Yeah. Yeah, because they
yeah.
did that with Dead or Alive with some VF rep, but yeah, Kira would be amazing, or Kage maybe even down the line, perhaps. I don't know.
I thought that,
So
well, they put Negan in Tekken 7, which I thought was the most like ridiculous thing, but they made it work. They made it work. He got
I
a
don't
really
know.
good moveset. They actually made it work. So I thought, why not put the Undertaker in from the WWE and actually just give him a full blown lightning and fire moveset? Yeah, I think that would be sick. Have him go up against King.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. How are you feeling about like Victor and stuff? Because he's basically look kind of like Noctis, right? I
Uh,
like Victor. I think he's looking pretty solid.
so when I saw Victor, because I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1. When
Yeah.
I saw Victor initially, I was like, "Oh, get this shit out of my Tekken." But then I was like, "Hold on a minute! Like, there's been swords in Tekken for ages, and there's been people doing weird shit, and there's fighting animals." And then I
Yeah.
sat there and looked, and I was like, "Actually, Victor looks really, really sick." And then I watched the
Mm.
Red Bull showcase yesterday, where
Yep.
I actually went to it today. It was
Oh
open
yeah.
to the public, but I watched it yesterday, and they did a breakdown of Victor, and I was like, "Yeah, this actually looks like a really cool character." He looks like an
Yep.
MGS character almost.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's
I'm
any
actually pretty.
newcomers I'm gonna play though.
You what? You know?
No, I think there's a lot of legacy characters I've always wanted to play, and I think I'm probably gonna like give Kazuya a shot and give Brian a shot. Go for some more like execution heavy characters. I've never actually done it because I'm pretty shit with execution.
Is it just as a question, like in Tekken games, do they have matchups like they're doing? See, I'm of the opinion that you should be able to choose any character and be able to beat any other character, right? That's just that's how we used to play all the time. You just choose one character and fight someone else. Is that a sort of thing in Tekken, or it doesn't matter? You can just choose
Um,
anyone, and with enough skill and effort, you can beat anyone else.
yeah, with enough skill and effort you can, because like I said, Panda won the Tekken World Tour, and no one saw that coming. And
No.
he kind of made it look. He didn't make it look easy, but everyone was pretty shocked. There's definitely matchups that favor characters. And it has been like that more so in older Tekken games. But I would
Yeah.
say in Tekken, you're more likely to be able to pick the worst character in the game and take on the best character and make it look like they're not that far apart in the tiers. Like we just saw
Mm.
John Ding beat uh, what's his name? That guy that plays Akuma. He won the Tekken World Tour in Amsterdam, and Eddie's right at the bottom of the roster, and Akuma's right at the top. Akuma's number one, and he beat him.
Yep.
And you wouldn't know that Eddie's right at the bottom with the way Tekken plays. So I definitely think they
Yeah.
handle balance and character matchups much better than other fighting games.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you like Street Fighter 6? I think somebody might have asked earlier actually if you like Street Fighter 6.
I think Street Fighter 6 is a really, really good game. It just unfortunately has no characters in it that I want to use. I tried to bring myself to use E Honda, but it's so boring. I don't like
Yeah.
JP. I think they should have kept Bison.
Yeah.
But the game itself, I think they've put together something really cool. I might go back to it when Akuma drops, but
Yeah.
it's unlikely with Tekken being here. There's so much to do on Tekken, and the new Yakuza game is coming out as well. So I don't think I'll be going back to Street Fighter.
Yeah. Well, you definitely get points for playing Yakuza, man. That's a fantastic game.
Yeah, it's my
Epic.
favorite single player games. Like I love the Yakuza. I've played all of them, even the Black Panther ones. So even if
Oh,
we
yeah.
get Ichiban or Majima or Saijima, if we get any of them, I'll be happy. Obviously, I want Kiryu, but
I
we'll
want
see.
I want Dead Souls to come back. I know it's weird. I really like that whole zombie side thing that they did. I thought it was a lot of fun.
The concept is good.
Yeah. And I know on PC, like there's mods. I think it's Virtual Fighter 5. last round or final round,
Final round, I think.
whatever's in the game. Yeah, whatever's the one in Yakuza 6. You can actually get a mod that allows you to access the game without having to go into the Yakuza game, which is pretty cool. So that way you can still play it, without, having to go into the game and then accessing it that way.
What would you say is I think Sephiroth asked a question. Sephiroth Azuna asked, what kind of guest characters do you think would fit for Mortal Kombat? Because it's certainly not the ones they've picked. These were clearly Injustice guest characters.
Oh yeah, 100%. The contracts were obviously signed, and they just had to salvage it. Because you could put them in an Injustice game without the gore, and it would still work. 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not a fan. Okay, so I'm not a fan of guest characters because it takes up a slot for an MK character I'd love to come back.
Yeah.
Which is why I said before, I honestly thought this was going to be an Armageddon 2.0. We were actually due for it. We had Trilogy when it did after a few games, and then we had Armageddon, after those couple. And then, we got MK9, which was kind of like a Trilogy 2.0 in a way. Yeah. We didn't get any of the 3D era characters, but it was so packed with greatness with the roster. I kind of didn't feel like I was missing anyone. And then we got MK10, so then I started to go, not really liking some of these new characters or whatever. And then MK11 came out, and that just felt even worse. And then I thought, maybe MK1 is going to be like an Armageddon 2.0. We get everyone.
Yeah.
If you give us everyone, yes, put some guest characters in. I actually thought,
who would you say
Spawn definitely sort of fits. Ghost Rider, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because of NetherRealm Hell, that sort of thing. I think as just some fucking fun, just smash the shit out of stuff, like the Doom Trooper, But then I'd also like to see some quasi guest crossovers, like what they did with Virtual Fighter characters in Dead or Alive. Get Jago, Orchid, just get some crossover with Killer Instinct or something like that where they don't mind if they're being dismembered.
There's 3 characters that I always wanted to see in Mortal Kombat. I don't think we'll ever see. We'll never see one of them definitely now because of some pedo allegations. But I always wanted to see Jeepers Creepers. I always thought Jeepers Creepers would be so cool, but apparently the director did some unsavory things, so that's why we're not getting one of those. I always wanted to see Nightmare from Soul Calibur in a Mortal Kombat game. I thought he would be so cool because they could give other characters the Soul Edge as well. And the other character I always wanted to see in Mortal Kombat, I don't know if anyone remembers this. I know there's some younger people in the chat, but there was a game where I think it was called Soul Reaver or Legacy of Kain.
Yep.
I always wanted to see those 2 characters, and the one that had the scarf and he had glowing blue eyes, and then you had Kain, the vampire. I always thought that they would be perfect fits for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
But it just never came to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Freddy and MK. Kratos kind of fits, I guess, because of the brutality, I suppose. But
yeah,
it's sort of again, it sort of ties in with the I'm not a big fan of the fatalities. It's like this fucking cinematic experience. And I don't like it. I like the brutalities because they remind me of old school fatalities. They're quick, they're actually shocking. For me, a fatality used to be you do it, and it's whoa, what the fuck, man? Holy shit, And it's not like that anymore. Now it's just this big, movie experience, and I don't really like it, and I don't care for the detail overly. I like Mortal Kombat, but it felt like it's been getting into sort of horror territory. In some of the very sort of detail. I don't need to see people's eyeballs, I don't need that, bro.
See, I disagree. I disagree here. I like the fatalities that make people want to look away. They go on for it's so over the top, disgusting. I showed my mum the Thanksgiving fatality where they were puking and it was just going on and on. They were shoving food. I was like, that's fantastic. I'll give NRS their roses. Some of the fatalities in MK1 are actually pretty cool. So I prefer it when it's so disgusting that you have to look away. But that's just me personally. I like the brutalities being really quick because I think it being match ending and you just knocking someone's head off and everyone's like, oh shit, what happened? I think that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
But when you actually like, when you've made someone stand there and you've put an input in and you're going to punish them, I think the punishment should be quite severe and just put them through it and make everyone cringe out.
How was your mum? How was she when she saw that?
She was not impressed. Like, I don't know. For those of you that don't know, like, I'm half Greek, so my mom was just like spitting and like, "Oh, what the fuck is this? Blah, blah, blah. Don't show me this garbage." She likes Tekken. She really likes Tekken. She thinks Tekken looks really cool, but she thinks Mortal Kombat is just it's
Have
too
you got
much.
your mum to play Tekken?
No, I can't. She will play Crash Bandicoot. She won't play Tekken.
Oh, really? So
Yeah,
she'll game. She'll actually. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I put her on like Sonic or Crash Bandicoot, she doesn't like it much. But if she was gonna play any of them, it'll be that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, she doesn't appreciate my violent games at all.
Does she? It's like when I was growing up in the '90s and stuff. They used to have this guy called Jack Thompson that was advocating constantly about trying to get GTA to be closed down and Mortal Kombat and all sorts of shit like that because it's going to promote the youth to create, and do violence and all this shit that they eventually prove never happened. Like psychologically, it does not promote any of that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's cool though.
I mean,
your mum sounds cool.
They always talk. Yeah, my mom's very cool. She's even my dad was a gamer. My dad played a lot of Formula One and Gran Turismo. That he was always into those games. He loved World Rally Championship and Sega Rally and all that stuff. But I showed my mum PT and she didn't appreciate. My mum loves horror. She didn't appreciate that though. That scared the fuck out of her. That she couldn't believe it. I actually put the VR headset on her to play the Until Dawn game and she fell off my bed. Like we had to pick her up.
That's kind of cruel.
Yeah, I won't be doing that again.
Funny, but that's a
yeah.
Man.
But she does like Tekken. She thinks Tekken looks really cool. She's watching One Piece on Netflix. She thinks that's really good. I'm trying to slowly convert her. Like I can't get her to watch an anime, but I can get her to watch a live action version.
Yeah. It's always the right anime. The first anime I watched had titties in it, which was like shocking because I grew up watching He-Man, Robotech, Macross Plus, Transformers. And then my friend's like, "Oh, let's watch Akira," and I'm like, "Okay, all right." And then
Akira's intense.
Yeah, and then there's like blood and people exploding, and then there's like cartoon titties, and I'm just sitting there as a teenager going, "Where's the video shop?"
Yeah.
And then he made it worse, and then he introduced me to like Wicked City, which was I don't know if you've seen that Wicked City.
I'm aware of Wicked City. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like
they don't make animes like that anymore.
No, that's the thing. Like, it's sort of I'm trying to picture like these grown Japanese dudes in suits sitting around a table, going, what we need is some spider bitch that has teeth in a vagina. That's what we need.
Yeah, that scene traumatized everyone.
That's gonna fucking scare the absolute shit out of everyone, and and then I got shown Urotsuki Doji, Legend of the Overfiend, and by the end of that movie, there's just this Godzilla-sized multi-cock monster destroying buildings, and I'm just like, fuck, man, like they just don't give a shit. They're just like, they go home to their families and say, "What'd you do today?" "Oh, well, I had to design, this gigantic, cum monster."
Yeah, I mean, I could sit here and talk about anime all day, but unfortunately, I have work in 5 hours, so.
No, that's all right, man.
That's cool. Cut the stream, but guys, Faye, I had a great time talking to you. Thanks for coming on. And
I did too, man. Listen. I say this to people, and I sincerely mean this. If I do something that, like, you got an issue with, you can hit me up on Discord. Just say, "Hey, man, what's this video about?" I always encourage people to, if you want to talk to me directly, because sometimes, like, I'll do a video, as you probably do, you might do a little bit entertaining and, get worked up and stuff. But then, when you talk one-on-one, I've had people come into my Discord going, "What do you mean by this?" Like you've done with me. And they're fine with the answers I give, because it's obviously it's not in a video format, and I'm not trying to, get across my stuff and get all worked up. And if there's anything, you're more than welcome to hit me up and say, "Listen, man, I saw this video. I just wanted to ask you about it." And I'll do the same too. If you do something, which I don't think you will, But if
Yeah.
you do something, I would much rather prefer to, now that I've spoken with you and you're a great dude, I'd much rather message you and say, hey man, what's this about? Because I don't want to like drag people that I do like
Yeah.
at all, and I'd much rather just talk shit out, you
Yeah.
know,
No, I
that's
100% hear
better.
that. No, I
So
hear that. That's fine with me. I've got your Discord now, so if we need to talk about something, I'm happy to do more streams like this where like we can even have other people on. We can
yeah,
moderate conversations, anything that people want to ask in the chat. But yeah, no, I really appreciate everyone tuning in. It was a great stream. I appreciate your time, Fate. It's
yeah,
4
you
a.m.
too,
here in
man.
the UK, and I've got work at 9 a.m., so I'm gonna be suffering in the morning. But
Sorry, bro.
no, it's not your fault. It's mine. But no, everyone in Fate's chat, thank you for watching. You guys, thank you for watching so much. And
Mm.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth and get in bed.
All right, cool. And thanks to all of your viewers as well. I appreciate that, and to mine as well.
Yeah,
So
awesome.
I'm
Cheers,
I'm
guys.
gonna stay on. So yeah, have a good night, man.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, you